Marx and Freud. In Latin America. Politics, Psychoanalysis, and Religion in Times of Terror. Bruno Bastilles. For Lucas Emiliano and Manuel Santiago. In Memoriam Raf Bastilles, 1939-2012. Preface. The least that may be said today about Marxism is that, without attenuating prefixes such as post or neo, its mere mention has become an unmistakable sign of obsolescence. Thus, while the old manuals of historical and dialectical materialism from the Soviet Academy of Sciences keep piling up in second-hand bookstores from Mexico City to Tierra del Fuego, almost nobody seems any longer to be referring to Marxism as a vital doctrine of political or historical intervention. Rather, in the eyes of the not-so-silent majority, Marx and Marxism have become things of the past. In the best of all scenarios, they simply constitute an object for nostalgic or academic commemorations. In the worst, they stand accused in the World Historical Tribunal of crimes against humanity. Guevarists, Trotskyists, libertarians, revolutionary syndicalists, radical third-worldists, and anti-Stalinist communists have all been sent back to the dock to appear before the prosecutors of really existing capitalism in the great trial of communism, Olivier Besancenot and Michael Lowy write in their recent proposal to retrieve the figure of Escobedo Guevara. This is a trial that places executioners and victims, revolutionaries and counter-revolutionaries side by side. Not to accept capitalism is a crime in itself. One and while the same fate has not befallen the works of Freud and his followers, even in their case hardly anyone can keep a straight face when remembering the attempts to weld together the Marxist and psychoanalytical notions of praxis respectively, the political revolution and the talking cure into a combined Freudo-Marxism. Not only have the scientific credentials of psychoanalysis come under increasing attack, but so too has the idea of an emancipatory potential behind the discovery of the unconscious. Even on purely therapeutic grounds, the virtues of psychoanalysis seem to have been trumped by the pharmaceutical industry. In 1993, Time magazine thus famously was able to put the Viennese doctor on its cover alongside the rhetorical question, "Is Freud dead?" Yet, as Anthony Elliott admonished, despite the fluctuating fortunes of psychoanalysis, Freud's impact has perhaps never been as far-reaching, albeit now for reasons that are more political than clinical. In a century that has seen totalitarianism, Hiroshima, Auschwitz, and the prospect of a nuclear winter, intellectuals have demanded a language able to grapple with culture's unleashing of its unprecedented powers of destruction. Freud has provided that conceptual vocabulary. Beyond providing a far-reaching, if also gloomy, diagnostic of the human condition as well as an intriguing conceptual vocabulary that has penetrated everyday use, however, the question is still very much open as to whether Freud's work might also enable us to envision the radical transformation of our current political situation in ways reminiscent of the promise behind the legacy of Marx and Marxism. Alvaro Garcia Linera, the current vice president of Bolivia under Evo Morales, in an important text from 1996 written from prison, where he was being held in maximum security conditions on charges of subversive and terrorist activity, a text titled "3 Challenges for Marxism to Face the New Millennium," and included in the collective volume The Arms of Utopia, Heretical Provocations in Marxism, describes the situation as follows. Yesterday's rebels who captivated the poor peasants with the fury of their subversive language, today find themselves at the helm of dazzling private companies and NGOs that continue to ride the martyred backs of the same peasants previously summoned. Russia, China, Poland, El Salvador, Nicaragua, communist and socialist parties, armed and unarmed vanguards without a soul these days no longer orient any impetus of social redemption, nor do they emblematize any commitment to just and fair dissatisfaction, they symbolize a massive historical sham. 3. With regard to the destiny of Marx's works and the politics associated with them, however, something else appears to be happening as well. The story is not just the usual one of crime, deception, and betrayal. There are whole generations who know little or nothing about those rebels of yesteryear, and much less understand how they would have been able to captivate the impoverished peasants and workers with the fury of their language. On the one hand, all memory seems to have been broken, and many radical intellectuals and activists from the 1960s and 70s, for a variety of motives that include guilt, shame, the risk of infamy, or purely and simply the fear of ridicule if they were to vindicate their old fidelities, are accomplices to the oblivion insofar as they refuse to work through, in a quasi-analytical sense of the expression, the internal genealogy of their militant experiences. Thus, the fury of subversion remains, unelaborated, in the drawer of nostalgias, with precious few militants publicly risking the ordeal of self-criticism. What is more, the situation hardly changes if, on the other hand, we are also made privy to the opposite excess, as a wealth of personal testimonies and confessions accumulates in which the inflation of memory seems to be little more than another, more spectacular form of the same forgetfulness. As in the case of the polemic about militancy and violence unleashed in Argentina by the recent epistolary confession of Oscar del Barco, "No matarás, thou shalt not kill," for, we certainly are treated to a heated debate, but what still remains partially hidden from view is the politico-theoretical archive and everything that might be contained therein, in terms of relevant materials for rethinking the effective legacy of Marx and Marxism in Latin America. And we could argue that the same is true, though with less spectacular effect, because oblivion also has been more spontaneous, of that strange hybrid of Freudo-Marxism in Latin America. How to go against the complacency that is barely concealed behind this bipolar consensus, with its furtive silences on the one hand and its clamorous self-accusations on the other? In the first place, we should insist on something that we know only too well when it comes to domestic appliances, but that we prefer to ignore when we approach the creations of the intellect, namely, the fact that everything that is produced and consumed in this world bears from the start a certain expiration date, or the stamp of a planned obsolescence. Theories do not escape this rule, no matter how much it pains scholars and intellectuals to admit it. As a secondary effect of this obsolescence, however, we should also consider the possibility that novelty may be nothing more than the outcome of a prior oblivion. As Jorge Luis Borges remarks in the epigraph to his story The Immortal, quoting Francis Bacon's Essays, Solomon saith, "There is no new thing upon the earth." So that as Plato had an imagination, that all knowledge was but remembrance, so Solomon giveth his sentence, that all novelty is but oblivion. 5. This grave pronouncement applies equally to the products of criticism and theory. Here, too, all novelty is perhaps but oblivion. In fact, the history of the concepts used in studies of politics, art, literature, and culture, as well as their combination in what we can still call critical theory today, appears to be riddled with holes that are very much due to the kind of silence mentioned above, a not saying that is partly the result of voluntary omissions and partly the effect of unconscious or phantasmatic slippages. Forgetfulness, in other words, is never entirely by chance, nor can it be attributed simply to a taste for novelty on the part of overzealous artists or intellectuals in search of personal fame and fortune. After all, as the situationist Guy Debord had already observed more than 20 years ago, in his comments on the Society of the Spectacle, itself a reflection upon his book from 20 years before, spectacular domination's first priority was to eradicate historical knowledge in general, beginning with just about all rational information and commentary on the most recent past. And, about the events of 1968 in particular, Debord adds, the more important something is, the more it is hidden. Nothing in the last 20 years has been so thoroughly coated in obedient lies as the history of May 1968. 6. If today, more than 40 years after the original publication of the Society of the Spectacle, the vast majority of radicals from the 1960s and 70s dedicate mere elegies to the twilight of their broken idols, those who were barely born at the time can only guess where all the elephants have gone to die, while radical thinking disguises itself in one fancy terminology after another, each more delightfully innovative and invariably path-breaking than the previous novelty. Thus, instead of a true polemic, let alone a genealogical work of counter-memory, what comes to dominate is a manic-depressive oscillation between silence and noise, easily co-opted and swept up in the frenzied celebrations in honor of the death of communism and the worldwide victory of neoliberalism. The current appeal of cultural studies, for example, beyond its official birthplaces in the Frankfurt and Birmingham schools, is inseparable from a process of oblivion or interruption whereby critics and theorists seem to have lost track of the once very lively debates about the causality and efficacy of symbolic practices, debates that until the late 1960s and early 70s were dominated by the inevitable legacies of Marx and Marxism. In the United States, where these legacies never achieved a culturally dominant status to begin with, any potential they might have had was further curtailed by the effects of deconstruction, whose earlier textual trend was then only partially compensated for both by deconstruction's own turn to ethics and politics and by its short-lived rivalry with new historicism. As for Latin America, if we were to ask ourselves in which countries the model of cultural studies, or cultural critique, has achieved a notable degree of intellectual intensity and academic respectability, the answers Argentina, Chile, Brazil almost without exception include regions where the military regimes put a violent end to the radicalization of left-wing intellectual life, including a brutal stop to all public debates about the revolutionary promise of Marxism, while in other countries, Mexico or Cuba, for instance, many authors for years might seem to have been doing cultural criticism already, albeit sans le savoir, like Molière's comedian, perhaps because in these cases the influence of Marxism, though certainly also waning today, has nevertheless remained a strong undercurrent. In Latin America, the reasons for amnesia are if possible even more complex. Not only has there been an obvious interruption of memory due to the military coups and the onslaught of neoliberalism, but, in addition, this lack of a continuous dialogue with the realities of the region can already be found in the works of Marx and Freud themselves. In fact, we could say that the history of the relation of Marx and Freud to Latin America is the history of a triple desencuentro, or a threefold missed encounter. In the first place, we find a missed encounter already within the writings of Marx. Thanks to José Arrico's classic and long out-of-print study, Marx y America Latina, now finally reissued, we can unravel the possible reasons behind Marx's inability to approach the realities of Latin America with even a modicum of sympathy. His infamous attack on Simon Bolívar, whom Marx in a letter to Engels labels the most dastardly, most miserable, and meanest of blackguards 7, or his and Engels's notorious early support for the U.S. invasion of Mexico, about whose inhabitants Marx, in another letter to his collaborator, wrote, "The Spanish are completely degenerate. But a degenerate Spaniard, a Mexican, is an ideal. All the Spanish vices, braggadocio, swagger and Don Quixotery, raised to the third power, but little or nothing of the steadiness which the Spaniards possess. 8, are indeed compatible with three major prejudices that Arrico attributes to Marx, a belief in the linearity of history, a generalized anti-Bonapartism, and a theory of the nation-state inherited, albeit in inverted form, from Hegel, according to which there cannot exist a lasting form of the state without the prior presence of a strong sense of national unity at the level of bourgeois civil society, a sense of unity and identity whose absence or insufficiency, on the other hand, tends to provoke precisely the intervention of despotic or dictatorial figures à la Bonaparte and Bolívar. In this sense, the three prejudices are intimately related. It is only due to a supposedly linear conception of history that all countries must necessarily pass through the same process of political and economic development in the formation of a civil society sufficiently strong to support the apparatuses of the state. One paradox alluded to in Arrico's study, however, still deserves to be unpacked in greater detail. Especially in his final texts on Ireland, Poland, Russia, or India, after 1870, Marx indeed begins to catch a glimpse of the logic of the uneven development of capitalism, which could have served him as well to reinterpret the post-colonial condition of Latin America. From the end of the decade of the 1870s onward, Marx never again abandons his thesis that the uneven development of capitalist accumulation displaces the center of the revolution from the countries of Western Europe to dependent and colonial countries, writes Arrico. We find ourselves before a true shift in Marx's thinking, which opens up a whole new perspective for the analysis of the conflicted problem of the relations between the class struggle and the national liberation struggle, that genuine punctum dolens in the entire history of the socialist movement. 9. Henceforth, Marx not only explicitly rejects the interpretation that would turn his analysis of capitalist development into a universal philosophy of history, applicable to any and all national situations, he also acknowledges the possibility that in so-called backward, dependent or colonial countries socialism may come about through a retrieval of pre-capitalist forms of communitarian production in superior conditions. If, in spite of this paradigm shift, provoked by his reflection on the supposed backwardness of cases such as Ireland or Russia, Marx is still unable to settle his accounts with Latin America by critically re-evaluating the revolutionary role of peripheral countries, this continued inability would be due, according to Arrico, to the stubborn persistence of Marx's anti-Bonapartist bias and his unwitting fidelity to the legacy of Hegel's theory of civil society and the state. In his painstaking study of Marx's complete over from the point of view of the national question in peripheral countries, on hidden demons and revolutionary moments, Marx and social revolution in the extremities of the capitalist body, Garcia Linera nevertheless raises two objections to Arrico's interpretation. First, the Bolivian theorist accuses his Argentine comrade, exiled in Mexico, of proceeding too hastily to accept the absence of a massive or even national popular capacity for rebellion in Latin America. According to Garcia Linera, Marx himself never ceases to insist, against his allegedly regressive Hegelian baggage, on the importance of mass action, whereas Arrico would somehow be seduced by the autonomy of the political and the direct revolutionary potential of the state. The blindness or incomprehension of Marx toward Latin America, then, would be due to the lack of historical sources and reliable studies on the indigenous rebellions that had shaken the region since at least the end of the 18th century. This is the decisive factor. In the characteristics of the masses in movement and as a force, their vitality, their national spirit, and so on, there lay the other components that Arrico does not take into account but that for Marx are the decisive ones for the national formation of the people, affirms Linera. There exists no known text from Marx in which he tackles this matter, but it is not difficult to suppose that this is because he did not find any at the time of his setting his eyes on America. 10. The missed encounter between Marx and Latin America, therefore, would be due not to the lingering presence of Hegelianism so much as to the fact that this energy of the masses did not come into being as a generalized movement, at least not in South America. It was for the most part absent in the years considered by Marx's reflections. 11. In other words, it would be Arrico, not Marx, who misjudges the Latin American reality due to a blinding adherence to Hegel. In fact, Garcia Linera goes so far as to suggest that the supposed not seeing on the part of Marx is the result of a wanting to see on the part of his most famous and prolific interpreter from Argentina. The terrain on which Arrico places us is not that of the reality or that of Marx's tools for understanding this reality, but rather the reality that Arrico believes it to be and the tools that Arrico believes to be those of Marx. 12. In the final analysis, however, even for Garcia Linera it cannot be a matter of denying the unfortunate missed encounter, or desencuentro, between Marx and Latin America. To the contrary, in a recent lecture titled Marxismo y Indianismo, Marxism and Indigenism, Garcia Linera in turn speaks himself of a desencuentro between two revolutionary logics, the Marxist and the indigenist, before providing an overview of the different factors that hampered their finding a middle ground throughout most of the 20th century, all the way to the tentative promise of a possible re-encounter among a small fraction of indigenous intellectuals in the last decade. Especially in the Andean region, curiously, these small groups of critical Marxists with the utmost reflective care have come to accompany, register, and disseminate the new cycle of the indigenist horizon, inaugurating the possibility of a space of communication and mutual enrichment between indigenisms and Marxisms that will probably be the most important emancipatory concepts of society in 21st century Bolivia. 13. Following Arrico's example in the case of Marx, we could elaborate a similar critique of the missed encounter between Freud and Latin America. Georges Politzer, in his 1928 Critique of the Foundations of Psychology, a work that would take 3/4 of a century to be translated into English but that was widely read and discussed in Spanish-speaking countries, already tried to unmask some of these prejudices. Politzer thus criticizes Freud's fixism, which tends to give his thought an idealist metaphysical rather than a concrete historical bent. As the Argentine psychoanalyst José Bleger concludes after giving an overview of Politzer's writings on Freud, we can observe two fundamental limitations. The first is that the key in the development of normal and pathological behavior turns out to be libidinal fixations, and in this way the emphasis is put on the repetitive element, so that evolution becomes an epigenesis. The second limitation is a consequence of abstraction, to the extent that psychoanalytic theory becomes more abstract and replaces human realities with forces, entities, instances. The criterion of evolution becomes lost, in favor of a fixism of metaphysical allure. Point 14. This might begin to account for some of Freud's more glaring blindnesses with regard to the world outside of Western Europe, particularly the New World. In fact, even if he saw himself as the Columbus of the unconscious, the founder of psychoanalysis never refers specifically to the realities of Latin America, at least not beyond his personal and anthropological interest in pre-Hispanic artifacts, and especially his fascination with the culture of the Bolivian coca leaf. There are, to be sure, a number of eyebrow-raising assertions similar to what Marx or Engels have to say early on about Mexicans, as when Freud refers metaphorically to the unconscious, in his paper of the same title from 1915, by speaking of the mind's aboriginal population, or again, elsewhere, of the dark continents. 15. And in Freud's case, too, we could try to systematize the underlying prejudices, aside from a certain metaphysical fixity of concepts, which lead to such affirmations. The universalist trend of his interpretation of evolution, with identical stages for all of humanity, the correspondence between the phylogenetic and the ontogenetic aspects of development, which leads to the utilization of metaphors of primitivism, above all with reference to neurosis and the early stages of infanthood, as in his 1913 text Totem and Taboo, significantly subtitled Some Points of Agreement Between the Mental Lives of Savages and Neurotics. And the Lamarckian faith in the possibility of the hereditary transmission of acquired traits, which likewise renders superfluous the study of other or earlier cultures beyond the confines of modern Western Europe. These assumptions, as Celia Brickman notes, did not invalidate the potential of psychoanalysis, but their presence lent credence to readings of psychoanalysis that could perpetuate and seemingly legitimate colonialist representations of primitivity with their associated racist implications, in much the same way that psychoanalytic representations of femininity were able to be enlisted for some time as an ally in the subordination of women. 16. And yet, we might as well invert the conclusion to be drawn from Freud's prejudices. The fixed, timeless, and phylogenetically inherited nature of the unconscious, even while being modeled upon evolutionary schemes of development from, and regression to, primitivism, could thus be read as a radical subversion of the superiority of the West. Supposedly primitive behaviors were seen to lurk not only in the pathological and in the past, but in the everyday customs and in the great cultural institutions of modern European civilized public and private life. Brickman is quick to add, in the end, we are all more or less neurotic, we are all more or less primitive, we are all saurians among the horsetails. 17. Or, to make the same point in the words of Anna, the sickly artist character from José Martí's novel Lucia Horace, of wild beasts I know two kinds, one dresses in skins, devours animals, and walks on claws, the other dresses in elegant suits, eats animals and souls, and walks with a walking stick or umbrella. We are nothing more than reformed beasts. 18. Similarly, Freud writes in The Interpretation of Dreams, what once dominated waking life, when the mind was still young and incompetent, seems now to have been banished into the night, just as the primitive weapons, the bows and arrows, that have been abandoned by adult men, turn up once more in the nursery. 19. What we could infer from this, aside from a conventional gender portrayal, is the possibility of a truly revolutionary rather than merely evolutionary awakening of that which lies dormant in the present. This possibility resembles the way in which Marx imagines his task as a radical thinker in a letter to Arnold Ruge. It will become evident that the world has long possessed the dream of something, of which it has only to be conscious in order to possess it in reality. It will become evident that it is not a question of drawing a great mental dividing line between past and future, but of realizing the thoughts of the past. Lastly, it will become evident that mankind begins no new work, but consciously brings its old work to completion. 20. What is more, in Freud's case, too, we come across an interesting paradox similar to Marx's tardy discovery of the logic of uneven development. As the late Edward Said showed in his lecture Freud and the Non-European, not only might we expect Freud to have arrived at a critique of the ideological notion of primitivism, based on his own experience with the ideologies of racism and anti-Semitism in Europe which forced him to seek refuge in London and eventually brought him back for a visit to America. Little do they know we are bringing them the plague, Freud is famously said to have proclaimed when, just a little over 100 years ago, he first disembarked, with Carl Jung and Sandor Ferenczi, in New York, perhaps still secretly comparing himself to Columbus, only now in terms of the discoverer's epidemic effects. But, furthermore, the later so-called social or culturalist works of Freud, above all group psychology and analysis of the ego, civilization and its discontents and Moses and monotheism, also contain radical concepts of the structural lack of adaptation of the human species and the presence of a kernel of non-identity at the heart of every identity, including that of the Jewish faith, which could have brought the founding father of psychoanalysis to the point of questioning the effects of his own limited historicism and the temptations of Eurocentrism. For Freud, writing and thinking in the mid-1930s, the actuality of the non-European was its constitutive presence as a sort of fissure in the figure of Moses, founder of Judaism, but an unreconstructed non-Jewish Egyptian nonetheless, proposes said. Yahweh derived from Arabia, which was also non-Jewish and non-European. 21 Had he applied this radical principle of non-identity to other non-European cultures, our discoverer of the unconscious also could have had more than just a metaphorical connection to Latin America. In addition to these missed encounters between Marx and Latin America, or between Freud and Latin America, we also have to take into account the obstacles that stand in the way of a proper articulation between Marx and Freud themselves. These are the obstacles that the various attempts at formulating some type or other of Freudo-Marxism have tried to overcome to varying and, in the eyes of many, highly questionable degrees of success, from the earliest efforts by Wilhelm Reich and Otto Fenichel, via the parallel yet unfortunately non-synchronous tracks of the likes of Herbert Marcuse or Erich Fromm in the Frankfurt School in the 1950s and 1960s, and French thinkers such as Jean-François Lyotard, or the combination of Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, who in the 1970s threw Nietzsche into the Marx-Freud mix, all the way to the recent work of someone like Slavoj Žižek who, rather than a Freudo-Marxist, would have to be considered a proponent of Lacano-Althusserianism by way of Hegel. In Latin America, though this too tends to be forgotten, there also exists a fascinating tradition in this regard, from the presence of Fromm in Mexico between 1950 and 1973, or the establishment of a psychoanalytical community between 1961 and 1964 in a Cuernavacan monastery by the soon-to-be excommunicated Benedictine monk of Belgian origin, Gregorio Lemercier, via the collective project for a Freudian left spearheaded throughout much of the region, from Uruguay to Argentina to Mexico, by the Jewish Austrian exile Marie Langer, co-founder of the Argentine Psychoanalytical Association, who described her own trajectory as a journey from Vienna to Managua under the Sandinistas, all the way to the Sartrean-inflected Lacanianism of Oscar Mesada in Argentina, or the Brazilian Sully Ralnick's schizoanalytical collaborations with Guattari. 22. Here, I should admit, we might be victims of amnesia to the second degree. Indeed, as I realized only recently, already in Social Amnesia, a critique of contemporary psychology from Adler to Lang, the historian of Western Marxism Russell Jacoby ironically enough began with a critique of obsolescence that is strictly speaking identical to the one I am advocating here. In the name of a new era, past theory is declared honorable but feeble, One can lay aside Freud and Marx or appreciate their limitations and pick up the latest at the drive-in window of thought. Jacobi writes, with great sarcasm, the intensification of the drive for surplus value and profit accelerates the rate at which past goods are liquidated to make way for new goods. Planned obsolescence is everywhere, from consumer goods to thinking to sexuality. 23 Nowhere does the dilemma posed by this obsolescence make itself felt more clearly than in the case of the debates surrounding attempts to amalgamate a certain Freudo-Marxism. The difficult task of articulation in this context consists in avoiding a purely external relation of complementarity between the social and the psychic, the collective and the individual, the political and the sexual. The various efforts to interpret Marx and Freud have been plagued by reductionism, the inability to retain the tension between individual and society, psychology, and political economy. Jacobi remarks, before proposing what he calls a dialectical counter-articulation, inspired by the example of the Frankfurt School, critical theory does not know a sharp break between these two dimensions, they are neither rendered identical nor absolutely severed. In its pursuit of this dialectical relationship it has resisted the two forms of positivism that lose the tension, psychologism and sociologism. 24 Marxism and psychoanalysis can be articulated, in other words, only if the articulation at the same time retains the antagonistic kernel that defines the core of their respective discourses. Through the critique of amnesia and oblivion, however, we should not come to overestimate the importance of memory either. History and memory, too, whether in personal memoirs, nostalgic reminiscences, or public apostasies, have today become commodities that risk concealing more than they may be able to reveal. Nor should we ignore the recent past by resorting exclusively to the alleged orthodoxy of the founding texts of Marxism and psychoanalysis. The critique of sham novelty and the planned obsolescence of thought cannot in turn flip the coin and claim that the old texts, be they of Marx or Freud, are as valid as when written and need no interpretation or rethinking, warns Jacobi. To the point that the theories of Marx and Freud were critiques of bourgeois civilization, orthodoxy entailed loyalty to these critiques, more exactly dialectical loyalty. Not repetition is called for but articulation and developments of concepts, and within Marxism and to a degree within psychoanalysis precisely against an official orthodoxy only too happy to freeze concepts into formulas. 25 Whence the need not just for remembrance to break the spell of amnesia, but also for a form of active forgetting to avoid the commodification, or what we might also call the becoming culture, of memory. As Gilles Deleuze posits in 5 Propositions on Psychoanalysis, a text from 1973 included in the posthumous collection Desert Islands and Other Texts. In the end, a Freudo-Marxist effort proceeds in general from a return to origins, or more specifically to the sacred texts of Freud, the sacred texts of Marx. Our point of departure must be completely different. We return not to the sacred texts that must be, to a greater or lesser extent, interpreted, but to the situation as is, the situation of the bureaucratic apparatus in psychoanalysis, which is an effort to subvert these apparatuses. 26. At the most fundamental level of our theoretical and quasi-ontological presuppositions, this means that the articulation of Freudianism with Marxism must proceed by undoing the developmental logic that would be common to both. Deleuze adds, in Marxism, a certain culture of memory appeared right at the beginning. Even revolutionary activity was supposed to proceed to this capitalization of the memory of social formations. It is, if one prefers, Marx's Hegelian aspect, included in Das Kapital. In psychoanalysis, the culture of memory is even more apparent. Moreover, Marxism, like psychoanalysis, is shot through with a certain ideology of development, psychic development from a psychoanalytic point of view, social development, or even the development of production from a Marxist point of view. 27. To deconstruct this ideology of memory and development, we might even be able to find an unexpected resource in the very notion of the missed encounter that is said to define the relation of Marx and Freud to Latin America. Indeed, there is still a third perspective from which we might tackle our problem, namely, by taking the logic of the desencuentro itself as a key to understanding the emancipatory nature of the contributions made by Marxism and psychoanalysis, and then using this key to approach the realities of Latin America. The founders of these discourses, to be sure, intended their work to be read as laying the foundation for new sciences, respectively, of history and of the unconscious. However, what these sciences at bottom encounter, despite their subsequent fixation and positivization, is something that does not belong to the realm of hard facts so much as it signals a symptomatic interruption of all factual normality. Marx sets out, absolutely, not from the architecture of the social, deploying its assurance and its guarantee after the fact, but from the interpretation interruption of a symptom of hysteria of the social, the uprisings and parties of the workers. Marx defines himself by listening to these symptoms according to a hypothesis of truth regarding politics, just as Freud listens to the hysteric according to a hypothesis regarding the truth of the subject. Point 28. If Marxism and psychoanalysis can still be called scientific against all odds, it is not because of the objective delimitation of a specific and empirically verifiable instance or domain of the social order, political, psychic, or libidinal economies, but because they link a category of truth onto a delinking, an unbinding, or a coming apart of the social bond in moments of acute crisis. Even if the new discourse he is commending does not amount to a philosophical worldview, Freud is quite explicit about the importance of the category of truth for psychoanalysis. I have told you that psychoanalysis began as a method of treatment, he tells his audience in his new introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, but I did not want to commend it to your interest as a method of treatment, but on account of the truths it contains, on account of the information it gives us about what concerns human beings most of all their own nature, and on account of the connections it discloses between the most different of their activities. 29. Freud immediately goes on to tackle the question about the problematic status of psychoanalysis as a worldview and as a science, before concluding, as is only to be expected, by engaging in a brief polemical dialogue with Marxism. This dialogue is indeed to be expected, insofar as the notion of truth that both Marx and Freud can be said to uphold does not refer to a stable reality to be uncovered with the objectivity of a positive or empirical science, nor is the discourse for which they lay the foundation the result of a purely philosophical self-reflection. Rather, truth here is tied to a certain experience of the real that interrupts and breaks with the normal course of things. More so than as positive sciences or as philosophical worldviews, therefore, the discourses of Marx and Freud are better seen as doctrines of the intervening subject. Even though psychoanalysis and Marxism have nothing to do with one another, the totality they would form is inconsistent. It is beyond doubt that Freud's unconscious and Marx's proletariat have the same epistemological status with regard to the break they introduce in the dominant conception of the subject. Alain Badiou writes in Theory of the Subject, where is the unconscious? Where is the proletariat? These questions have no chance of being solved either by an empirical designation or by the transparency of a reflection. They require the dry and enlightened labor of analysis and of politics. Enlightened and also organized, into concepts as much as into institutions. 30. The commonality between Marx and Freud, in other words, lies in their willingness and ability to propose the hypothesis of a universal truth of the political or desiring subject in answer to the crises of their time, whether these are the uprisings of the 1840s to which Marx and Engels respond in the Communist Manifesto with the hypothesis of an unheard-of proletarian capacity for politics, or the hysteric fits and outbursts that spread like wildfire through fin de siècle Vienna to which Freud responds with his hypothesis regarding the universality of a certain pathological subject of desire, as in his fragment of an analysis of a case of hysteria, better known as Dora's case. A certain logic of the missed encounter, as structural historical antagonism or as constitutive discontent, would thus be the ultimate truth about politics and desire that is the conceptual core of the respective doctrines of Marx and Freud. These two figures, however, did not merely follow vaguely comparable or parallel tracks in the direction of a radical kernel of antagonism. Rather, the true insight behind the various attempts at amalgamating a form of Freudo-Marxism derives from the hypothesis that the questions of political, economic, and libidinal causality that the work of these two thinkers poses also mutually, yet without any neat symmetry, presuppose each other. As the Argentine Leon Rosichner writes in Freud y el problema del poder, Freud and the Problem of Power, a book whose title should not hide the extent to which it puts Freudian psychoanalysis in dialogue both with Marxism and with the theory of war of Karl von Clausewitz. I think that the problem at issue is the following: on one hand we have the development of state power since the French Revolution to this day, whether capitalist or socialist, and, at the same time, the emergence of a power of the masses which with ever more vehemence and activism has begun to demand participation in it. This access gained by those who are distanced from power all the while being its foundation presents us with a need linked to the search for the possible efficacy as well as the explication of the failure in which many attempts to reach it culminated, the need to return to the subjective sources of that objective power formed, even in its collective grandeur, by individuals. Trying to understand this place, which is also individual, where that collective power continues somehow to generate itself and at the same time as is all too clear to inhibit itself in its development. In short, what is the significance of the so-called subjective conditions in the development of collective processes that tend toward a radical transformation of social reality? Is the condition of radically not determined precisely by deepening this repercussion of the so-called objective conditions in subjectivity, without which politics is bound to remain ineffective? 31. Such would be, in the broadest possible terms, the long-term presuppositions that undergird the search for an articulation between psychoanalysis and Marxism. After all, as Rosichner also observes, Marx had already pointed out this unity of the subjective and the objective, as opposed to the usual opposition between the merely internal and the merely external. Especially in the notebooks from 1857 to 58 known as the Grundrisse, Foundations of the Critique of Political Economy, speaking of the objectification of labor, which turns individuals immediately into social beings, Marx writes, the conditions which allow them to exist in this way in the reproduction of their life, in their life's process, have been posited only by the historic economic process itself, both the objective and the subjective conditions, which are only the two distinct forms of the same conditions. 32. Conversely, in group psychology and analysis of the ego, Freud famously starts out by insisting that to speak of a social psychology is perhaps more redundant than truly insightful, insofar as the unconscious is always already socialized through and through. In the individual's mental life someone else is invariably involved, as a model, as an object, as a helper, as an opponent, and so from the very first individual psychology, in this extended but entirely justifiable sense of the words, is at the same time social psychology as well. 33. This also means that power and repression are not simply external to the subject, instead, they feed on what we otherwise consider to be our innermost idiosyncrasy. For Rosichner, this paradox of the subjective inscription of power is ultimately what psychoanalysis, as an intervening doctrine which is not restricted to the therapeutic space of the couch in the consultation room, strives to uncover. It is the emergence, beyond censorship and repression, of significations, lived experiences, feelings, thoughts, relations, drives, etc., present in our subjectivity, very often without their having reached consciousness, but actualized in objective relations, which break with that stark opposition that the system has organized in ourselves as though it were as in some way it is our own. 34. Of course, this relation of mutual presupposition between the psychic libidinal and the politico-economic should not serve to hide the profound asymmetries between the two. Marxism and psychoanalysis do not simply complement each other by filling the gap in their neighbor's discourse. Nor should the invocation of what Freud calls overdetermination, as a feature supposed to be common to both fields, lead us to ignore the shifting priorities variously given to one instance or the other, the socio-historical or the psychic, by the different followers of Marx and Freud. Indeed, the question of knowing which would be determining in the final instance is still open, and the chapters that follow certainly do not claim to answer this question definitively. The aim is rather to dwell on the tensions of the struggle between the subjective and the objective, between the psychic and the historical, precisely as struggle, as combat, and as transaction. Transaction, objective-subjective elaboration of an agreement, the result of a prior struggle, of a combat in which the one who will become subject, that is, the I or the ego, is not that sweet angelical being called child, such as the adult imagines it, which would come to be molded with impunity by the system without resistance, Rosichner insists. If there is transaction, if the I is its locus, there was a struggle at the origin of individuality, there were winners and losers, and the formation of the subject is the description of this process. 35 Indeed, it is with an eye on studying the intricacies of such a struggle that I turn in the following pages to a small corpus of texts and artworks from Latin America. More so than as a work of commemoration, not to mention nostalgia, I envision the studies that follow as exercises in a kind of counter-memory, not unlike the installation The Wretched of the Earth from the Argentine photographer Marcelo Brodsky. This installation includes a series of books that its owner, like so many students and intellectuals in the mid-1970s when the military junta in Argentina considered all such books potential proof of subversive activity that could lead to imprisonment, torture, and death, decided to bury in her backyard, where almost 20 years later they were dug up by her 2 adult children. Although time and the elements have eaten away at the books to the point of making them nearly unrecognizable, most readers familiar with the literature from the period will be able to discern that among the books on display in Brodsky's installation are Spanish translations of Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth, Los Condenados de la Tierra, Louis Althusser's For Marx, La Revolución Teórica de Marx, a collection of essays by Erich Fromm, Herbert Marcuse, André Gortz, and Victor Olia. Franco, La Sociedad Industrial Contemporánea, as well as a totally disheveled and nearly coverless copy of Materialismo Histórico y Materialismo Dialéctico, Historical Materialism and Dialectical Materialism, with texts by Althusser and Badiou, published in the book series Pasado y Presente, edited by José Arrico. In a handwritten letter accompanying the installation, the original owner explains that, since she no longer remembered where exactly she had buried the books, her 2 sons had to dig several holes over the course of 4 days before finding the treasure. She adds, the screams of joy from our kids contrasted sharply with the image of the destroyed books and everything they represented. 36. Much of what I hope to do with the studies included in the present book can be said to consist in an effort to dig similar holes and tell the story of what happened with those works and others like them that were censored, forgotten, buried, or destroyed since the mid-1970s, in sharp contrast to the time in the late 1960s and early 1970s when many of them still represented obligatory reading materials for students, writers, intellectuals, militants, and artists alike. This effort in constructing an archive of counter-memory concerns not only the books that were actually buried and, in some cases, disinterred, what happened, for example, between the coup of 1976 in Argentina, when the books listed above were abandoned to the criticism of worms, and the supposed return to democracy during which, in 1994, they were brought back into broad daylight and exhibited to the public? Counter-memory also concerns the ideas, dreams, and projects that were otherwise forced to find a more figurative hiding place in the inner recesses of the psychic apparatus of their original readers and proponents. The questions that I have in mind are similar to the ones that Leon Rosichner asks of Oscar del Barco, for instance, regarding the long period of silence that separates his recent epistolary confession in Thou Shalt Not Kill from the historical acts of violence for which 40 years later he offers his loud mea culpa. Are we sure that one can pass, just like that, from one theory to another, from one concept to another, asks Rosichner. So then what happened to our body, to our imagination, to our affects? 37 Del Barco may well have found a way to abandon Che Guevara's deadly model of guerrilla warfare in favor of a post-metaphysical ethics of respect for the other inspired by Emmanuel Levinas. Yet he does not touch upon the subjective roots both psychical and corporeal of this seemingly purely theoretical shift. Nor does he clarify the personal coherence, or lack thereof, behind the decisions of those who were militants then and are anti-militants now. But beyond the act of personal contrition that allows them to put their lives back together, what really matters, for us, is that these facts, which they did not assume, remained congealed like hard cores, or black holes, in the collective consciousness. They determine the past which for us is this future, the future past that we are living today. 38. What remains in the shadows thus involves the motives, illusions, dreams, and misprisions by which the subject becomes part of a historical truth that is still in the making. Where did the guilt, the shame, the anxiety, the rage, the pain, or the fear of death go to hide during all those years before erupting into a loud confession that revolves around a Judeo-Christian commandment? In part following Rosichner's approach, the point of the exercises of genealogical counter-memory that I am proposing here is not to retrieve such subjective elements by inserting them into a nostalgic re-objectification of the past, but rather to reactivate their silent and still untapped resources for the sake of a critique of the present. If at the time one had assumed as a social responsibility that which later underwent a metamorphosis and became a purely individual guilt, Rosichner continues, one might have permitted the creation of something which fashionable thinking today calls an event, and thus the creation of a new meaning that would vanquish the determinism that marked us all. 39. Along these lines, incidentally, what in European theory and philosophy is called an event or act will also receive a rather different, frequently polemical interpretation thanks to the confrontation with the conceptual trajectories behind similar notions in Latin America. Given this critical and theoretical orientation, my project is only indirectly related to the many left turns in the recent political history of Latin America, where at the start of 2010 we had democratically elected center-left, left populist, or self-proclaimed socialist governments in power in at least 11 countries. 2 centuries after the wars of independence, 1 century after the Mexican Revolution, half a century after the Cuban Revolution, the new mole has re-emerged spectacularly in the continent of José Martí, Bolívar, Sandino, Farabundo Martí, Mariátegui, Fidel, Che, and Allende, writes Amir Saider, borrowing the famous mole metaphor from Hegel and Marx. It has taken on new forms in order to continue the centuries-old struggle for emancipation of the peoples of Latin America and the Caribbean. 40. This circumstance, which constitutes the favorite topic for sociologists and political scientists writing about Latin America today, certainly contributes to the recent resurgence of interest in the intellectual and ideological debates of the 1960s and 1970s. Testimonies and anthologies thus proliferate, as do the often state-sponsored facsimile republication of books and even entire runs of left-wing journals. For the most part, though, the rich documentary and testimonial literature that has come out of the different left turns has yet to produce an equivalent intensification in the overall critical analysis and theoretical elaboration of Marxism and psychoanalysis in Latin America, a collective project to which I hope to make a small contribution in the case studies that follow. The present book thus seeks to reassess the untimely relevance of certain aspects of the work of Marx, but also of Lenin and Mao, and Freud, but also of Lacan, in and for Latin America, with select case studies drawn from Mexico, Argentina, Chile, and Cuba. Starting from the above-mentioned premise that Marxism and Freudianism strictly speaking are neither philosophical worldviews nor positive sciences, but rather intervening doctrines of the subject respectively in political and clinical affective situations, I argue in the chapters of the book that art and literature, the novel, poetry, theater, film no less than the militant tract or the theoretical treatise, provide symptomatic sites for the investigation of such processes of subjectivization. I will discuss almost none of the major recognized figures behind the various communist, Marxist-Leninist, Trotskyist, Guevarist, Maoist, parties in Latin America such as Julio Antonio Mella in Cuba, José Carlos Mariátegui and Victor Raúl Haya de la Torre in Peru, Farabundo Martí and Roque Dalton in El Salvador, Vicente Lombardo Toledano in Mexico, René Zavaleta Mercado and Guillermo Lora in Bolivia, Marta Harnecker in Chile, Cuba, and Venezuela, Luis Carlos Prestes Orqueo Prado Jr. in Brazil, Luis Emilio Recabarren or Salvador Allende in Chile, Rodney Arizamendi in Uruguay, or any Bolponts and Otto Vargas in Argentina. 41 Nor do I have any pretension or the wherewithal to retell the official history of the different national affiliates of the International Psychoanalytical Association, IPA, many of which are gathered in overarching organizations such as the FEPAL, or Federación Psicoanalítica de América Latina, Psychoanalytic Federation of Latin America, formerly known as COPAL, or Coordinating Committee of Psychoanalytic Organizations of Latin America. 42 My justification for not taking this canonical route is twofold. First, because large parts of the history of the reception of Marx and Freud in their national and institutional venues have already been published, and, second, because the heretical treatments of Marxism and Freudianism in literary, artistic, and critical theoretical form are often far more acutely aware of the shortcomings and the as yet untapped resources of Marx and Freud in and for Latin America. Besides, I might add that, just as I do not discuss any of the major intellectuals of the different internationals linked to the legacies of Marx and Freud, so too most of the figures discussed in this book are absent from the extant histories of the reception of Marxism and psychoanalysis in Latin America, the principal exception in this last regard being the Cuban writer and freedom fighter José Martí. To be sure, not all 10 chapters of this book combine, or even seek to combine, equal parts from both Marxism and psychoanalysis. None aim to refer the works under discussion either to some prior orthodoxy or to some longed-for univocity based on these two discourses. Some chapters even discuss texts such as a series of pulp fiction detective novels that may appear at first sight to be only remotely related to the topic of Marx and Freud in Latin America. In each case, however, I attempt to tease out a theoretical framework from the texts themselves, to the point where an author who is the object of analysis in one chapter can become the methodological reference point with which to analyze the objects of study in another. In fact, if there exists a standard against which I would like this book to be measured, aside from a penchant to go against the grain of accepted readings, it would be the idea of breaking down the traditional lines of demarcation between object and subject, criticism and theory, or literature and philosophy. Marxism and psychoanalysis, in this sense, serve as jumping-off points toward a renewed understanding of what I would gladly call critical theory, an intellectual practice for which criticism is not simply an ancillary qualification of theory but instead refers back to the specific tasks of close reading, as in literary or film criticism. 43 Finally, at key points in this book and again at the very end, politics and psychoanalysis enter into dialogue with religion not only by way of a historical critique of Christianity or of the role of liberation theology in Latin America, but also through a brief return to on the Jewish question, that is, to Marx's text, as well as to some of the broader issues surrounding the question of religion whereof echoes can still be heard in the many writings by and on Freud, such as The Future of an Illusion. There is yet a third reason why I sidestep all discussion of the orthodox traditions of Marxism and Freudianism in Latin America, namely that, chronologically speaking, all the works analyzed in this book, again with the exception of José Martí's writings, belong to a period in the latter half of the 20th century marked by the internal crisis and critique of orthodox Marxism, and a concomitant revision of, and critical return to, Freud. If Martí is part of this book, it is because his chronicle on the occasion of Karl Marx's death on March 14, 1883, especially when read in conjunction with Martí's only novel, his 1885 Lucia Horace, also known as Amistad Funesta, anticipates a number of principles, in particular the logic of uneven development and the melodramatic responses that this logic often seems to elicit, that will recur in subsequent articulations of culture, politics, and psychoanalysis in the second half of the 20th century, when we gradually cross beyond a post-revolutionary horizon. The events of 1968 clearly mark a threshold along this trajectory, and their influence can therefore be felt throughout the book. Thus, José Revueltas, thrown in jail by the government of President Gustavo Díaz Ordaz for his alleged role as intellectual instigator behind the revolt of this watershed year in Mexico, constitutes one of the book's central theoretical reference points, together with the work of the Argentine Freudo-Marxist Leon Rosichner. More specifically, Revueltas's 1964 novel Los Errors, The Errors, and his posthumous Dialectica de la Conciencia, Dialectic of Consciousness, written in the 1970s in the Lecumberri prison, are analyzed in chapters 2 and 3 in terms of a critique of Stalinism and the ethico-theoretical revision of Marxism. Together with a little book by Paco Ignacio Taibo II, Revueltas's interpretation of the events of 1968 is also read in Chapter 6 as a counterpoint to Octavio Paz's poem about the massacre that took place in Tlatelolco on October 2, 1968, a poem that Paz sent to the cultural supplement of the magazine Siempre. Right after the massacre, while at the same time submitting his resignation as the ambassador for Mexico in India to President Díaz Ordaz. Rosichner's little-known book Moral Burguesa y Revolución, Bourgeois Morality and Revolution, on the other hand, provides an important subtext for the Cuban filmmaker Tomás Gutiérrez Elia's 1968 movie Memorias del Subdesarrollo, Memories of Underdevelopment, which I study in Chapter 4 in conjunction with Gutiérrez Elia's own Dialectica del Espectador, the viewer's dialectic. Rosichner's work in Freudo-Marxism in general, and his critique of Christianity in particular through the reading of Augustine's Confessions in his 1997 book La Cosa y la Cruz, The Thing and the Cross, constitutes the topic of Chapter 5. Subsequent chapters, by contrast, inquire into the melancholy paths of the post-1968 left. Chapter 7 provides an analysis of the Maoist legacy in the writings of the Argentine novelist and critic Ricardo Piglia, especially his 1975 novella Homenaje a Roberto Arlt, Homage to Roberto Arlt, included in Nombre Falso, assumed name. This analysis leads to a critique of the political economy of traditional concepts of art and literature that persist even within the revolutionary left, from Bakunin to Lenin to Trotsky. In Chapter 8, I read the play Feliz Nuevo Siglo Dr. Freud, Happy New Century, Dr. Freud, which the Mexican playwright Sabina Berman in 2000 devoted to a reworking of Freud's famous Dora case, in light of the question of cultural democratization and the emancipatory potential of psychoanalysis. In Chapter 9, the series of 9 novels, 10 if we include Muertos Incomodos, or The Uncomfortable Dead, co-authored with Subcommandant Marcos from the EZLN or Ejército Zapatista de Liberación Nacional, that, between 1976 and 1993, Paco Ignacio Taibo II structured around his hard-boiled detective Hector Belascoren Shane, are interpreted as contributions to a narrative history of the left in Mexico. In Chapter 10, through an analysis of the novels Plata Quemada, Money to Burn, by Ricardo Piglia and Mano de Obra, Labor Power or Manual Labor, by the Chilean Diamila Elti, I discuss the recurrent temptation of seeking a radical anarchistic alternative, often figured as the gift of a giant potlatch, to the crisis of neoliberalism and the formation of that new world order which Michael Hart and Antonio Negri famously describe as empire in their book of the same title, a book which was widely circulated and debated in the Southern Cone, especially around the time of the economic crisis of December 2001 in Argentina. Finally, the epilogue revisits a question that runs through each of the previous chapters as seen in particular through the twin matrices of melodrama and the crime story, namely, the shifting relationship of hierarchy between ethics and politics that resulted from the moralization of political militancy among the post-1968 left. 1. Marty and Marx. Marty on Marx. Neither Saint Simon, nor Karl Marx, nor Marlowe, nor Bakunin. Instead, the reforms that are best suited to our own bodies. José Martí, La Nación, February 20, 1890. If Marx fails to see any revolutionary potential in the realities of Latin America, overshadowed as these would be by the constant temptation of despotism due to a lagging or insufficient development of civil society, we should hasten to add that the misunderstanding often turns out to be reciprocal. Think of Honores a Karl Marx, Que ha muerto, tributes to Karl Marx, who has died, a well-known but strangely understudied chronicle by the Cuban writer and independence fighter José Martí, written when he resided in New York and worked as a foreign correspondent for, among others, the Argentine daily newspaper La Nación. This chronicle has been acknowledged as being a first pillar in the reception of Marxism in the strict philosophical sense in Latin America. 1. In it, Marty focuses on a commemorative event that took place on March 19, 1883 in the Great Hall at the Cooper Union in Manhattan, marking the occasion of Marx's death 5 days earlier. Of this quite extraordinary chronicle, officially dated March 29, 1883 by its author and published in La Nación on May 13 and 16, 1883, I wish in the first place to single out the curious mise en scene. Marty, as he had done the previous year with Oscar Wilde, indeed invites his distant readers to become the virtual spectators of a scene to which he appears to have been a personal eyewitness. Ved esta gran sala. Karl Marx ha muerto, writes Marty. Look at this great hall. Karl Marx has died, repeating the visual interpellation just a few lines later. Ved esta sala 2. What we are invited to look at, for obvious reasons, is a velorio a cuerpo ausent, that is, awake in the absence of the deceased's corpse. Of that famous Karl Marx whom the resolutions of the impassioned assembly in the end proclaimed to be the most noble hero and the most powerful thinker of the working world, we will have obtained only the effigy or figure, by way of a large crayon portrait standing behind the back of the speakers. Look at this hall. Presiding over it, wreathed in green leaves, is the portrait of that ardent reformer, uniter of men of different nations, tireless and forceful organizer. 3. Around this absent corpse, not to say ghost, Marty describes how there gathers a whole collective scene of men and women who respectfully take turns to invoke and pay tribute to some aspect or other of the figure of Marx. The void of the dead man's body thus seems to be filled, as if compensated for by a surfeit of affectivity ranging from anger to awe. Through this public display of affect, the Great Hall of the Cooper Union in New York City becomes first and foremost the stage for a concrete example of what Marty considers the true labor of the co-author of the Communist Manifesto, namely, his role as a political organizer, rather than the pursuit of scientific ambition displayed in Capital, a project of which the Cuban writer in any event only seems to have a vague idea at best, and which would not begin to be translated into Spanish until 1895, the year of Marty's death, when the Argentine Juan B. Justo began his version of the first volume of Marx's Das Kapital. The International was his work, and men of all nations are coming to pay tribute to him, writes Marty, but not without immediately offering the following judgment, adopting a slightly paternalistic, gendered tone that will come back toward the end of the chronicle. The multitude, made up of valiant laborers, the sight of whom is touching and comforting, displays more muscles than adornments, more honest faces than silken scarves, for all of this, incidentally, is framed in something that we might call a moral aesthetic, or an ethics of the beauty of work, based on a normative and transcendentalist idea of nature, inspired by Emerson. Work makes men beautiful. The sight of a field hand, an iron worker, or a sailor is rejuvenating. As they grapple with nature's forces, they come to be as fair as nature. 5. Despite this attempt at a natural organicist aestheticization of the world of workers, Marty's chronicle never ceases to respond adversely to the great labor of Marx as a militant political organizer. Up to half a dozen times, Marty repeats the same reproach that Marx and his followers in the First International seek to accomplish their noble ends with wrong or misguided means. Karl Marx has died. He deserves to be honored, for he placed himself on the side of the weak. But it is not the man who points out the harm and burns with generous eagerness to remedy it who does well, it is the man who advocates a mild remedy. 6. If this first formulation remains suspiciously convoluted, to the point of blurring the line between the good and the bad ways of remedying a wrong, the following phrasing does little to clear up the confusion. To set men against men is an appalling task, writes Marty, without clarifying whether this is what he sees Marx and his followers as doing, or whether he is merely describing the daunting aspect of what they, like any other human being for that matter, are up against. The forced bestialization of some men for the profit of others stirs our indignation. But that indignation must be vented in such a way that the beast ceases to be, without escaping its bonds and causing fear. 7. Third phrasing seems necessary in order to dispel all doubts regarding the main thrust of Marty's objection against Marx. This formulation, furthermore, is absolutely crucial if we keep in mind not only the Hegelian prejudice that, according to José Arrico, would have kept Marx from properly understanding the Latin American realities, but also a certain ideological image of women and the limited role that Marty attributes to them in the process of social transformation. Karl Marx studied the means of establishing the world on new bases. He awoke the sleepers and showed them how to cast down the cracked pillars. But he went very fast and sometimes in darkness. He did not see that without a natural and laborious gestation, children are not born viable, from a nation in history or from a woman in the home. 8. Social change, even or especially when revolutionary in nature, would thus by necessity have to follow the various stages of a seemingly natural process, without allowing it to become hurried or premature. Or, sticking to the same metaphor, we might say that the difference between Marx and Marty lies in the fact that, for the Cuban writer, the gestation and birth of a nation in history, like that of a child at home, should be able to do without the force or violence that, for the author of Das Kapital, is the midwife of every old society which is pregnant with a new one. 9. Marty subsequently repeats the same criticism 3 more times, referring not just to Marx himself but also to his acolytes, the members and sympathizers of the International Working Men's Association, whose militant activists he sees gathered in the Great Hall that Monday evening in New York City. About the fellow countrymen and women of a certain Lekovich, who speaks to them with Babelic confusion in English, German, and Russian, the Cuban exile says, "But no, these impatient, generous men, defiled by wrath, will not be the ones to lay the foundations of the new world. They are the spur, and serve their purpose, like the voice of conscience that might fall asleep, but the long sharp steel of a horseman's goad is of little use as a founding hammer." 10. About the German communist anarchist Johann Most, he says that his right hand carries no balm with which to heal the wounds inflicted by his left. Finally, about the meeting in general, Marty adds one last overarching note of condemnation: music is heard and choirs ring out, but it is not the music of peace. 11. The reasons for Marty's missed encounter with the internationalist politics of Marx would thus seem to be clear enough. According to this hero of Cuban independence and longtime resident in the belly of the monster from the north, Marx would have been the apostle of the religion of hatred instead of love, and of war instead of peace. In fact, here we would do well to recall that Marty frames his account of the commemorative event for Marx between 2 strange vignettes. He thus begins his chronicle by portraying the difference between the workers' movements in America and in Europe, and he quickly follows his account of the Marx Memorial by evaluating the possible decision of Columbia University in New York City either to open its doors to female students or else to create a separate undergraduate college for women, as would eventually come to pass in 1889 with the foundation of Barnard College. Evidently, even though in most extant editions these parts are left out, there is a close connection between the 2 sections that immediately frame Marty's chronicle and the central part about the commemorative event at the Cooper Union in honor of Marx. Indeed, in talking about the contrast between the tactics of workers from the old and new worlds, Marty does no more than prepare the ground in anticipation of his reproach that Marx would have fomented hatred instead of love amid the working class. The future must be conquered with clean hands. The workmen of the United States would be more prudent if the most aggrieved and enraged workmen of Europe were not emptying the dregs of their hatred into their ears. Germans, Frenchmen, and Russians guide these discussions. The Americans tend to resolve the concrete matter at hand in their meetings, while those from abroad raise it to an abstract plane. Good sense and the fact of having been born into a free cradle make the men of this place slow to wrath. The rage of those from abroad is roiling and explosive because their prolonged enslavement has repressed and concentrated it. But the rotten apple must not be allowed to spoil the whole healthy barrel, though it could. The excrescences of monarchy, which rot and gnaw at liberty's bosom like a poison, cannot match liberty's power. 12. In a number of chronicles from the same period, Marty would time and again reiterate this distinction in organizational style between the workers' movements in Europe and in America. Still in the same letter chronicle from March 29, 1883, in another segment usually not included in reproductions of his account of the Marx Memorial, he restates the notion that the Europeans who arrived in New York filled the minds of workers in the United States with the morals of hatred and resentment. He does this with his usual rhetorical flair after comparing the disproportionate numbers of people in attendance at different events taking place around the time in the United States. Some 20,000 people went to the funeral of the pugilist, to the ball of a Vanderbilt, who is a Rothschild in this part of America, 1,000 gallant men and ladies, and 10,000 men with restless hands, coarse outfits, irreverent hats and inflamed hearts, went to applaud the fervent multilingual orators who excite the sons of labor to war, in memory of that German with the silky soul and iron fist, the most famous Karl Marx, whose recent death they honor. 13. Marty, then, can almost be said to want to take the class struggle out of Marxism. Instead of communism, he defends the common sense and calm pragmatism of the new republic's civic tradition and representative political system. As Ruben Dario asserted, if there was a certain peculiarity, an exceptional gift, or virtue in Marty, it expressed itself in his literary writing. His political ideas, however, remained always within the Hispanic-American Republican canon, affirms Rafael Rojas, the author of a recent biography of Marty. Brief and solemn forms, succinct and respectable Republican representations, herein lies the discreet, primordial republicanism of José Martí. 14 Coming from the hand of an exiled intellectual who would die on the battlefield for the independence of Cuba, Marty's words of condemnation for Marx sound strange only if we ignore the profound admiration that the Cuban writer feels at the same time for the political achievements made possible in the United States, his temporary homeland, through the right to vote and the freedom of expression. The Old World, by contrast, remains steeped in the century-long legacy of monarchy and despotism. Thus, in a letter to La Nación on September 5, 1884, Martí also writes, "Boats filled with hatred come from Europe, they should be covered with boats full of balsamic love." 15 Any direct transfer of political ideas and organizational tactics from the Old to the New World, therefore, must be considered at best misguided, and at worst disastrous. A couple of years later, in the first of two famous chronicles about the trial of the anarchists from the Haymarket incident in Chicago, whose martyrdom we commemorate in all parts of the world except, paradoxically, in the United States, where the events happened in the first place as May Day, Martí similarly talks about those ideologues who come to the New World from Europe, mere mouthpieces through which the feverish hatred accumulated over centuries among the working people in Europe comes to be emptied out over America, and he compares them yet again unfavorably to the style of political association in the New World. They recommended barbarous remedies imagined in countries where those who suffer have neither the right to speak nor to vote, whereas here the unhappiest fellow has in his mouth the free speech that denounces evil and in his hand the vote that makes the law that shall topple it. In favor of their foreign language, and of the very same laws they blindly ignored, they managed to obtain large masses of followers in cities where lots of Germans are employed, in New York, Milwaukee, Chicago. 16. It would take another year, in a new chronicle on the trial, conviction, and execution of 4 of the Chicago anarchists, for Martí to change his attitude dramatically. This shift in attitude can be explained by the fact that, in the meantime, the social struggle in this great nation, between general strikes, escalating trade unionist demands, police brutality, and violent repression, had shortened the distance in style between the workers' movements in Europe and America. This republic, in its excessive worship of wealth, has fallen, without any of the restraints of tradition, into the inequality, injustice, and violence of the monarchies, Martí observes on this occasion about his host country. And later, he is even more direct. America, then, is the same as Europe. So that the use of violence as an inevitable last resort, what is sometimes referred to as the Red Terror, though for the period in question the Red and Black Terror would have been a more appropriate appellation given the mixture of communist and anarchist ideas, might now seem justified. Once the disease is recognized, the generous spirit goes forth in search of a remedy, Once all peaceful measures have been exhausted, the generous spirit, upon which the pain of others works like a worm in an open wound, turns to the remedy of violence. 17. With regard to the merit of giving women entrance to the university, on the other hand, the mixed feelings and doubts that Marty expresses in his letter chronicle on the death of Marx convey the extent to which the ideal of organic social change as both harmonious and natural, born however laboriously from the bosom of a nation in history no less than from the bosom of a woman in the home, presupposes the tender collaboration of the feminine soul in its most retrograde and misogynistic aspect. No one looks askance on the toughening of the feminine soul, for that is the outcome of the virile existence to which women are led by the need to take care of themselves and defend themselves from the men who are moved by appetite. Better that the soul be toughened than that it be debased. For there is so much goodness in the souls of women that even after having been deceived, plunged into despair, and toughened, they still exude a perfume. All of life is there, in finding a good flower. 18. We could say that in Marty's argument there occurs, first, a displacement from politics to morals, or from the struggle of the poor to the plight of the weak. 19. Incidentally, this displacement would be reversed much later, in Fidel Castro's imprecise recollection of Marty's chronicle on the Marx Memorial. As one Marty scholar observes, social conflicts are now eminently moral problems. Their solution must be sought after, not in the change of the social system but in the creation of a moral conscience, generous and just, which would harmonize, without partialities, the interests of all. 20. But then, secondly, especially through the framing vignettes, there occurs an additional reinscription of the question of moral conscience in the sentimental context of love and hatred in the bosom of the home. This movement from politics to morals and from the public realm to the private space of the family, of course, is the exact opposite of what happens at the start of the Communist Manifesto, where the relation between man and woman as opposed to freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, or guild master and journeyman precisely does not figure among the doublets enumerated to exemplify the fact that, for Marx and Engels, the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Rather, for Marty, the questions of gender and the relations among the sexes in the final instance appear to trump the issue of the class struggle in rather conventional ways. Impurity is so terrible that it can never be voluntary, the Cuban writer says, still with reference to what he calls the feminine soul. An educated woman will be purer. Yet how painful it is to see how the habits of a virile life gradually change these beauteous flowers into flowers of stone. What will become of men on the day when they can no longer rest their heads on a warm, female bosom? 21. Thus, the romantic and organicist image of the reproduction of love at home reasserts its power over Marty's attitude to what he perceives to be the problematic role of women in general in the social struggle, just as the emphasis that he puts on love prevents him from embracing the organizational methods of Marx's followers in the New World. Marx in Marty. If Marx doesn't hold the key to the Pan-American dilemma, maybe a dusted-off, post-colonial José Martí does. Juan Flores, Forward to Roman de la Campa, Cuba on My Mind, Journeys to a Severed Nation. However, this does not necessarily mean that we are left with purely negative, missed encounters between Marx and Latin America, or between Marx and Marty. On the contrary, as I began arguing above, the logic of the failed or missed encounter, as desencuentro, can be considered one name among others for the unequal development of capitalism in its global phase. This could even open up the space for a renewed appreciation of the idea of the encounter, not as a euphemism for the discovery and subsequent colonization of Latin America but in the sense in which the late Louis Althusser used the term to configure what he called the underground current of an aleatory materialism, based on random encounters, as opposed to the supposed determinism and stagism of traditional, dogmatic, or vulgar understandings of dialectical and historical materialism. 22. Marxism would then become the name for a mode of thinking of the missed encounter as such, now understood as the thought of unlinking or of the constitutive lack at the heart of the social link, that is, the structurally uneven development of society under the historical conditions of capitalism. This would enable us to imagine a posthumous dialogue between Marx and Marty. After all, especially starting in the 1870s, Marx also began to formulate a series of hypotheses regarding the notion of uneven development that enabled him to generalize a logic of contingency and unevenness for the entire capitalist world, and not only for the so-called peripheral, backward, semi-capitalist, or colonial countries. As we have seen, Marx never fully took advantage of these hypotheses in order to take a fresh look at Latin America. However, making up for this absence, we can find a strange set of indications that go in the same direction in the writings of Marty. If I may be allowed a play on words, the issue before us at this point no longer concerns the absent corpse of Marx, but the absence of his corpus in Marty's work. How much, or which parts, of Marx's published oeuvre could Marty have read during his years in New York? What did he actually read? Did he ever consult the Communist Manifesto, perhaps in the English translation that was available as early as 1850? Or did he perhaps manage to get a hold of the cheap edition of the manifesto that was prepared with financial contributions gathered precisely during the commemorative event of 1883 at the Cooper Union? How much did Marty know, if anything, about this text of which we recently celebrated the 160th anniversary? And how informed was he about the critique of political economy in Das Kapital, about which a number of speakers at the Cooper Union already raved so eloquently? Did he ever consult the popular summary of the book prepared by the German Johann Most with the help of Marx himself, or the English-language pamphlet version translated by Otto Wademeier and published in 1875 in Hoboken, New Jersey, just a stone's throw away from Marty's residence in New York City? 23. Even Fidel Castro, in a recent autobiographical interview with Ignacio Ramonet, confesses to a certain wise ignorance in this regard. Or, at least, he cleverly transposes his own supposed ignorance by attributing it to the specialists of Marty's work. He had apparently read a little Marx, because in his works he talks about him. He has 2 or 3 magnificent phrases, when he mentions Marx, and one of them, I remember now, is given that he took the side of the poor, he deserves honor. And like that one, there are other phrases that praise Marx, says Fidel, surreptitiously putting the poor back in the place of the weak, and ignoring the fact that almost all references to Marx in Marty's complete works, depending on the edition used, this amounts to 4 or 5 references, are actually negative ones, similar to the one used as an epigraph to the present chapter. Promptly, though, the Cuban leader adds his doubts about the matter. I'm not certain whether even the experts in Marty's thought know what knew about Marx, but he did know that Marx was a fighter on the side of the poor. Remember that Marx was fighting for the organization of workers, founding the Communist International. And Marty certainly knew that, even though those debates centered almost exclusively on Europe, and Marty of course was fighting for the independence of a colonized, slave-holding country. 24. In reality, no matter how much the leaders of the Cuban Revolution may regret this, we have no palpable proof that Marty would have been directly familiar with any of Marx's texts. Marty's references not only consist of open or coded criticisms, but also speak exclusively of Marx's work as a political organizer, without mentioning any of his publications. However, we do have at our disposal an unexpected source for comparison, this time literary in nature, namely, the only novel written by Marty, Lucia Horace, also known by the earlier title Amistad Funesta, Baneful Friendship, under which Marty, writing under the pseudonym Adelaide Rall, first published the novel in 9 installments between May 15 and September 15, 1885, in the New York biweekly El Latino Americano. In certain parts of this novel, in fact, the Cuban writer almost seems to be summarizing, word for word, the logic of revolutionary social change that we find in so many of Marx's classical statements, which since then have been buried under a mountain of glosses both orthodox and heretical. We can also read in the Second Chronicle on the trial of the Chicago anarchists, in which Marty already looked with much more sympathy upon the ideological work of Bakunin's followers, They do not understand that they are only a will in the social mechanism and that in order for them to change the whole mechanism must be changed. 25 The logic of this great mechanism or engranage is what Marty himself, in Lucia Horace as well as in many of his best-known chronicles and essays, including the prologue to Juan Antonio Pérez Bonalda's poem of Niagara and most famously Our America describes as the production of structural disjunctions, maladjustments, or dismemberments at all levels of social life from the dress code of the youth that no longer corresponds to the distinction of their soul, all the way to the radical upset, or the sudden turnabout, caused by the lack of adaptation between the level of economic development and the attendant social, political, and cultural relations. Here is how the narrator describes the situation in a high-sounding didactic aside in Lucia Horace. These times of ours are disjointed, and with the collapse of the old social barriers and the refinements of education, there has come into being a new and vast class of aristocrats of intelligence, with all the needs of appearance and rich tastes that follow from it, without there having been any time as of yet, in the rapidity of the turnabout, for the change in the organization and distribution of fortunes to correspond to the brusque alteration of social relations, produced by the political liberties and the vulgarization of knowledge. 26. In Marty's text, this logic of uneven development, based on a structural lack of correspondence, in the first place affects the life of intellectuals in Latin America. Since with our Spanish-American heads, filled with ideas from Europe and North America, we find ourselves in our countries in the manner of fruits without a market. Like excrescences of the earth that weigh down on it and disturb it, and not as its natural flourishing, it so happens that those who possess intelligence, which is sterile among us due to its ill guidance, finding themselves in need of making it fertile so as simply to subsist, devote it with exclusive excess to the political battles, in the noblest of cases, thus producing an imbalance between the scarce country and the political surfeit, or else, pressured by the urgencies of life, they serve the strong man in power who pays and corrupts them, or they strive to topple him when, bothered by needy newcomers, the same strong man withdraws his abundant payment for their baneful services. 27. Thus, the very baneful or ill-fated nature of the mysterious friendship alluded to in the novel's original title, Amistad Funesta, would somehow be related to the disastrously imbalanced outcomes of uneven development. Indeed, the only other two references in the novel to the element of lo funesto also allude to the effects of a structural maladjustment. One Horace is thus said to have given in his life filled with books and abstractions, to the sweet necessity, which is so often baneful, of squeezing against his heart a little pale hand, this one or that one, it mattered little to him, he saw in womanhood the symbol of ideal beauties more so than a real being. 28 And about Pedro, the dandyish figure whose physical attractiveness is matched only by his arrogance, we are told that he saw in his own beauty, the baneful beauty of a lazy and ordinary man, a natural title, that of a lion, over all earthly goods, including the greatest among them, which are its beautiful creatures. 29 But, for the narrator, this is only another example of that rich beauty of a man, graceful and firm, with which nature clothes a scarce soul. 30 Friendship and love, among other phenomena, become baneful or fatal in Marty's novel precisely due to such maladjustments between the ideal and the real, between physical beauty and moral scarcity, between the life of the mind and the life of the heart, or between the paucity of bourgeois civil society and the surfeit of politics. Some of the fragments quoted above, in particular the first one, obviously recall the famous preface to the 1859 contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, in which Marx sums up the theoretical and methodological presuppositions of his work in preparation for Capital. Though famous to the point of saturation, this passage deserves to be quoted at length once more, if for no other reason than to highlight the striking terminological proximities and no less striking discrepancies when compared to Marty. In the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independent of their will, namely relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or this merely expresses the same thing in legal terms with the property relations within the framework of which they have operated hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an era of social revolution. The changes in the economic foundation lead sooner or later to the transformation of the whole immense superstructure. In studying such transformations, it is always necessary to distinguish between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, artistic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. 31. A similar passage about methodology can already be found in the Communist Manifesto, which Marty may or may not have been able to read, or at least hear about, during his years in New York City. We see then, the means of production and of exchange, on whose foundation the bourgeoisie built itself up, were generated in feudal society. At a certain stage in the development of these means of production and of exchange, the conditions under which feudal society produced and exchanged, the feudal organization of agriculture and manufacturing industry, in one word, the feudal relations of property, became no longer compatible with the already developed productive forces. They became so many fetters. They had to be burst asunder. They were burst asunder. Into their place stepped free competition, accompanied by a social and political constitution adapted to it, and by the economic and political sway of the bourgeois class. 32. Finally, toward the end of Extracts from the Capital by Karl Marx, the 42-page pamphlet that Marty may have read in Wade Meyer's translation, this logic of radical social change is applied to the fate of capitalism itself. The privileges of capital now become fetters to the mode of production which has risen with them and through them. The contradiction of the means of production and the socialization of labor arrive at a point where they become incompatible with their capitalistic frame. It will be burst. The death knell of the capitalistic private property is sounded. The appropriators of strange property will be expropriated. Thus the individual property will be reinstated, but on the basis of the acquisition of the modern mode of production. There will arise an amalgamation of free labor, which will collectively own the earth and the means of production created by labor. 33. If we limit ourselves to this conceptual juxtaposition without bringing up questions of form, there are already two important points of disagreement that immediately catch the eye. For Marty, first of all, there is no linear relation of causality between what, in light of the fragments from Marx, has come to be known as the base and the superstructure. On the contrary, political freedom and the democratization of knowledge, for example, can also come about prior to or without a corresponding transformation at the level of bourgeois civil society or political economy. In fact, this is precisely the problem that besets the newly emergent nations in Latin America, where formal or political independence has not been matched by economic, social, or ideological independence. But there also appears to be a second, as yet understated or implicit disagreement in Marty's phrasing, the consequences of which are, if possible, even more portentous for the interpretation of Marxism. This second disagreement has to do with the presupposition, which Marx and Marty at first sight would appear to share in common, that normally there exists an underlying harmony or correspondence between base and superstructure, or between the productive forces and the social relations of production with their legal, political, religious, and ideological superstructure, a correspondence interrupted only during times of revolutionary upheaval, but otherwise firmly asserted, or so it seems, as a regulative ideal by both Marx and Marty. And yet, contrary to the initial appearance of a shared presupposition, no sooner do we take a closer look at the peculiar literary aesthetic formulation of this ideal in Lucia Horace, as opposed to Marty's more famous statements such as his prologue to Pérez Bonalda's poem of Niagara, then we have to come to the conclusion that all such presuppositions of harmony or correspondence turn out to be inoperative, if not for the capitalist world in general then at least in the specific context of Latin America. What I wish to underscore in relation to Marty's novel is not just the surprising proximity to certain phrasings from Marx's canonical texts so much as the literary form and generic structure adopted therein. Lucia Horace, or Amistad Funesta, in fact constitutes a sentimental romance that ends in nothing less than the violent destruction of all the ideals of natural or harmonious development for which Marty, in his chronicle about the death of Marx, thought he could still count on the support of the feminine soul. The melodrama of ill-fated friendship and unrequited love thus ends with the brutal assassination of Sol, the adolescent orphan whose physical beauty at the same time is supposed to embody the moral ideal as well at the hands of her friend and potential rival or lover Lucia Horace. Juan Horace, on the other hand, never manages to fulfill his historical role as the story's organic intellectual, his dream of becoming a man of letters, more specifically, a lawyer at the service of the poor indigenous peasants. To be sure, like Marx, whom Marty does praise in his chronicle as a man consumed with the desire to do good, and who saw in everything what he bore within, rebellion, the high road, combat, Juan Horace, too, seems destined for a higher moral mission. Juan Horace's was one of those unhappy souls that can only do what is grand and love what is pure. 34 And yet, in the end, his obsession with righting the wrongs of the whole universe, his nostalgia for the heroic grandeur of epic deeds, and his well-nigh masochistic sense of duty lead him to an attitude of the beautiful soul whose only proof of moral integrity is that it is inversely proportionate to the sordidness of the world in which, despite everything, he is forced to circulate. Everything on this earth, in these dark times, tends to degrade the soul, everything from books and paintings to business and effects, to the point of provoking the luminous illness of the great souls, reduced to petty chores by their current duties or the impositions of chance. 35. Melodrama's genre and gender conventions thus are put into play as the experimental ground for testing and interrogating the brusque alteration of social relations produced in Latin America by the newfound political liberties and the vulgarization of knowledge for which there has not been any corresponding change in the economical distribution of fortunes. Melodrama links the crisis of modernity to desire and to the body, aside from facilitating an investigation into the processes of representation, as Francine Masiello writes in a groundbreaking study, using Marty's Lucia Horace as one of her examples. To put this still more radically, I propose that it is impossible to narrate the chaos of the fin de siècle in Latin America without melodrama. 36 The typical family romances such as Amalia by the Argentine José Marmol or Maria by the Colombian Jorge Isaacs that had served as foundational fictions for the joint construction of nation and narration in Latin America thus begin to come apart at the seams in the violent dislocations that give Lucia Horace its melodramatic structure. On the one hand, Marty's novel renders explicit the presuppositions behind the shift from politics to morals, which we saw was implicitly at work in his chronicle about Marx. Using a regionally inflected metaphor for a view that we otherwise would associate with vulgar Marxism, the narrator in yet another didactic digression tells us how, just as the mind's well-being depends on the health of the stomach, so too the secret to a happy and well-ordered nation-state is to be found in the economy of the hacienda. A well-ordered hacienda is the base of universal happiness. In nations or in homes, it is in love even the most unblemished and secure that we must search for the cause of the many upheavals and disruptions that project darkness or ugliness upon them, when they are not the cause of separation, or even death, which is another form of separation. The hacienda is the stomach of happiness. Husbands, lovers, persons who still have to live and who desire to prosper, put some order in your hacienda. 37. On the other hand, in the story's actual unfolding, Lucia Horace violently tears apart the amorous and familial bonds that the text's numerous didactic asides place at the origins of social and political harmony. Not surprisingly, moreover, the misogyny that we found barely hidden in Marty's chronicle in honor of Marx now comes to the foreground in the evaluation of Lucia's potential attraction to Sol. lesbianism indeed appears as the ultimate threat to Marx's peculiar moralization of politics, the epitome of women's autonomy from the constraints of family, reproduction, and heterosexuality. This is why the ultimate example of a baneful friendship within the fictive universe of Amistad Funesta, as Lucia Horace was first known, can be said to lie in the fatal attraction between two women or, even more forcefully, in the unrequited and ultimately murderous love of one woman for another. It is also why Lucia's friendship seems to be driven by such a strong sense of the destructive potential of love, as even some of the earliest commentators were quick to point out. 38. Finally, aside from causing major critics such as the Cuban Cintio Vidier to speak of a case in the clinical pathological sense, Lucia's desire is also a slap in the face of would-be organic intellectuals such as Juan Horace, who is thus reduced to a state of utter inaction in which even the ideal of personal abnegation appears merely as a desperate and ultimately unsuccessful attempt to disguise powerlessness under the cloak of high-minded morality. Whence the peculiar combination of boastful martyrdom and self-sacrificing quixotry. There was in him a strange and violent need for martyrdom, and if, because of the superiority of his soul, he had great difficulty finding friends who would esteem and stimulate his mind, he who felt more of a need to give himself since deep down he did not love himself at all and saw himself more as a property to others that he kept in deposit, gave himself over as a slave to anyone who seemed to love him or understood his delicate nature and wished nothing but good upon him. 39. Whatever the reader makes of this strangely hysterical staging of desire in Lucia Horace, the fact remains that the ideals of harmonious development are here allowed completely and unabashedly to fall apart. In spite of the deep reluctance about the genre to which he publicly confesses and which probably explains why he signs his bad little novel or noveluca under a female pseudonym, Marty almost seems to welcome the narrative constraints of the melodramatic format as a space in which he can work against the pressures put on him everywhere else by the strict normativity of his moral and political outlook. As we will see in the following chapters, this melodramatic orientation will have great repercussions for the imagination of the political left in Latin America throughout much of the 20th century. In fact, together with the detective novel, melodrama seems to be one of the most tempting and recurrent forms for thinking politics today. In order to understand this, the traditional argument, according to which the melodramatic struggle over good and evil provided much needed moral anchorage in the midst of the great social and political upheaval that shook Western Europe after the French Revolution, will have to be extended and transposed onto those more recent times of ours that are post-revolutionary in the much more radical sense of having lived through the decline and fall of the very idea of the revolution itself. Even literature confronts the theme of the institutional revolution, for many the revolution betrayed, through melodrama or mythification, as Carlos Monsiváis writes in an important essay, Mexico 1890–1976, High Contrast, Still Life, included in Mexican postcards, in melodrama dominant morality is extenuated and strengthened, governed by a convulsive, shuddering faith in the values of poetry. 40 On the other hand, in the pre-revolutionary context of Marty's Lucia Horace, as Marx and Engels also keenly intuited in their commentary from the Holy Family on the Mysteries of Paris by one of the subgenre's most celebrated founders, Eugene Sue, and as Althusser would confirm much later in a central text in For Marx, melodrama provides an ideal speculative space in which to elaborate and experiment with the multiple effects of uneven development as the logic of the missed encounter, whereby the latter can be read not only as the result of Marx's defective knowledge about Latin America, nor only as the tactical and strategic error for which Marty selectively yet also consistently reproaches Marx, but rather as the very structure of the capitalist mode of production. Through a melodrama complete with a violently unhappy ending in the form of a murderous passage à l'acte, we thus arrive at the negation of all the regulative ideals of natural and harmonious development modeled upon the family or the hacienda. We could even take this argument one step further by arguing that in his only novel Marty, too, begins to catch a glimpse of the logic of the violently uneven development of modernity, just as Marx did a few years earlier in his writings on Ireland, India, or Russia. Thus, in light of Lucia Horace, we would have to conclude that for Marty in the realm of narrative experimentation, perhaps no less than for a radical reading of Marx that could find inspiration in Freud's and Lacan's psychoanalysis, there is not, nor can there be in the current circumstances, any correspondence or adaptation between base and superstructure, or between the social relations of production and the economic distribution of fortunes and productive forces. This is also, incidentally, the conclusion arrived at by someone like Slavoj Žižek, in his foundational book The Sublime Object of Ideology. How do we define, exactly, the moment, albeit only an ideal one, at which the capitalist relation of production become an obstacle to the further development of the productive forces? Or the obverse of the same question, when can we speak of an accordance between productive forces and relation of production in the capitalist mode of production? Strict analysis leads to only one possible answer, never. Point 41. A strict interpretation of psychoanalysis thus would turn a historical obstacle into an inherent one that can never be overcome. In all the hitherto existing history of humankind, then, there would be no agreement except in disagreement, no harmony except in conflict, and no encounter except in a missed encounter. In fact, a similar conclusion had already been reached for Marx by Althusser, for whom the great law of unevenness suffers no exceptions, for the simple reason that it appears to be a universal law of the development of any social formation whatsoever. This unevenness suffers no exceptions because it is not itself an exception, not a derivative law, produced by peculiar conditions, imperialism, for example, or intervening in the interference between the developments of distinct social formations, the unevenness of economic development, for example, between advanced and backward countries, between colonizers and colonized, etc. Quite the contrary, it is a primitive law, with priority over these peculiar cases and able to account for them precisely in so far as it does not derive from their existence. Point 42. This primitive or originary fact of unevenness would help explain why the discoveries of Marx and Freud, even more so than with Columbus's, have been compared with the upheavals caused by the Copernican revolution. Just as Marxism shows that the human subject, the economic, political or philosophical ego, is not the center of history, so does strict analysis show that the human subject is decentered, constituted by a structure that, too, has a center solely in the imaginary misprision of the ego, that is, in the ideological formations in which it recognizes itself. 43. And yet, when the decentering effects of unevenness are thus posited as insuperable facts, as primitive laws, or as quasi-ontological conditions of being as such, do we not also lose out on the potential for change that would seem to be the outcome of uneven development for Marx and Marty? Does this potential for radical change, including a change in the mechanism of the whole existing social structure itself, necessarily depend on the positing of an ideal of natural harmony and organicity to be established or restored, with everything that such a restorative ideal entails, for example, in terms of the exorcism of violence, including domestic violence, which then always threatens to come back with a vengeance, as in Marty? Alternatively, does the potential for change depend on a humanist appeal to subjective freedom, allegedly disavowed in the structuralist account of uneven development? Is the humanism of the young Marx then necessarily the only answer to an Althusserian-inspired interpretation of Marxism? These are some of the fundamental theoretical questions regarding the limits of nature and structure, determinism and freedom, humanism and anti-humanism, that will continue to be raised in art and literature in the form of melodramatic oppositions, as witnessed in the novel to which I turn in the next chapter. 2. Marxism and melodrama. The double intrigue. What the bourgeoisie and proletariat, middle class and lumpenproletariat look for throughout the length and breadth of the culture industry, and find without knowing it, or without needing to know it, is a systematic understanding of society unified and transfigured by melodrama. Carlos Monsiváis, Mexican Postcards. Any discussion of Los Errors, the sixth and last novel by José Revueltas, if we accept El Apando, a short narrative whose generic nature remains unstable but which in any case hardly qualifies as a novel, published in 1964, must take as its point of departure the structural tension between its two storylines, that of the social outcasts and lumpen, with its prostitutes, pimps, small criminals, and circus artists, and that of the Communist Party, with its militant workers, its cotters, and its ideologues, as well as its typical class enemies, such as the usurer or the fascist police. Point 1. In itself, the contrast between these two sides of the story already carries great potential for melodrama, and in fact the entire novel breathes the feuilleton-like atmosphere of the genre, mixing elements of farce, the comedy of errors, the morality tale, and the popular theater. But we should avoid any premature judgment as to the exact value of these melodramatic elements within the context of Revueltas's literary work or political thought, since they fulfill various functions all at once. On one hand, there can be no doubt that the sheer persistence of the criminal underworld, the inframundo or bajo mundo left to its own devices far removed from the high-sounding debates among leaders and intellectuals of the party, serves the effect of brutally unmasking the latter's hypocrisy, not to say its utter historical inexistence in Mexico, as Revueltas had discussed it 2 years earlier in his Ensayo sobre un proletariado sin cabeza, essay on a headless proletariat. In this sense, we might say that, for the Mexican author, there will not exist a genuine Communist Party unless it finally includes those members of the underworld whom orthodox Marxism had always excluded under the denigrating term of lumpenproletariat too, in spite of their enormous curiosity for the genre of melodrama, especially the work of Eugene Sue, about whom they write several eloquent pages in The Holy Family. Marx and Engels only rarely show a comparable appreciation for the group of marginals that typically are the genre's protagonists. Marx and Engels do not spare their invectives with respect to the latter. Escobedo Laca comments, referring to the lumpenproletariat, in his recent book on populist reason, before he recalls how Marx speaks in this regard of the scum of society, whereas Engels uses even stronger language. This rabble is absolutely brazen. Every leader of the workers who uses these scoundrels as guards or relies on them for support proves himself by this action alone a traitor to the movement. 3. And yet, with the help of Peter Stolly-Brass, Lacan goes on to demonstrate how, even in Marx's perspective, the lumpenproletariat appears after all as a key reference for the articulation, this time contingent and hegemonic, not deterministic, in nature of any and all emancipatory politics. This perspective is further confirmed in Revueltas's Los Errors. Precisely insofar as it lacks any stable social inscription, the lumpen constitutes something like an ideal term of heterogeneity from which to articulate a political identity without essentialisms. This is how Franz Fanon understood it, long after Marx, in a fragment from The Wretched of the Earth, in which he would appear to offer an anticipation of the whole gallery of characters that populate the pages of Los Errors. The lumpenproletariat, once it is constituted, brings all its forces to endanger the security of the town, and is the sign of the irrevocable decay, the gangrene ever present at the heart of colonial domination. So the pimps, the hooligans, the unemployed, and the petty criminals throw themselves into the struggle like stout working men. These classless idlers will by militant and decisive action discover the path that leads to nationhood. The prostitutes too, and the maids who are paid £2 a month. All who turn in circles between suicide and madness, will recover their balance, once more go forward and march proudly in the great procession of the awakened nation. 4. In Los Errors, of course, we are a far cry from such an awakening of the lumpenproletariat to the solution of its troubles. The worlds of misery and of communist militancy do not really meet in this novel, except in crime and the repression of crime. Even so, it would seem as if this entire underworld, by its sheer physical presence, were loudly proclaiming the void of a duty, like the task of an ethical or moral revision of really existing communist politics. The party, the narrator seems to tell us through all the classless characters gathered in his text, should also include the latter as the true motor of history, far from the preachings about history as the objective history of the class struggle, according to the hefty manuals from the Soviet Academy. The gesture of converting the lumpen, by way of the genre conventions of melodrama, into an integral part of the world as presented in Los Errors would thus have to be read as a denunciation of communist politics, a criticism no less ferocious or peremptory for belonging to the space of fiction that is intimately tied to Revueltas's political activism. Historically, moreover, melodrama has always been the genre of preference for the staging of this formless mass of poor people, beggars, and prostitutes. To be more precise, one of the interpretive keys to understand the success of melodrama, not just as a literary genre but as a cultural matrix in a much broader sense as well, depends on the possibility that, through this genre or matrix, the so-called populace or scum succeed in incorporating themselves into a people, and the people in turn may embody itself as the modern, urban and, as we will see, post-revolutionary masses. The stubborn persistence of the melodrama genre long after the conditions of its genesis have disappeared and its capacity to adapt to different technological formats cannot be explained simply in terms of commercial or ideological manipulations. One must continually pose anew the question of the cultural matrix of melodrama, for only with an analysis of the cultural conditions can we explain how melodrama mediates between the folkloric culture of the country fairs and the urban popular culture of the spectacle, the emerging mass culture. This is a mediation which, on the level of narrative forms, moves ahead through serial novels in newspapers, to the shows of the music hall and to cinema. And as we move from film to radio theater and then to the telenovela, the history of the modes of narrating and organizing the mise en scene of mass culture is, in large part, a history of melodrama. 5. The story of Los Errors obviously traverses many of these scenes and, due to its heightened theatricality, its comical effects, and its moral polarizations, it resembles nothing more than the old feuilleton or the contemporary farce. The novel takes advantage of the whole structural matrix of melodrama so as to relaunch the dream of a social revolution that would really subsume the rabble and mass of all those who, from the most ruinous lumpen to the disenchanted intellectual, do not count in the eyes of the high command of the party. On the other hand, however, we also ought not to forget that Revueltas himself, in Ensayo sobre un proletariado sin cabeza, refers to the small-time leaders of the Mexican Communist Party as lumpenproletarian in a purely condescending way, speaking of the crisis of the split that began toward the end of 1961, again provoked, against independent opinions, by the national leadership of the PCM, made up of the same lumpenproletarian political gangsters that ejected us from the PCM in that monstrous usurpation of party sovereignty, fake delegates, non-existent representations, hidden documents, and so on and so forth, that was the 13th National Convention. 6. This sarcastic mention suggests that Revueltas, with regard to the lumpenproletariat, is perhaps not so distant from the denigrating orthodoxy of Marx and Engels. In Los Errors, furthermore, the narrator refers ironically to the populism hidden behind the rhetorical invocation of the lumpen on behalf of one of his characters, the party boss Patricio Robles. On certain occasions, he liked to use certain lumpenproletarian phrases common among pool players and gamblers, in the belief that this would give his words a nuance, a touch reminiscent of his origin as the man of the people that he had been. 7. Thus, we also cannot exclude the possibility that a similar motivation, albeit ironically, may determine the use of certain phrasings and invocations of the lumpenproletariat on the part of Revueltas. In any case, we should underscore the fact that the strong melodramatic overtones of Los Errors derive not only from the structural contrast between the two storylines of the novel, with all that this contrast entails in terms of the critique of the notion of the party, but also from the internal development of each one of these stories. This is, after all, the true lesson of the Marxist notion of uneven development for someone like Althusser as well. The whole history of Marxist theory and practice confirms this point. Marxist theory and practice do not only approach unevenness as the external effect of the interaction of different existing social formations, but also within each social formation, as we may read in for Marx. And within each social formation, Marxist theory and practice do not only approach unevenness in the form of simple exteriority, the reciprocal action of infrastructure and superstructure, but in a form organically internal to each instance of the social totality, to each contradiction. 8. the new life. He thought about his savings, about using all of them, without sparing a cent, in order to construct that new life, unexpected, miraculous, finally the peace and quiet that they would live together, Mario Cobian and she, as husband and wife. José Revueltas, Los Errors. The two worlds that only precariously cohabit in Los Errors are in similar ways marked by an internal disjunction. It is this disjunction that really defines the text's melodramatic nature. What is at stake, therefore, is not so much the history or the social function of the genre so much as its formal structure, a dual, or Manichaean structure, which tends to oppose good and evil, justice and injustice, ethics and corruption, in a pseudo-dialectical opposition, an opposition that is dialectical only in appearance. This is because the notions of good, justice, and salvation, due to the extreme dualism in which they are portrayed, do not genuinely enter into contradiction with the otherwise no less patent realities of evil, injustice, and exploitation. In the final analysis, there is no true contradiction, only the projection of good conscience onto real conditions of existence. This projection continues to depend on old ideological elements, such as religion, which have nothing in common, really, with the life of the underworld in the name of which melodrama speaks. In this sense, melodrama is a foreign consciousness as a veneer on a real condition, Althusser writes in a brilliant discussion of Brecht and Bertolazzi's theatre. The dialectic of melodramatic consciousness is only possible at this price. This consciousness must be borrowed from outside, from the world of alibis, sublimations, and lies of bourgeois morality, and it must still be lived as the consciousness of a condition, that of the poor underworld, even though this condition is radically foreign to the consciousness. 9. Several features considered typical of melodrama, such as the rhetorical excess of moralizing polarities, can best be explained if we start from the disjuncture that serves as their structural base. Within the first storyline, that of the underworld, the disjuncture expresses itself above all through the desire for a new life, that is to say, a total break with everything that defines the present of the subjects in question. Though the same holds true for several other characters, this desire for an absolute break is particularly clear in the case of the couple made up of Mario Cobian, El Munco, and Lucretia, Luke. Mario, especially, dreams obsessively of that new life that he proposed to lead, of that break with himself, with his past, with the whole inferno. 10. He wants to be somebody, dreaming that for once that I am going to make it big in my life. 11. And above all, he wants to stop being El Munco. Concretely, the dream of a new life, so typical of any melodrama, is translated in Los Errors into the ideal of a perfect, almost sacred love. For Mario, this would mean getting Luke out of prostitution, cutting all ties to the past in order finally to take the leap toward a completely new existence. This new existence was so extraordinary, it meant so much for both of them, that Mario would offer it to her, well-rounded, clean, and finished in all its details, similar to a true blessing fallen out of the sky, so that Lucretia might embark upon it without the slightest obstacle, easygoing, natural, grateful, like something that had to be in this way and not in any other way. 12. The vocabulary, as is often the case in melodrama, is borrowed from religion, or from what Marx and Engels, in their discussion of Eugene Sue in The Holy Family, had called theological morality. 13. This can easily be understood insofar as, with the exception of suicide or the dream of ending it all, also quite common between Mario and Lucretia, only the beyond of a pure and sacred ideal can be adequate to the desire to leave behind, once and for all, the world of injustice below. Lucretia was sacred, a sacred and pure ideal. Mario thinks, Lucretia was sacred, sacred, sacred. The new life. 14. And later, for sure she will never ever leave me, once she knows how happy we'll be with the new life I'm going to give her. 15. Once again, the melodramatic nature of such wishes depends on the fact that what is being sought is a degree of purity that is such that, in comparison, the real world can deliver only a series of disillusionments and deceptions. Meanwhile, however, the real conditions of existence remain intact precisely because they do not enter into a process of genuine transformation. Rather, the melodramatic structure of the desire for the new life only increases the false contrast between the dream of purity, on one hand, and the world of misery, on the other. Freedom and automatism. This is where I stand. How I would love to be, an ethical monster without empathy, doing what is to be done in a weird coincidence of blind spontaneity and reflexive distance. Slavoj Zizek, The Monstrosity of Christ. The desire to succeed or make it big, dar ungolp, in life can also be read as a pathetic, well-nigh existentialist search for an authentic act of freedom. This theme of the act, as we will see in detail below, is actually a constant concern of the later Revueltas. Point 16 in Los Errors, though, we can already begin to perceive to what extent the logic of the act encloses an insuperable paradox. On one hand, it is certainly true that a genuine act, if accomplished, would be proof of the human capacity for autonomy. Thus, Mario discovers with an abyssal and sweet delirium that he can be somebody, do something, become the only true but invisible protagonist of his own history, in the same way that a magician brings incredible and marvelous things out of nowhere, something which would seem to constitute a true moment of existential revelation, a nebulous discovery of his own person. I have done something, me, the one who finds himself here, between the old boxes of the attic. 17 On the other hand, each genuine act seems to bring the individual to a point where it is not he or she but the objective course of things that decides in his or her stead. In this way, the human being, far from giving evidence of autonomy by acting independently, rather becomes a kind of automaton at the mercy of a plan or an order beyond its will. To decide and to let another decide for oneself, in this sense, would be two sides of the same coin. In the case of Mario, the discovery of being somebody in the sovereign act is barely distinguishable from the suspicion, equal parts voluptuous and delirious, of being handed over or surrendered to a chain of events beyond his control. This is how events occurred, the anesthesia provided by a sovereign act, foreign and distant, the world, life, which linked him up with their chains without belonging to him, and which sunk their teeth in his flesh that nevertheless was his flesh, his hand. The hand of Mario Cobian. 18 What the subject feels at this point of exchange between act and necessity is the happiness of belonging to a cause greater than him or herself. This is the pleasure of deciding as a way of letting oneself be decided, so crucial for the good functioning of all ideological interpellation, the voluptuousness of not belonging to oneself, of being handed over, of not responding for oneself, of letting oneself be led from one side to the other, who knows where to. 19 Here, as in a Mobius strip, the most sovereign activity, when it continues long enough in the same direction, all of a sudden turns into the highest degree of automated passivity. Revueltas's novel, among many other achievements, also represents an impeccable narrative investigation into the logic of such paradoxes surrounding the act, freedom, and the objective destiny of things. Various characters in Los Errors on both sides of the intrigue indeed seem to be going through similar moments of crisis, between the anxiety and the pleasure of knowing themselves to be ruled by a destiny that is beyond their individual will. Elena, the ex-circus artist, whose nickname is a pun on El Enano, dwarf, as a homonym for Elenano, not Elena, for example, yearns to exercise his freedom and break completely with his boss and supposed friend El Munco. Locked up in a tiny suitcase, lying in wait for the right silence in order to jump out and rob the money-lender Don Victorino's shop, he momentarily suffers from delusions of grandeur and imagines himself capable of anything and everything, but today he would not allow Mario Cobian to take advantage of him in any way. El Suavecito was not going to allow himself to be mocked. He decided to complete the first part of the theft. The moment to act had come, and it was up to him, to Elena. It was his moment. 20 Thus, the moment of absolute freedom arrives. The dwarf felt the full sensation of a happy, unlimited freedom, which he could express in whatever way he wanted, shouting out loud. So he did, a scratchy, ululating, savage scream, like a drunk Mexican. absolute, aggressive, untainted freedom. Nothing less than that, absolute freedom. Was his own determination, free and sovereign, the imposition of his own destiny over things, and not the other way around. Point 21. Elena, at the same time that he feels himself capable of being the absolute author of his deeds and their irrefutable judge, also experiences the uncannily painful and pleasant feeling of becoming an automaton under the yoke of some other, whether this other is fate or el muñeco, but this sensation is actually indistinguishable from that other, incomparably terrifying one, which produces in him a naked pleasure, without skin, without instruments, the sensation of infinity, leading to the paroxysm of a form of happiness both mad and atrocious. 22. What happens precisely is that the fascination with the act with getting his moment coincides with the desire for abandonment, for forming part of a plan larger than himself. Thus, the dwarf feels an unspeakable contact with the mandate emanating from the other, to the point of emptying himself out completely in the void, without being aware of anything. 23. It is by purely and simply obeying orders that the desire of the subject reveals itself to be a desire of and for the other, a desire to which he submits himself as an abandoned puppet. 24. Instead of being the agile acrobat of his own freedom, this ex-circus artist discovers that he is merely the docile automaton of a destiny that on all sides exceeds and controls him. And something similar happens not only to La Magnifica. Why did she feel pushed like an automaton to say exactly that which she had promised to keep quiet about? 25. But also, in anticipation of the second storyline, to the linotypist who, at the time of setting the manifesto of the Central Strike Committee, Comite Central de Hulga, seemed like a somnambulant puppet that was being handled by someone from afar with the precision of a chess player. 26. In all these cases, the act defines the linkage between an individual and the plane of the superindividual, in a constitutive oscillation between freedom and automatism, between blind spontaneity and reflexive distance, between one's own will and the impersonal chain of inevitability. Mario's example once again offers the best summary of the paradoxes of the act. Mario felt that the earth was slipping away from under his feet. Why did things take this absurd and arbitrary turn, as in a grotesque nightmare? The plan did not unfold in conformity with what he had foreseen, it took paths of its own, invented resources, linked distant events, anticipated situations, even though it was not really different from the plan itself. To the contrary, materials and things that belonged to him, that were included in him in order to become realized, took on a destiny and chose an occasion on their own account, appearing in a new light, as in an enchanted mirror in which they looked at themselves as they had always wanted to see themselves and not in the way they were at the point defined by that personal human will. Mario could not have these thoughts or considerations for himself, but he guessed behind everything the existence of a deceitful and sly move, not devised by anyone in particular, but of which he made himself the victim, God knows why, or moved by whom. 27. Here Mario in effect appears to be the puppet, El Muñeco, in a false setup, a nightmarish and absurd plan that is also at the same time secretly attractive. The plan that he seeks to accomplish is simultaneously an enchanting mirror in which he recognizes himself not as he is, but as he would like to appear. We might also say that the mirror returns to him an image, an imaginary identity of his self in the analytical sense of the term, his ideal ego rather than his ego ideal. This is why abandoning himself to the plan, with all its incomprehensible whims included, turns out to be so delirious and painfully sweet. The most objective elements, a destiny woven from strange and alien forces, at the same time seem to communicate with the most intimate materials of the subjective realm, the innermost drives of one's own being. Thus, we can feel ourselves to be free and authentic in the midst of the most complete alienation. Politics and effectivity. Here, incidentally, we come upon one of the most striking aspects of Los errors. The whole point is to unravel the effective and corporeal burden that constitutes the material base without which no power could inscribe itself in a lasting way at the heart of the subject. In my view, the most outstanding passages in Revueltas's novel, stylistically speaking, are those devoted to tracing the ubiquitous circulation of rage, hatred, and resentment as the indispensable anchoring points that mark the subordination of a body to power, violence and exploitation which, in this way, turns out to be a kind of self-exploitation, or a servitude that is at least in part voluntary. Where there is oppression, there is resistance, people used to say at the time of Los Errors, in an allusion to a famous dictum from Mao Zedong. In fact, what a novel like this one suggests is that, unless we capture where power through affectivity and the subject's psychic and libidinal economy inscribes itself onto the body, we also will fail to activate the mainspring of effective resistance. This vast lesson, which Revueltas appears to distribute throughout the didactic parts of nearly all his narrative oeuvre, constitutes at the same time the premise of theoretical investigations on the part of contemporary figures. For instance, in La Izquierda sin sujeto, The Left Without a Subject, a programmatic essay from 1966 published in the important Argentine journal La Rosa Blindada and reprinted in the Cuban journal Pensamiento Critico, the slightly younger Rosichner laments precisely the inability of the orthodox left to think through the subjective aspect of politics other than in terms of a purely negative or ideological supposition that we would be dealing with the merely subjective. I hold that without subjective modification, without the elaboration of truth in the total situation in which the human subject participates, there exists no objective revolution, writes Rosichner. Later, he adds, if the transition from the bourgeoisie to the revolution appears as a necessity that emerges from within the capitalist regime itself, then this rational necessity must be read by grasping those sensible human elements therein that are also necessary and made it possible, and that both dogmatism and left-wing opportunism abstract as unnecessary, they read the rationality of the process all the while leaving out, as irrational, that which they are not capable of assuming or modifying, the subject itself, they themselves. Point 28. Revueltas, by contrast, submerges all his characters precisely in this sensible and effective zone that makes alienation possible as self-alienation. Los Errors, in this sense, presents among other things a detailed physiology and psychic economy of power. The novel uncovers the effective life of resentment, rage, jubilation, and melancholy in whose web the human being remains trapped, quite literally, qua subject. Affect, in other words, is not here a mere synonym for emotion but rather the name for the residue in the body left behind by the inscription of an individual in an incorporeal, social, or political process, which articulates both power and resistance. Affect would be the mark of a subjectivization, the trace of the passage of a subject through a process of fidelity to a truth or its betrayal. Thus, to give but one example, the text reveals to us the opaque drunkenness of a searching and artificial rage, similar to the little dosages of a narcotic that lightens the presence of things by making them innocent and far away, a rage which nonetheless can also and at the same time open up a place for a new sense of justice, beyond the misery that provokes so much rabid despair, a rage which immediately becomes honest after inflicting the first whiplash and full of a muffled and passionate justice. 29. Revueltas possesses a relentless, painfully eloquent, and lucid honesty in uncovering the most recondite and perverse hideouts where power latches onto affectivity. The affects that most insidiously circulate through the universe of Revueltas's narrative, rage, fear, and hatred, not to mention the desperate yearning for justice, all serve to link the individual to a supra-individual ideological cause. Don Victorino, the money-lender about to fall prey to an attempted robbery on behalf of the communists, considers that such a linkage offers a point of commonality that he shares not only with his accomplices in the anti-communist Mexican League, such as Nazario Villegas, but also with his most feared class enemies, among whom we find one of his own employees, the communist infiltrator Olegario Chavez. The following sentence also offers us a good sample of Revueltas's quite unique and inimitable style, for who else, aside from Marty, can sustain for over a dozen lines a single sentence without losing its dialectical cadence and fluency? If he had felt capable of kneeling down before Nazario, Don Victorino thought, precisely because of the secret generosity of his impulse, without fear that he would interpret it as abject behavior, it was so that a gesture of such desperate eloquence would make him understand, all of a sudden, the way in which he, Don Victorino, appreciated the situation not only with respect to his own person but also, above all, insofar as in this person, in his concrete and individual destiny, there lay condensed the logic, the reason, the justice, and also the tribulations and impiety of the cause for which both of them fought, a condensation whose discovery, barely 10 minutes before, when Don Victorino began to measure the magnitude of the threat represented by Olegario Chavez by his side as a communist spy, was a kind of common patrimony, an appalling common responsibility, that both had to grasp and share in everything new, radical, and unusual that it would require from their lives. 30. Something in Olegario Chavez, for this same reason, ends up seeming curiously seductive to Don Victorino. Despite the hatred each of them feels for the other, both men ultimately operate in identical ways, devoting their lives to a cause in which they simultaneously recognize their most profound and personal vocation. Thus, still according to Don Victorino, the communists had signaled him and nobody else, in the same way in which Judas had chosen Jesus, in the same way in which Judas had destined Jesus, inevitably, to bear witness. Both had ended up being entwined and sentenced from the beginning by the same destiny and the same fear, the fear that overcomes those who know themselves in a way to be in possession of the truth, of both sides of the truth. Above all, this is what Olegario was to Don Victorino, the presence in which he contemplated himself, the inexorable and hoped-for justification of his life, of his history, of his form of being the way he was, and of the reason for that vital, superhuman, and impious violence, out of spite for the mediocrity, pettiness, and hatred in the midst of which he had always had to live, solitary, strong, and disdainful. 31. The communist traitor, in this sense, plays a fundamental role in the psychic economy of his archenemy, the proto-fascist usurer Don Victorino. Olegario Chavez plays next to him, from the point of view of the communist plans, a very special role of transcendence. Quite the opposite of a vulgar spy or provocateur. Neither his conduct, nor the fundamental traits of his character, displayed the slightest deceitfulness. He was frank, straightforward to the point of insolence and rudeness, if one wanted, but by no means deceitful. By no means was he a type who would play with marked cards. His tactic of open, frank, and frontal attack, for this very reason, revealed the truly singular perspective of his goals. 32. Above all, what we begin to glimpse in this impeccable narrative exposition is the way in which a certain dogmatism, on the part of communists no less than of their class enemies, nurtures itself with the full spectrum of human affectivity. With this critique of the subjective logic of dogmatism and authoritarianism, however, we already find ourselves at the center of the second intrigue in Revueltas's novel. Rethinking the 20th century. The 19th century announced, dreamed, and promised, the 20th century declared it would make man, here and now. Alain Badiou, the century. The 20th century did not exist. Humanity made a huge leap into the void from the theoretical presuppositions of the 19th century, through the failure of the 20th century, to the dark beginning of the 21st century in August of 1945, with the atomic explosions of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. José Revueltas, Dialectica de la Conciencia. Aside from its melodramatic plotline pitting the lumpen proletariat of prostitutes and pimps against the fascistoid anti-communists, Los Errors in a second and parallel story presents a narrativized judgment regarding the dogmatic excesses of Stalinism and its nefarious effects in the rest of the world, including in the Mexican Communist Party. In this sense, the novel participates in a much larger self-evaluation of the 20th century, in which we could also include Alain Badiou's The Century or, closer to Revueltas's home, parts of Bolívar Echeverría's Vuelta de Siglo. 33. In fact, Badiou once commented to me that he had planned originally to include a chapter on Mexico in the century. I am not sure what events, texts, artworks, political sequences, would have been summoned in this chapter, which for better or for worse remained in the drawer of good intentions. What I do know is that Los Errors had already asked, 40 years earlier, some of the same questions that drive Badiou's project in the century. In particular, Revueltas's novel gives us important insights into the potential destiny of a whole jargon of finitude when it is combined with an anti-totalitarian, anti-dogmatic, left-wing revisionism. A central place in this combination is reserved, as we will see, for our human capacity for error, our human finitude reconceived as the essential truth in Hegel's dialectic. Revueltas, like Bertolt Brecht in his play The Decision, to whom Badiou devotes a chapter in the century, is concerned above all with the interpretation that history has in store for the great events in the international expansion and perversion of communism. Its main problem is addressed in an odd parenthesis, in which the narrator for once seems indistinguishable from the author's own voice. One cannot escape the necessity of a free and heterodox reflection about the meaning of the Moscow trials and the place they occupy in the definition of our age, of our 20th century, because we true communists, whether members of the party or not, are shouldering the terrible, overwhelming task of being the ones who bring history face to face with the disjunctive of having to decide whether this age, this perplexing century, will be designated as the century of the Moscow trials or as the century of the October Revolution. 34. Revueltas leaves us no clear verdict in this regard. Was the 20th century criminal or revolutionary? The disjunctive remains open throughout Los Errors, since there is also no single character capable of occupying the organizing center of consciousness that we might attribute to its author. Critics such as Christopher Dominguez Michael, after expressing their dismay at Revueltas's far-fetched and immoral hypothesis regarding the Moscow trials, are quick to add how much they lament the fact that Revueltas could have suggested some kind of dialectical justification of sacrifice and terror. Revueltas takes the liberties of a novelist with regard to history and, in his enthusiasm for the Hegelian triads, he converts Bukharin's tortured mind into a precise and chilling dialectical synthesis. 35. In reality, the text is far more ambiguous, and it even stages this ambiguity itself by providing several characters with a split conscience. Thus, we find examples of an analysis of the problem in terms of the corrupting nature of power with regard to historical truth. This is the case of Olegario. The Moscow trials, in this sense Olegario had told himself from that moment on, present an entirely new problem for the conscience of communists. The problems of power and historical truth split off and grow apart, to the point where they become opposed and violently exclude one another in the arena of open struggle. Meanwhile, the historical truth, in the margin of power, becomes invalidated, without support, and without any recourse other than the power of truth, in opposition to everything the truth of power represents in terms of compulsive force, repressive instruments, propaganda means, and so on. This is when one must uncover and demonstrate in any way possible the fact that power has entered into a process of decomposition that will end up poisoning and corrupting society as a whole. 36. Other arguments leave open the possibility that it may still be too early at this point in the history of the 20th century to judge the situation in the USSR. That humanity, being still too alienated, or else metaphysically speaking being merely mortal, cannot exclude the future vindication of sacrifice. Precisely to the extent to which truth must inscribe itself concretely in the time and space of a specific situation, there exists no absolute vantage point from where it may be judged once and for all. It certainly must be repeated, truth is concrete in time and in space. It must be kept quiet or set in conformity with strict relations, but never, for any concept or reason whatsoever, outside of these relations. We must see the facts with the desolate and intrepid courage of human beings, for this is why we are communists. The lapses, the injustices, and even the crimes that our cause has incurred are crimes, injustices, and lapses that our cause commits, no matter how pure and untouched by evil we conceive it to be, when it becomes a concrete truth for the human beings of an alienated age and time. It is the mutilated and preformed men of our time, men themselves, and among them the best, who become assassins by virtue of carrying in their hands the burning flame of that other concrete but more real, or in any case the only real truth that is in fact transmissible. They will also be punished, of course, they will be punished even after their death. But in the meantime, history, and this is the case, whether we want or not, in an objective way does not permit us to talk or denounce everything all the time. Man does not find himself at the height that would allow him to resist the disenchantment of himself, let us put it that way, by the radical self-critique with which he would finally humanize himself. 37. Finally, there seems in fact to come a moment for the justification of a heroic and sacrificial outlook on history. In light of this affirmation, nothing could appear, for instance, more impressive, more wrenchingly tremendous and beautiful, than the unprecedented sacrifice of the men who were sentenced to death in the Moscow trials, in their condition as victims consciously put on display to cover their names with ignominy, apparently an incomprehensible sacrifice, but for which it will be difficult to find even an approximate comparison in any other of the highest moments of human heroism from the past. Tomorrow history will vindicate these heroes, in spite of the errors, vacillations, and weaknesses of their lives, these human beings who were able and knew how to accept the defaming stigma before the whole world, whose names are Bukharin, Pyatakov, Rykov, Krestinsky, Turvaganian, Smirnov, Sokholnikov, Zinoviev, Kamina, Muralov, and so many others. 38. All these interpretations, however, are not mutually exclusive, nor do they present a black and white picture of the ideological debate surrounding the Moscow trials. They sometimes invade the mind of a single character, dividing his inner sense with a terrifying uncertainty. This is the case of the communist intellectual Jacobo Ponce, who is on the verge of being expelled from the PCM, not unlike what happened, repeatedly, to Revueltas. The other part of his self, the other part of his atrociously divided spirit, replied to him, "No, these concrete truths are only small and isolated lies in the process of a general reality that will continue its course, despite and above everything. The miseries, dirty tricks, and crimes of Stalin and his cohorts will be seen by tomorrow's communist society as an obscure and sinister disease of humanity from our time, from the tormented and delirious 20th century that, all in all, will have been the century of the greatest and most inconceivable historical premonitions of humanity." 39. From such ruminations, with their mixture of sinister premonition and sublime heroism, it is difficult to draw the simplistic conclusion that history, understood dialectically, would justify every possible means in the name of the communist end or in the name of Stalin, as some of Revueltas's detractors argue. Moreover, only a melodramatic imagination would define communism as a cause that is pure and untouched by evil, to speak the language of Los errors, but this does not mean that we should move to the opposite extreme of the ideological spectrum so as to interpret evil as the profound truth of all militancy, which is the surest way to refute beforehand any future for the communist project. In the final analysis, as in the quoted fragment above that seems to have given the novel its title, everything revolves around the status of errors. Is there or is there not sublation of the errors, mistakes, crimes, infamies, committed by history, in the sense of a dialectical Aufhebung? For those who reproach Revueltas for his blind confidence in the Hegelian dialectic, it would seem that the sheer idea of finding some sense or relevance in such errors only aggravates their criminal nature to the point of the abomination of justifying terror and totalitarianism. The problem with this indignant rejection of the possibility of sublating error, however, is that it leads to a position outside or beyond the history of communism. It interprets the errors as a definitive refutation of communism as such, in order henceforth to assert the cause of post-communism, or even anti-communism pure and simple. The Moscow trials, in this sense, play a role comparable to that of the Gulag, as described for the West by Alexander Solzhenitsyn, by leading to a defense of democratic liberalism as the only remedy against the repetition of radical evil, that is, against the threat of so-called totalitarianism, with its twin faces of Nazism and communism, Hitler and Stalin. For Revueltas, as for someone like Badiou, the task consists in thinking the crimes from within the politics of communism, and not the other way around, not so as to ratify the facts with the stamp of historical inevitability, but so as to formulate an imminent critique that at the same time would avoid the simple abandonment of communism as such. I would not want you to take these somewhat bitter reflections as yet more grist to the mill of the feeble moralizing that typifies the contemporary critique of absolute politics or totalitarianism, warns Badiou in his own Hegelian reading of the function of violence and semblance in the Moscow trials. I am undertaking the exegesis of a singularity and of the greatness that belongs to it, even if the other side of this greatness, when grasped in terms of its conception of the real, encompasses acts of extraordinary violence. 40. What seems to be happening today, however, is a tendency to interrupt or, worse, to foreclose in anticipation any radical emancipatory project in the name of a new moral imperative key to the ethical turn that globally defines the contemporary age from the 1980s onward, including within the so-called left, which obliges us above all, if not exclusively, to avoid the repetition of the crime. Beautiful souls. Morality is impotence in action. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, The Holy Family. With Los Errors, Revueltas may have become the unwitting accomplice of contemporary nihilism, which consists precisely in defining the good only negatively by way of the need to avoid evil. Evil is that from which the good is derived, not the other way round, as Badiou writes in his diagnosis of the ethical turn. Nietzsche demonstrated very neatly that humanity prefers to will nothingness rather than to will nothing at all. I will reserve the name nihilism for this will to nothingness, which is like a counterpart of blind necessity. 41. In particular, there are two aspects of the debate regarding dogmatism in Los Errors that run the risk of contributing to this complicity: the theme of the ethical role attributed to the party and the metaphysical, or more properly post-metaphysical, speculation about man or humanity, el hombre, as an erroneous being. Both of these themes obviously are presented in the hope of serving as possible correctives to the reigning dogmatism of Stalinism, but they could easily bring the reader to the point of adopting an ideological position that lies at the opposite extreme of the one its author upheld until his death just over 30 years ago. Revueltas, on one hand, lets Jacobo Ponce, the character nearest to his own heart as an intellectual, devote most of his energy to the task of an ethical reflection about the party's authority. The party as an ethical notion, such is the topic of Jacobo's classes, against the orthodoxy of the party as the vanguard of the proletariat, the party as a superior moral notion, not only in its role as political instrument but also as human consciousness, as the reappropriation of consciousness. 42. Thus, beyond the desire for reappropriation, or perhaps thanks to this desire, the critique of dogmatic reason already entails the temptation of a curious sense of moral superiority. At the end of the novel, in the blind knot that serves as its epilogue, Ismail reaches the same conclusion as Jacobo, the conclusion to be derived from this: if we introduce into our study of the problem the concepts of a humanist ethics, the concepts that stem from an ethical development of Marxism, can only be the most overwhelming and terrible conclusion, especially considering the parties that come into power. 43. The conclusion in question holds that the exercise of dogmatism on behalf of the leading brains of the communist movement, in Mexico as much as elsewhere in the world, with its consoling tautology that the party is the party, in reality involves the most absolute ethical nihilism, the negation of all ethics, ciphered in the concept, to us everything is permitted. 44. If, on the other hand, thought and practice are identified as twin brothers in metaphysics and in dogma, then it is understandable that Jacobo, in addition to an ethical inflection of the party, would also propose a philosophico-anthropological reflection about man as erroneous being. 45. This reflection is part of the essay in which Jacobo has invested close to 3 months of conscientious and patient labor, no doubt similar to the labor it would take Revueltas a few years later to write his own unfinished and posthumous essay, Dialectica de la Conciencia. Jacobo reads from this text, which again is worth quoting at length so as to get a taste of the sheer syntactical complexity of the dialectical sentence. Man is an erroneous being, he began to read with his eyes, in silence, a being that never finishes by establishing itself anywhere. Therein lies precisely his revolutionary and tragic, unpacifiable condition. He does not aspire to realize himself to another degree, and this is to say, In this he finds his supreme realization to another degree he repeated to himself beyond what can have the thickness of a hair, that is, this space that for eternal eternity, and without there being a power capable of remedying this, will leave uncovered the maximum coincidence of the concept with the conceived, of the idea with its object, to reduce the error to a hair's breadth thus constitutes, at the most, the highest victory that he can obtain. Nothing and nobody will be able to grant him exactitude. However, the space occupied in space and in time, in the cosmos, by the thickness of a hair, is an abyss without measure, more profound, more extensive, more tangible, less reduced, though perhaps more solitary, than the galaxy to which belongs the planet where this strange and hallucinating consciousness lives that we human beings are. 46. What Jacobo proposes in this essay can be read as a new metaphysics, or rather an anti-metaphysics of error and equivocity, against dogma and exactitude. Indeed, if the identity of being and thinking defines the basic premise of all metaphysical dogmatism, then human conscience or consciousness, conciencia in Spanish meaning both, can avoid dogmatism only by accepting an infinitesimal distance, or minimal gap, between the concept and the thing conceived. We could say that Revueltas in Los Errors accepts the need for a revision of the Hegelian dialectic in ways that are similar to what Adorno, around the same time, proposed with his negative dialectics, according to which no concept ever completely covers its content without leaving behind some leftover, or remnant of non-identity. The name of dialectics says no more, to begin with, than that objects do not go into their concepts without leaving a remainder, that they come to contradict the traditional norm of adequacy. 47. Or, to use the almost perfectly comparable words of Badiou, to begin with, a dialectical mode of thinking will be recognized by its conflict with representation. A thinking of this type pinpoints some unrepresentable point in its midst, which reveals that one touches upon the real. 48. Much of Revueltas's intellectual work as a novelist and a theorist during the 1960s and 1970s is devoted to such a reformulation of the dialectic, as the conception of the non-conceptual or the representation of the unrepresentable. In the case of Los Errors, however, it is not difficult to guess where the ethics of the party and the metaphysics of error will end up. Both arguments could in fact be invoked not without taking on airs of moral superiority in order to stop, interrupt, or prohibit any attempt to organize politics, as well as any project of approaching the truth of consciousness. Not only would all organizational matters then be displaced onto moral issues, which could be framed in terms of honesty and betrayal, or good and evil, but, what is more, this could even lead to a position for which the knowledge of our finitude, that is, our essential nature as erroneous beings, would always be morally superior and theoretically more radical than any given action, which in comparison cannot but appear dogmatic, totalitarian, voluntaristic, and so on. In full melodramatic mode, we would end up with the attitude of the beautiful soul from Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit. It lacks the power to externalize itself, the power to make itself into a thing, and to endure being. It lives in dread of besmirching the splendor of its inner being by action and an existence, and, in order to preserve the purity of its heart, it flees from contact with the actual world, and persists in its self-willed impotence to renounce itself, which is reduced to the extreme of ultimate abstraction, and to give itself a substantial existence, or to transform its thought into being and put its trust in the absolute difference. The hollow object which it has produced for itself now fills it, therefore, with a sense of emptiness. Its activity is a yearning which merely loses itself as consciousness becomes an object devoid of substance, and, rising above this loss, and falling back on itself, finds itself only as a lost soul. In this transparent purity of its moments, an unhappy, so-called beautiful soul, its light dies away with it, and it vanishes like a shapeless vapor that dissolves into thin air. 49. This road toward the transparent beauty of good unhappy conscience based on the wisdom of our essential finitude, now openly post-communist if not actually anti-communist, may very well have been prefigured, unbeknownst to the author, in the double proposal of a humanist ethics of the party and a metaphysics of irreducible error. The history of the 1970s and 1980s, with its peremptory declarations of the end of ideology, the death of Marxism, or the ethical turn, would end up confirming the extent to which the defense of liberal democracy, with its absolute rejection of communism as totalitarianism, also adopted some of the features of this same beautiful soul who at least knows that its inactivity protects it from the evil incurred by anyone intent upon imposing, here and now, some good. Indeed, in the decades following the publication of Los Errors, the roles of ethics and politics seem to have been inverted. When Revueltas, through Jacobo and Ismail, speaks of an ethics of the party or an ethics of Marxism, ethics is still subordinated to politics, keeping the latter in check. Ethics, in other words, would provide the political process with certain practical maxims for maintaining its consistency. At the same time, there seems to be a suggestion that there exists no ethics outside the concrete thought practice of a party, league, or group. There is no ethics in general. There are only eventually ethics of processes by which we treat the possibilities of a situation. 50 such ethical considerations, however, can also become detached from the political processes in question, even to the point of subduing all politics as such. Here, then, we enter the terrain of a moralization of politics that no longer depends specifically on any militant procedure but that instead begins to undermine the sheer possibility of such forms of practice in general. This is because the new categorical imperative and the dominant moral judgment that it enables, whether of respect for the other or of compassion for the victim, teach us that the supreme value of our time consists in avoiding at all costs the production of more sacrificial victims. Politics is subordinated to ethics, to the single perspective that really matters in this conception of things, the sympathetic and indignant judgment of the spectator of the circumstances, writes Badiou. Such is the accusation so often repeated over the last 15 years, every revolutionary project stigmatized as utopian turns, we are told, into totalitarian nightmare. Every will to inscribe an idea of justice or equality turns bad. Every collective will to the good creates evil. 51. Revueltas, with his tireless critique of communist dogmatism, may have opened the door for those moralizing discourses that, even in left-wing variations, can barely dissimulate their strong undercurrent of vulgar anti-communism. The challenge he bequeaths to us thus consists in thinking the crimes of communism without converting the inevitability of error into the melodramatic premise for a complex of moral superiority that would deny that anything good might still emerge from Marxism, let alone from Hegelian Marxism. Hegel's finitude and its role in the evaluation of Stalinist dogmatism should be revisited from the point of view of this historical outcome. The premise of the irreducibility of error, of the insuperable nature of alienation, and of the necessary inadequacy between concept and being, indeed runs through the entire finitist tradition of reading Hegel. Thus, central to Kojeev's claim that Hegel is the first to attempt a complete atheist and finitist philosophy, we already find the idea that, on the phenomenological and anthropological level, such an attempt requires a view of man as an essentially erroneous being for whom being and thinking are never quite adequate to one another, or at least not yet. Being which is, in the present, can be conceived of or revealed by the concept. Or, more exactly, being is conceived of at each instant of its being. Or else, again, being is not only being, but also truth, that is, the adequation of the concept and being. This is simple. The whole question is to know where error comes from. In order that error be possible, the concept must be detached from being and opposed to it. It is man who does this, and more exactly, man is the concept detached from being, or better yet, he is the act of detaching the concept from being. He does so by negating negativity, that is, by action, and it is here that the future, the project, enters in. This detaching is equivalent to an inadequation, the profound meaning of errare humanum est, and it is necessary to negate or act again in order to achieve conformity between the concept, equals project, and being, made to conform to the project by action. For man, therefore, the adequation of being and the concept is a process, Bewegung, and the truth, Wahrheit, is a result. And only this result of the process merits the name of discursive truth, for only this process is logos or discourse. Point 52. The ability of human errors to survive, in fact, is what distinguishes man or the human being from nature, according to Kojève. If nature happens to commit an error, the malformation of an animal, for example, it eliminates it immediately, the animal dies, or at least does not propagate. Only the errors committed by man endure indefinitely and are propagated at a distance, thanks to language. And man could be defined as an error that is preserved in existence, an error that endures within reality. Now, since error means disagreement with the real, since what is other than what is false, one can also say that the man who errs is a nothingness that annihilates in being, or an ideal that is present in the real. Point 53. What is more, it is only thanks to, and not in spite of, our essentially human tendency to err that truth is possible. Otherwise, without the possibility of human error, being would be mute facticity. As Kojève adds, therefore, there is really a truth only where there has been an error. But error exists really only in the form of human discourse. 54. Or, to use Hegel's own words from the Encyclopedia, in one of Adorno's favorite formulations, only out of this error does the truth arise. In this fact lies the reconciliation with error and with finitude. Error or other being, when superseded, is still a necessary dynamic element of truth, for truth can only be where it makes itself its own result. 55. For Kojève, unlike what is the case for Adorno or Revueltas, true wisdom famously will bring about the perfect adequation of being and concept in the figure of the sage at the end of history. This also means that finitude, conscious of itself, passes over into the infinite. Any additional act or action, then, is superfluous. By contrast, in the absence of any ultimate reconciliation, it would appear that philosophy or theory survives only in and through error, through the gap between the concept and its object or between representation and the real, a gap that is thus not merely temporary or accidental but constitutive of the possibility of knowing anything at all. And yet, if it is indeed the case that finitude today constitutes a new dogma that rather than rendering the act superfluous blocks all action so as to avoid the trappings of radical evil, should we not also invert this conclusion regarding the irreducibility of error by reaffirming the identity of being and thinking in the good old fashion of Parmenides? Perhaps as nowhere else, Revueltas will explore this possibility through his own notion of the profound act, or acto profundo, in Hegel y.o., Hegel and I. To understand the problem for which this story appears to provide a solution, however, we will first have to consider Revueltas's most ambitious theoretical work, comparable to the essay being written by Jacobo Pons in Los Errors, that is, the unfinished manuscripts and notes for the posthumously published Dialectica de la Conciencia. 3. On the subject of the dialectic. Not all theory is gray. What the enormous effort put into Dialectica de la Conciencia suggests is first and foremost the author's conviction that perhaps not all theoretical work is dull or superfluous, despite the fact that, from personal reflections and diary entries jotted down in the heat of the moment during and right after the events of 1968 in Mexico, Revueltas seems to have been rather fond of Goethe's one-liner according to which, in comparison with the golden tree of life, all theory is but a grey and deadening undertaking. Gris es toda teoria, without the latter half of the original sentence, verde es el árbol de oro de la vida, in fact serves as the recurrent header for a number of these reflections, published posthumously under the title Mexico 68, Juventud y Revolución. All theory is grey, the golden tree of life is green. The quote, which also appears as an inscription on Revueltas's tombstone, may remind some readers of Lenin's famous witticism, written just 1 month after the events of October 1917. In the postscript to the State and Revolution, that it is more pleasant and useful to undertake the experience of revolution than to write about it too. Nowadays, this downplaying of theoretical writing, whether in favor of direct experience or of life pure and simple, would no doubt sit well with many critics, especially those who would be all too happy to oppose in very similar terms the green pastures of literary and cultural studies to the drab landscape of so-called theory. And yet, in all cases we should perhaps be wary of drawing too quick a conclusion about the significance of theoretical work, or the lack thereof. Lenin, to begin with, is also the author of another one-liner that was constantly invoked during the worldwide sequence of events of the late 1960s and early 1970s, by anyone from Che Guevara to followers of Chairman Mao: without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement. 3. Like Lenin, who considered the study of Hegel's notoriously difficult science of logic no less vital a task than answering the question of what is to be done, most of Revueltas's work during the final years of his life, many of which were spent in captivity in the Lecumberri prison for his alleged role as one of the intellectual instigators of the 1968 student popular movement, was devoted to what can only be described as an ongoing effort of theoretical speculation. This is particularly evident in Dialectica de la Conciencia. The intense intellectual labor displayed in the pages of this often obscure volume should serve as a warning that, for a theoretician, it is not necessarily the case that the neighbor's grass is always greener. Or, rather, if we are to follow in Hegel's footsteps, the grayness of theory and philosophy may well have a function all of its own, not to celebrate the eternal fountain of life, of novelty and of rejuvenation, but to come to know what is, just before it turns into the massive inertia of what was, at the hour of dusk. When philosophy paints its gray in gray, then has a shape of life grown old. By philosophy's gray on gray it cannot be rejuvenated but only understood. Hegel writes in the preface to his Philosophy of Right: the owl of Minerva spreads its wings only with the falling of the dusk. For as for linguistic obscurity, Revueltas had this to say in one of his last interviews: what happens is something that Ernst Bloch explains with regard to the obscure language of Hegel. It is obscurity imposed for reasons of precision, says Bloch. We should remember that the obscure, expressed as such with exactitude, is something completely different from the clear, expressed with obscurity. The first is adequate precision for what is said and sayable. The second, pretension and dilettantism. 5. On our end, finally, the newfound resistance to, or weariness with, theory, combined with a flourishing enthusiasm for cultural studies, can at least in part be explained by a failure to absorb exactly the kind of intellectual work found in writings such as these posthumous ones by Revueltas. Perhaps, then, by returning to these writings, we receive a chance not only to resurrect a colossal but largely neglected figure in the political and intellectual history of the 20th century, but also to make a case, over and above the wholesale assumption of the model of cultural studies, for the simultaneous foundation of a model of critical theory in, and from, Latin America. Cultural criticism and critical theory, from this point of view, do not come to stand in stark opposition so much as they can begin to operate in terms of a productive disjunction within each of the two fields, neither of which lives up to its promise without the polemical input of the other. One urgent task, in my view, consists in an unremitting effort to return to those fragmented and often forgotten discussions, such as the ones left unanswered and unfinished by Revueltas, which in this case tackle the functions of culture, ideology, and politics in the name of a certain Karl Marx. Cogito and the unconscious. The fundamental question, of course, remains, which Marx? At first, the answer to this question may appear to be fairly straightforward in the case of Revueltas. Dialectica de la Conciencia would thus simply present us with one more variation on the theme of humanism in the so-called young Marx, the one associated principally with the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, for whom the alienation and reappropriation of our human essence would constitute the core principle of communism. Rather than seeking to locate the source of the dialectic in the objectivity of nature, as Engels would later attempt somewhat desperately in his Anti-Düring, Marx in his manuscripts of 1844 starts out from, and ultimately promises what it would mean to return to, the human subject as a generic being, or species being. Such would also be the beginning and end of the dialectic adopted by Revueltas. In fact, as Jorge Fuentes Morua amply demonstrates in his recent intellectual biography, José Revueltas, Una Biografía Intelectual. The author of Dialéctica de la Conciencia was one of the very first intellectuals in any part of the world to study and appreciate the critical importance of Marx's manuscripts, which were already published in Mexico by the end of 1937, in a Spanish version that is now impossible to find, under the title Economía Política y Filosofía, translated by two exiles from Nazi Germany. Revueltas used Economía Política y Filosofía. We have been able to study his annotations to this book. These glosses give us insight into the questions that attracted the author's attention with greatest intensity. These interests of a philosophical nature, which were developed in his literary, political, and theoretical texts, refer in substance to different perspectives on alienation and the situation of the human being when confronted with the development of capitalism and technology. 6. Fuentes Morua is thus able to follow up on his painstaking bibliographical reconstruction by reaffirming the centrality of the concepts of alienation and reification in both narrative and theoretical writings by Revueltas, tracing their influence back to the philosophical anthropology found in Marx's 1844 manuscripts. To this reading of the presence of the early Marx in Revueltas, we all know from our textbooks how to oppose the rigorous anti-humanism of the school of Althusser, Lacan, or Foucault. In fact, according to the author of For Marx, the very notion of a dialectic of consciousness is devoid of all meaning. For there is no true critique which is not immanent and already real and material before it is conscious, Althusser writes on the occasion of his analysis of Brechtian theatre, to which he adds the following key principle. If we carry our analysis of this condition a little further, we can easily find in it Marx's fundamental principle that it is impossible for any form of ideological consciousness to contain in itself, through its own internal dialectic, an escape from itself, that, strictly speaking, there is no dialectic of consciousness, no dialectic of consciousness which could reach reality itself by virtue of its own contradictions. In short, there can be no phenomenology in the Hegelian sense, for consciousness does not accede to the real through its own internal development, but by the radical discovery of what is other than itself. 7. In short, any dialectic would have to come to terms with the radical discovery of a certain unconscious as the real or material other of consciousness. Instead of the transparency of man as self-present subject, this alternative version of the materialist dialectic would posit the primordial opacity and externality of certain symbolic structures, often under the influence of a new appreciation of psychoanalysis. Indeed, if we follow Lacan, this is precisely how we might define the unconscious. This exteriority of the symbolic with regard to man is the very notion of the unconscious et cogito, or the unconscious, the subject, or the structure, in all their simplified glory. These now familiar alternatives sum up what remains perhaps the last really great politico-philosophical battle in the 20th century, a true example, moreover, of the Althusserian notion that philosophy represents the class struggle in Theory 9 in its most extreme and vitriolic form. This polemic quickly turned out to be a dialogo de sordos opposing the bourgeois humanists who followed the young Marx. Of the manuscripts of 1844 to the dogmatic neo-Stalinists who stuck to the mature and scientific Marx of Capital, Hegel, in this context, is often little more than a codename to denounce the persistence of humanist and idealist elements in the early Marx. Both in France and abroad, as in much of Latin America, Sartre and Althusser gave this polemic the impetus of their lifelong work and the aura of their proper names. As Alain Badiou writes, when the mediations of politics are clear, it is the philosopher's imperative to subsume them in the direction of a foundation. The last debate in this matter opposed the tenets of liberty, as founding reflective transparency, to the tenets of the structure, as prescription of a regime of causality. Sartre against Althusser, this meant, at bottom, the cause against the cause. 10. There would seem to be little doubt as to where exactly in this debate, or on which side, we should place Revueltas, since he had nothing but scorn for Althusser while he constantly expressed his admiration for Sartre. In reality, however, things are not as straightforward or as clear-cut as they first appear. In a lucid preface to Dialectica de la Consciencia, Henry Lefebvre draws our attention to this very debate regarding the foundation or ground of the dialectic. He concludes by highlighting the originality of the answer given by Revueltas. From Engels to Revueltas, there occurs not only a change in perspective and meaning but also a polar inversion. Instead of being encountered in the object, nature, the foundation of the dialectic is discovered in the subject. 11. This conclusion would seem to confirm the initial suspicion about the understanding of the dialectic in the traditional humanist terms of liberty, consciousness, and the transparency of the self. Lefebvre, however, continues his remarks by immediately insisting on the subject's internal contradictions. Revueltas shows that this is not an effect of language, a disorder of discourse, a residual absurdity but, on the contrary, a situation, or better yet, a concatenation of situations, inherent in the subject as such, by reason of the fact that it is not a substance, as is the case for Cartesians, nor a result, as is the case for vulgar materialists and naturalists, but a specific activity as well as a complex and contradictory knot of relations to the other, of initiatives, memory, adhesion to the present and projects for the time to come. Point 12. Clearly much more is involved in this understanding of the dialectic than either a mere change in perspective, or even an inversion between substance and subject. In fact, the subject's consciousness, reason, or self-presence is always situated in tense contradiction with its internal other, the unconscious, unreason, or negativity. This contradictory unity is precisely what defines the dialectic, as opposed to a merely logical understanding of polar opposites in an inert relation of mutual externality or antinomy. Revueltas shows the contradictions in the act according to how they operate in consciousness, Lefebvre adds, before hinting at a surprising family resemblance in this regard between Revueltas and the work of certain members of the Frankfurt School. At certain moments Revueltas' quest comes close to Adorno's negative dialectics. Most often he distances himself from it, but along a path that leads in the same direction. 13. Following this useful lead, I want to examine in more detail where this path actually takes us. Rather than seeking an approximation with Adorno, however, I will in the end suggest that the posthumous writings of Revueltas in fact show more elective affinities with the thought of Walter Benjamin. In any event, instead of accepting the familiar schemes with which intellectual historians try to pigeonhole what they often disparagingly call the thought of 68-14, we should come to grasp how subject and structure, not unlike Marxism and psychoanalysis in general, stand to each other in a relation of antagonistic articulation through the scission or separation of each of the two terms. Thus, if among later Althusserians the systematic formalization of the structure under certain conditions, which they call events, pinpoints a symptomatic blindness, or incompleteness, the presence of which already presupposes the inscription of a subject, then conversely we can expect to find remnants of the opacity of the structure, or what Sartre would have called elements of the practico-inert, in the midst of the subject's efforts at reaching consciousness. Hegel himself, in fact, had already hinted at this possibility of seeing the first role of the subject, of spirit, or of the I, not as a schoolbook example of synthesis and sublation, but as the power to split reality into the real and the unreal, the power to sunder the concrete according to the actual and the non-actual, which is but another way of expressing the force of the other, of consciousness, of death even, within consciousness itself. For it is only because the concrete does divide itself, and make itself into something non-actual, that it is self-moving. The activity of separation is the power and work of understanding, the most astonishing and mightiest of powers, or rather the absolute power, Hegel famously wrote in his preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit. The circle that remains self-enclosed and, like substance, holds its moments together, is an immediate relationship, one therefore which has nothing astonishing about it. But that an accident as such, detached from what circumscribes it, what is bound and is actual only in its context with others, should attain an existence of its own and a separate freedom, this is the tremendous power of the negative, it is the energy of thought, of the pure I. 15. Rather than opposing subject and substance as two self-enclosed circles without intersection, the real task of the dialectic must therefore consist in coming to grips with the articulation of the two through the internal division of their oneness. For Revueltas, consciousness always follows a logic of uneven development and only on rare occasions reaches moments of identity, or near identity, with the real. There is always a lag, a gap, or an anachronism, leading to spectral or phantasmatic structures of social consciousness. In a text on the present significance of the Russian October Revolution, also published in Dialectica de la Conciencia, Revueltas repeatedly insists on this unevenness. What is especially important is to notice that such relations, between rational consciousness and praxis, are uneven and they act in relations of identity only in determinate moments of historical development, moments which, in their most elevated expression, can be counted in years. But even such identity is never absolute, since in every case, in order to act upon praxis, and convert itself into praxis, rational consciousness is mediated by ideology or ideologies. Point 16. More often than not, reason and ideology are intertwined. In order to become practical, all truths must pass through a moment of ideology. At the same time, there are also contradictions, not just between consciousness and social being or practice, but within consciousness as such, due to the persistence of forms of division, hierarchy, and alienation within reason. In several texts from Mexico 68, this process is described in terms of a divide, or a dialectical contradiction, between consciousness, or conciencia, and knowledge, or conocimiento. Consciousness knows itself in the act but it ignores the nature of the known. This fact carries with it the insertion of a contradiction between consciousness and knowledge, Revueltas writes, to which he adds a long explanation. The question turns out to be not so simple when we approach the knowledge of consciousness from the point of view of its internal nature, as constant mobility and transformation, and externally, as contradiction and alienation. As mobility and transformation, consciousness is always unhappy with what knowledge provides it with. This changes what it knows, it discovers new data and reveals what is hidden beneath its new objectivity, but it also transforms consciousness itself and submits it to the anxiety of absolute non-knowledge, to the extreme point where a given impotence could turn it into an unreal consciousness. As for the external, its externalization, consciousness is in itself and in its other, in the form of religion, civil society, the state, as consciousness alienated from itself that no longer knows itself, in this exteriorization, as individual and free consciousness in itself. The state, religion, civil society are the consciousness of itself of the others, accumulated throughout time by historical knowledge. Point 17. Reason here has to come to grips with its intrinsic other. In fact, its concrete movement is nothing but the process of its own self-splitting. Far from singing the stately glories of spirit as self-consciousness fully coming into its own, the dialectic tells the story of this ongoing scission between consciousness and knowledge, as well as between cogito and the unconscious. Such a story, which makes for an almost impossible narrative, always involves the risk of absolute non-knowledge, irretrievable anxiety, or downright madness. Finally, one important corollary of this internally divided nature of consciousness is that, just as there lies a rational kernel even within ideology, radical or revolutionary thought can also become alienated into mere ideology, which it always carries with it as a shadow. At this moment, the split nature of all elements of the dialectic is erased in favor of a false purity, ideology without reason, or revolutionary reason without the truth of practice. Every ideology, without exception, reaches a point where, by virtue of its proper nature as ideology, it must renounce all criticism, that is, the rational kernel of which it could avail itself in the periods of revolutionary ascent, given its conditions as consciousness alienated onto a concrete praxis. 18. For Revueltas, this last moment is precisely the one that defines the crisis of Marxism after the death of Lenin, and even more so after the watershed year of 1927, when the living ghost of Trotsky started to wander in exile through much of Europe, before meeting his untimely death in Mexico. It is also the moment, however, when ideology lost its rational kernel, and the road was opened for a maddening and suicidal exasperation of the conflict, which increasingly threatened to become nuclear, between the United States and the Soviet Union. Marx in his limits. Indeed, another way of addressing the complex question of how to situate this writer's theoretical work would be to draw out all the consequences of the otherwise unsurprising fact that for Revueltas, by the early 1970s, Marxism was caught in a deep crisis. In this sense, too, Revueltas is much closer to Althusser than either one of them or, for that matter, any of their critics would be willing to admit. Marx in his limits, 19, the heading under which, in the 1970s, Althusser collected many of his thoughts that were to be published only after his death, could thus very well serve as a subtitle for the posthumous Dialectica de la Conciencia as well. Revueltas is certainly not proposing an uncritical return to some pristine orthodoxy or hidden doctrinal kernel of the early Marx. The aim is rather more contorted, as can be gleaned from the proposed plan of study that is included in the latter half of the book by way of framing its impressive range of notes, quotes, and interpretive glosses, most of them written between 1968 and 1971 in Mexico City's Lecumberri prison. If Revueltas sought to come to terms with the fundamental concepts of alienation, consciousness, and the philosophy of praxis implied in the manuscripts of the young Marx, this was primarily in order to provide himself with the means to understand the dogmatic and revisionist deformations of the dialectic in the latter half of the 20th century, at the hands of so-called vulgar, uncritical, or non-reflective Marxism. Marx's theory of alienation and ideology thus serves as a critical tool with which to analyze, and hopefully undo the effects of, the ideological alienation of Marxism itself. Along this complex trajectory, Revueltas found a symptomatic turning point precisely in the split between the early Marx and other young Hegelians such as Bruno Bauer, Ludwig Feuerbach, or Arnold Ruge. As he wrote in his general plan of study, it is a question of leading this investigation toward a clarification of the current crisis of Marxism. The point of departure for this investigation is situated at the moment of transition when Marxism discerns itself as such, separating itself from critical philosophy by extending the latter to society and its economic foundations. 20. In the operations with which critical philosophy becomes first dialectical, and then materialist, a logic of the social is contained that, once it is cut off from the concrete understanding of society as a contradictory totality, might paradoxically serve to explain the principles of its very own deformation. Revueltas finds this process at work not only in the official doctrine of Stalinism or in the inertia of many Soviet-oriented communist parties, but also in the ideological radicalism of another typical product of the 1960s, the ultra-leftist groups, or grupusculos, throughout much of Europe and Latin America. One of the early titles for the main text in Dialectica de la Conciencia hinted precisely at this secondary aspect of the crisis of Marxism, La locura brugular del marxismo en Mexico, Ensayo ontológico sobre los grupúsculos marxistas. Point 21. This ambitious plan to arrive at a dialectical ontology of group formations, which is much indebted to Sartre's project in his own unfinished critique of dialectical reason, the first volume of which is significantly subtitled Theory of Practical Ensembles, obviously did not come to full fruition in Revueltas's notes for Dialectica de la Conciencia. But the reader will find long passages in which the internal crisis of critical consciousness, as explained through the notion of thought self-alienation and disorientation, is tied to the proliferation of extreme left-wing groups, all proclaiming their fidelity to an hyper-ideological form of Marxism. Let us look in more detail at a brief instance of this self-reflexive critique of Marxism. As a starting point, the theoretical activity of consciousness can be situated on two levels, or as two kinds of act. To put this in the most general way, theory functions by way of two acts that belong to the same process of knowledge. First, in those who think theory and confront it with itself as abstract thought, and, second, concretely, as praxis, when it adequately, that is, in ways consistent with itself, transforms the object proposed to it. 22. Whenever this regime of consistency is interrupted, the inner necessity of the concept, from being a moving restlessness, turns into the baleful objectivity of the practico-inert. For Revueltas, it is in this gap, in this no man's land between a sequence of thought and its logical consequences, that the false consciousness of so-called vulgar or uncritical Marxism finds its niche. In a passage that is worth quoting extensively, if for no other reason than to give a sense of his idiosyncratic style, Revueltas continues: "The internal contradictions of knowledge that are unresolved, that do not resolve themselves, in their immediate becoming, in different ways, give way to certain inevitable fissures between a proposed, that is, not yet given, sequence and its consequence within the process, which establishes a provisionally empty space, a kind of no man's land, which interposes itself between the prefiguration of the concept and the objective reality that has not yet been conceptualized. Thus, in a true act of usurpation of the rights of rationality, false consciousness with its hosts occupies this no man's land of knowledge and declares over it its absolute dogmatic sovereignty. Such is the point where, under the protection of said sovereignty, this concrete self-sufficient form of being flourishes, self-absorbed and impermeable to questioning, that represents the false consciousness of vulgar Marxism. Hence, the examination of contradictions will allow us to clarify the fact hidden underneath all kinds of demagogic and leftist phrases that practice without praxis is nothing but a maddening sense of disorientation, a loss of the magnetic pole of knowledge which defines, however, in essence, the activity of Marxist corpuscles and of vulgar Marxism as a whole, from which fatally follows an objective deformation of the revolutionary processes, with the correlative succession of the great historical defeats suffered by the working class during the last decades in Mexico. 23. We can thus observe how it is through a dialectical theory of the inherent contradictions between consciousness and its other, as well as of their transformation into their opposites, that Revueltas seeks to reconstruct the crisis of Marxism based on his own readings of Marx from the time of the latter's split with the young Hegelians. The dialectic revisited. Everything in this context ultimately depends on our understanding of what is meant by dialectical thinking. The point is to be clear about the subject of the dialectic. Badiou also writes, the dialecticity of the dialectic consists precisely in having a conceptual history and in dividing the Hegelian matrix to the point where it turns out to be essentially a doctrine of the event, and not the guided adventure of the spirit. A politics, rather than a history. 24. Thus, when Revueltas wrote to his daughter Andrea, we must return to Hegel's phenomenology, whether we want to or not. 25. Or when he wrote to her in another letter, we have to go back openly to Hegel, to the young Marx and to political economy beyond capital, that is to say, to the ignored Marxism, the Marxism that was bracketed for over 50 years and not only by Stalinism. His aim was still to come to a concrete understanding of the notion of the dialectic. All the contradictions of Marxism in Mexico can be summed up as resistance to, and ignorance of, the dialectic. 26. How, then, does Revueltas define the dialectic? Right from the beginning of Dialectica de la Conciencia, Revueltas may very well have seemed to echo Sartre's position, in the latter's polemic with Heidegger, that it is above all a question of man, that is, a question not of being but of the human being. In his case, however, the affirmation ante todo se trata de la question hombre is immediately followed by the question pero, en fin, que es el hombre? To which the author of the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right is allowed to reply, Karl Marx proposes to us an illuminating answer. Man is the world of men, he says. The world of human beings, in other words, society, its modes of production, religion, the state, a changing world which has never been the same throughout its history. 27. It is at this point that the otherwise traditional, humanist, or idealist image of Hegel's method is displaced by the search for a materialist dialectic of society as a concrete and contradictory totality. How, then, can we come to know this apparently unknowable totality that constitutes the proper object of dialectical reason? Revueltas does not answer this last question in any straightforward manner. Instead, In the remaining pages of the full draft of his essay, he weaves the discussion in and out of 3 examples, which he prefers to call cognitive anecdotes, derived respectively from the postal system, from archaeology, and from architecture. The essential determination of society as an object of thought cannot be discerned in the immediate knowledge of the senses. You should not look for it in the direct and immediate report of the senses but in a vast and complex set of internal relations and correlations. 28 This much larger horizon, however, remains as invisible or unknowable to our everyday thoughts and habits as the complete functioning of the postal system is for the individual who absent-mindedly drops off a letter in the mail. Our individual has written a letter, he has worked on it, but he ignores the fact that this whole vast set of activities, writing, sealing the letter, buying stamps and attaching them, depositing the letter into a post box, is inserted within a mass of human work that is common, general, total, constant, active, past, present, and historical in the most plastic sense of the word, this invisible matter in which the lines of communication are drawn and draw themselves. From the time when one of them discovered himself in the others and succeeded in inventing and emitting the first signs of identity, a first scream, a first smoke signal, a first letter. The postal system reveals nothing to our individual, even though it allows him at least to be this human being in whom he does not yet perceive himself, but in whom he no doubt will one day come to perceive himself as soon as he assumes consciousness of it. 29. What Revueltas is after in this, as well as in the other 2 passages, is not so much an orthodox, Lecoqian, or Cosickian, totality as the identical subject-object of history, but rather something more along the lines of a cognitive map, or a situational understanding of the system, as defined in more recent years by Frederick Jameson. If we turn now to the second case, in which an archaeologist decides to employ a group of local bricklayers to help him with the task of digging up the objects on his site, a split immediately sets apart the manual labor of the diggers from the larger cultural and intellectual knowledge regarding the objects of their labor. The diggers are thus deprived of the consciousness involved in their very own labor. Revueltas insists, however, in this case even more so than in the brief example of the letter writer, that these bricklayers now turned into anthropological laborers, too, are perhaps on the verge of a special kind of consciousness. Nevertheless, what happened to them in the passage from one job to the other has an extraordinary meaning. The world of men placed them socially as anthropological laborers, in a situation where they were on the verge of realizing a true human form of labor, on the verge of converting themselves into real human beings, and not only because of the fact which they will have commented upon with mocking joy of having served for some days for this crazy guy who contracted them for a strange and incomprehensible activity, and paid them, to boot, with an unusual generosity. They were on the verge, yes, but this on the verge stayed there, suspended, without resolving itself, like a phantasmatic emanation above the anthropological work that disappeared, in the same way that the vagrant flames of fuegos fatuos float over the graves of a cemetery. However, such being on the verge repeats itself and remains in the labor of bricklaying to which they returned, because in a certain sense and in a new but essential form, they continue to be anthropologists on their job as house builders. 30. Nothing ever seems to be lost for good when it comes to the consciousness of human work. For the most part, however, even while being perhaps indestructible, the common mass of generic human labor vanishes or evaporates into the depths of a spectral or phantasmatic type of memory, a collective yet trans-historical memory that is closer to the unconscious than to consciousness, and in which experiences are accumulated, preserved, and repeated from time immemorial, until those rare moments when, as in a sudden act of awakening, they re-enter the field of vision. Freud and Lacan had already insisted on the indestructible nature of the unconscious. The memory of desire is unlike any other form or kind of memory, precisely because of the fact that nothing is ever forgotten by desire. Lacan thus recalls that Freud's discovery is very much bound up with the discovery of the inextinguishable duration of desire, a feature of the unconscious which is hardly the least paradoxical, even though Freud never gives it up. 31 For Lacan, of course, the locus of this peculiar kind of memory is none other than a certain automatism of language itself. It is inscribed in traces, archives, bodies, and traditions as in a machine-like structure, or on a magical writing pad similar to the one famously invoked by Freud. There is no other way to conceive of the indestructibility of unconscious desire, given that there is no need which, when its satiation is forbidden, does not wither, in extreme cases through the very wasting away of the organism itself. It is in a kind of memory, comparable to what goes by that name in our modern thinking machines, which are based on an electronic realization of signifying composition, that the chain is found which insists by reproducing itself in the transference, and which is the chain of a dead desire. 32. Freud himself had suggested in Totem and Taboo, and again, even more clearly, in Moses and Monotheism, that the latency and partial return of repressed materials be seen as phenomena characteristic not only of the life of the individual, but of the history of the human species as well. Speaking of the difference, or gap, between the official history of Moses and the oral tradition, Freud suggests that what is forgotten nonetheless survives elsewhere. What has been deleted or altered in the written version might quite well have been preserved uninjured in the tradition. 33. There are thus permanent traces of this history that remain, even if they were mostly warded off and repressed. Here Freud advances one of his boldest claims: I hold that the concordance between the individual and the mass is in this point almost complete. The masses, too, retain an impression of the past in unconscious memory traces. 34. Memory here becomes both onto and phylogenetic in ways that do not necessarily lead us back to racially coded and ideological notions of primitivism. In fact, the notion of the return of the repressed leads the psychoanalyst to the surprising conclusion that if the idea of a collective unconscious makes any sense at all, it is only because the unconscious, understood in this way, is always already collective to begin with. The term repressed is here used not in its technical sense. Here I mean something past, vanished, and overcome in the life of a people, which I venture to treat as equivalent to repressed material in the mental life of the individual. In what psychological form the past existed during its period of darkness we cannot as yet tell. It is not easy to translate the concepts of individual psychology into mass psychology, and I do not think that much is to be gained by introducing the concept of a collective unconscious. The content of the unconscious is collective anyhow, a general possession of mankind. 35. Freud and Lacan's notion of an inextinguishable unconscious memory, despite the appearance of insurmountable conceptual distances, not to mention a certain Jungian family resemblance, is furthermore not unrelated to the notion of a species-like memory that acquires almost cosmic dimensions in the writings of Henry Bergson and, after him, with Gilles Deleuze. This is the memory of an all-embracing past, of life itself as pure recollection, a realm that is neither real nor merely possible, but actually virtual and virtually actual at all times. What Bergson calls pure recollection has no psychological existence. This is why it is called virtual, inactive, and unconscious. All these words are dangerous, in particular, the word unconscious, which, since Freud, has become inseparable from an especially effective and active psychological existence. Deleuze explains, we must nevertheless be clear at this point that Bergson does not use the word unconscious to denote a psychological reality outside consciousness, but to denote a non-psychological reality being as it is in itself. 36. This is memory not just as the agency of language, not even as the unwritten and obscure record of the human species, but directly as a structure of being, memory as immemorial ontology. Far from falling for a Jungian interpretation, what Revueltas adds to this notion of an unconscious, indestructible, and quasi-ontological memory is the political question of its rude awakening. In this sense, he is certainly not the only one during the late 1960s and early 1970s to tackle the possibility of a collective popular memory. In his testimonial novel L'Établi, The Assembly Line, the French Maoist Robert Linhart also writes, "Nothing is lost, nothing is forgotten in the indefinitely mixed memory of the working class. Other strikes, other committees, other acts will find inspiration in past strikes as well as in ours, the trace of which I will later discover, mixed up with so many others." 37. Revueltas, though, is precisely interested in the recovery of these traces, in their phantasmatic reinscription or even resurrection. What happens, in other words, with the consciousness that the bricklayers in his second anecdote were on the verge of acquiring? Once this spectral consciousness sinks back into the depths of a latent collective unconscious, where it will remain insistently as a virtual memory of the human species, how can such remnants be made to re-emerge? By what kind of act, whether political or theoretical? Before we turn to the theory of the act, however, we must consider how, when the same bricklayers partake in an architect's project to build a private home, which is then sold to the homeowner, a supplementary alienation of human work takes place in the selling of property and the juridical passage of the house from the hands of the bricklayers, through the architect's plans, to the homeowner's enjoyment. Simplistic as this third and final cognitive anecdote may seem, we should nevertheless not ignore the powerful effects of alienation, here in the sense of separation and subtraction, on the general reserve of human labor. This alienation, which sunders the thing from the object, making it into a thing without object, radically at the roots affects the subject and strips him of his essence. Placed before the subtraction of his object into the thing, he does not cease to possess the object, given that the object will be present in some place, but he leads it astray and appears in front of that stripped thing. In the condition of mere amnesia, as empty consciousness, hidden from his generic eye, exactly as if one said that an individual forgot where his or her house is. 38. For Revueltas, all architecture is in fact a preemptive form of archaeology. Indeed, the task of critical reason consists precisely in an operation similar to the uncovering of an archaeology latent within every architectural structure. As Revueltas writes in one of his more ominous passages, archaeology states, this piece of architecture will disappear not because of some vague Heraclitean awareness of the flow of time behind the rapid succession of architectural styles and fashions, but because archaeology as such consists in thinking about and questioning, in consciousness, the how and why of the contradictions by virtue of whose antagonisms cultures and civilizations disappear. 39. In this and other passages from Dialectica de la Conciencia, Revueltas comes extremely close to a definition of dialectical and historical materialism that is similar to the one found in the fragments and annotated remains, the refuse and debris of modernity, as it were taken up and reused by Benjamin in his unfinished Arcades project. Here we are of course not talking about archaeology as a scientific discipline, Revueltas explains. We are referring, rather, to an archaeology understood as a particular form of historical consciousness, in the same sense as when we talked about architecture. Archaeology, then, appears as a rethinking, as the repetition in consciousness of past architectures, cultural formations and so on, and these, in turn, as determinate forms of the totality of a historical consciousness in movement, which is nothing but the movement of its self-destruction. 40. If the task of theory is revealed in the principle that all architecture is an anticipated archaeology, this must be understood in the rigorous sense of coming to know the past labor that vanished or disappeared into the monumental presence of the present. History, seen in this dialectical sense, is not an accumulation of cultural riches so much as the large-scale vanishing of misery into the unconscious of humanity's constitutive, generic, and originary prehistory. As Revueltas writes, in this way, as self-historicization without rest, which never reaches quietude, history is a constant repetition of itself in the continuous mind of human beings, in their generic mind and unconscious memory, the unconscious that is first ahistorical and then historical and social, not in the vulgar sense in which one says history repeats itself, but as presence produced, and producing itself, within the limits of human eternity, the natural history of man that goes back over itself without end. 41. How, then, does humanity escape from the almost mystical slumber of its general intellect and unconscious memory? Here, both Revueltas and Benjamin, like so many other Western Marxists, seem to have been inspired by a statement of principle that appears in a letter from Marx to Arnold Ruge. Our election cry must be, reform of consciousness not through dogmas, but through the analysis of mystical consciousness that is unclear to itself, whether it appears in a religious or a political form. Marx had written to his friend and fellow young Hegelian, then people will see that the world has long possessed the dream of a thing and that it only needs to possess the consciousness of this thing in order really to possess it. 42. Benjamin would turn this election cry into the cornerstone of his dialectical method as a materialist historian. The realization of dream elements in the course of waking up is the canon of dialectics. It is paradigmatic for the thinker and binding for the historian. Benjamin wrote in his notebooks for the Arcades Project, in which he also wondered, is awakening perhaps the synthesis of dream consciousness, as thesis, and waking consciousness, as antithesis? Then the moment of awakening would be identical with the now of recognizability, in which things put on their true surrealist face. 43. Is this view of awakening, this now of recognizability as a supremely dialectical point of rupture or surrealist flash, not also reminiscent of the moment when consciousness is suddenly on the verge of forming itself, on the verge of bursting into our field of visibility, according to Revueltas? What Revueltas is seeking in his cognitive anecdotes would thus be an experience akin to the formation of dialectical images for Benjamin. In the dialectical image, what has been within a particular epoch is always, simultaneously, what has been from time immemorial. As such, however, it is manifest, on each occasion, only to a quite specific epoch, namely, the one in which humanity, rubbing its eyes, recognizes just this particular dream image as such. It is at this moment that the historian takes up, with regard to that image, the task of dream interpretation. 44. As for the immanence of this act, which is never fully present to the mind but rather lurks behind the scenes as something that is always on the verge of, or on the point of, occurring, this too is seen as a decisive aspect of the dialectical method. Still to be established is the connection between presence of mind and the method of dialectical materialism. It's not just that one will always be able to detect a dialectical process in presence of mind, regarded as one of the highest forms of appropriate behavior. What is even more decisive is that the dialectician cannot look on history as anything other than a constellation of dangers which he is always, as he follows its development in his thought, on the point of averting. 45. The task of critical reason, then, is much closer to the interpretation of a dream than to a simple exercise of the cogito's presence of mind and nearly divine self-consciousness. Revueltas, like Benjamin, finally proposes to see the activity of thought as a secular, or profane illumination, consciousness, freed and bared of all divinity in virtue as much as in vice puts things on their feet that were standing on their head, it illuminates them, and it profanes them. 46. Acts of Theory. In a remarkably enigmatic short story, Hegel Y.O., published in 1973 as the opening of a planned future novel or series of narratives on the same subject that would never see the light, Revueltas returned once more to this notion of the profane illumination that takes place whenever an emergent consciousness is on the verge of breaking through the monumental obliteration of generic human memory and work. On this occasion, he describes such moments in terms of acts, that is, truly profound acts, which completely change the seemingly eternal paradigms of existing knowledge in light of a truth that is both historical and yet part of an immemorial past that runs through, and sometimes interrupts, the continuum of human history. Despite its unfinished nature, Hegel and I represents a culminating moment in the long trajectory of Revueltas as a narrator and a thinker. These two activities, narration and thought, are inseparable here, perhaps more so than in any of his other stories, or in most of his already quite intellectualized novels. The story, in fact, seems to take up and try to solve some of the deadlocks present in Revueltas's strictly theoretical writings from the same period, the late 1960s and early 1970s, most of which have been published posthumously by Andrea Revueltas and Philippe Charon in volumes such as Dialectica de la Conciencia and Mexico 68, Juventud y Revolución. Hegel, in the story, is the nickname of a prisoner, a paraplegic who from his wheelchair exchanges anecdotes and philosophical musings with his cellmate, a thinly disguised alter ego of Revueltas himself. It is a questioning of Hegelian philosophy, referred to the prison. The author explained in an interview, a character who arrives in prison is a bank robber called Hegel because he robbed a bank on Hegel Street. Everyone calls him Hegel. From there the narrator takes up the positions of Hegel in order to demonstrate that the prison is the state. 47. From this character, in fact, we obtain not only a theory of the state as a prison-like panopticon, but also the outline for a provocative theory of the act, or, to be more precise, a theory of the theoretical act of what it means to reach consciousness in the act of theory. True acts have no witnesses in history, in other words, there are no testimonies of the truly profound acts of consciousness. Rather, they belong to the silent reserve of an unconscious and immemorial recollection, the counter-memory of that which has not taken place. The profound act lies within you, lurking and prepared to jump up from the bottom of your memory, from that memory of the non-event, says Hegel, and the anonymous narrator approves. He's right, our acts, our profound acts, as he says, constitute that part of memory that does not accept remembering, for which it does not matter whether there are witnesses or not. Nobody is witness to nobody and nothing, each one carries his or her own recollection of the unseen, or the unheard of, without testimonies. 48. Without memory, without testimony, unwitnessed yet recorded in the blank pages of a collective unconscious, profound acts are those acts that define not only a subject's emergent consciousness but this very subject as well. Subjects are local instances of such acts. You, or I, according to Hegel and I, are but the result of the profound acts of history, whether in 1968 or 1917, in 1905 or 1871, acts that forever will have changed the conditions of politics in history. This is not a blind voluntaristic account of the subject's capacity for action and intervention, since it is not the subject but the act that is first. The act is not our own doing so much as it is we who are the result, or the local instance, of the act. In the words of Hegel. Thus, insofar as you are here, I mean, here in prison or wherever you are, it doesn't matter, insofar as you stand in and are a certain sight, you have something to do with this act. It is inscribed in your ancient memory, in the strangest part of your memory, in your estranged memory, unsaid and unwritten, unthought, never felt, which is that which moves you in the direction of such an act. So strange that it is a memory without language, lacking all proper signs, a memory that has to find its own way by means of the most unexpected of all means. Thus, this memory repeats, without our being aware of it, all the frustrations prior to its occurrence, until it succeeds in chancing again upon the original profound act which, for this reason alone, is yours. But only for this reason, because it is yours without belonging to you. The opposite is the case, you are the one who belongs to the act, by which, in the end, you cease to belong to yourself. 49. The act not only constitutes the brief occurrence of an identity of thinking and being, but it also would seem retroactively to redeem past errors and failures of history. I would even suggest that, through the notion of a repetition of the memory of lo no ocurrido, that is, literally the unhappened or the non-occurred revueltas, is inverting the logic of Hegel's sublation, which, as Zizek frequently reminds us, amounts to a kind of Ungeschiehtenmachen, incidentally the same German term that Freud uses in his own understanding of denegation. While Hegel famously located this capacity to unmake history in the notion of Christian forgiveness, Zizek extends its field of application to include the core of Hegel's logic as a whole. One is thus able to conceive of Ungeschiehtenmachen, the highest manifestation of negativity, as the Hegelian version of death drive. It is not an accidental or marginal element in the Hegelian edifice, but rather designates the crucial moment of the dialectical process, the so-called moment of the negation of negation, the inversion of the antithesis into the synthesis. The reconciliation proper to synthesis is not a surpassing or suspension, whether it be dialectical, of size Zion on some higher plane, but a retroactive reversal, which means that there never was any size Zion to begin with. Synthesis retroactively annuls the size Zion. 50. For revueltas, however, the aim of the profound acts of history is not symbolically, or at the level of the spirit, to unmake what did happen, but rather to allow that what did not happen be made to happen. Therein lies not the retroactive annihilation of size Zion so much as the redemptive introduction of a size Zion where previously none existed. Insofar as it relates not to the actual events of the past but to the repetition of their halo of absence, the act proper has no beginning or end. Where the devil did these things begin, the narrator in Hegel and I asks himself, it is not the things themselves that I recall but their halo, their periphery, that which lies beyond what circumscribes and defines them. 51 It is only afterwards that historians and perhaps philosophers of history such as Hegel can name, date, and interpret the events that are repeated but not registered or witnessed in such an immemorial act. It is an act that accepts all forms, committing it, perpetrating it, consummating it, realizing it. It simply is beyond all moral qualification. Qualifying it is left to those who annotate it and date it, that is, to the journalists and the historians, who must then necessarily adjust it to a determinate critical norm that is in force, whereby they only erase its traces and falsify it, erecting it into a myth that is more or less valid and acceptable during a certain period of time. Landru, Genghis Khan, Galileo, Napoleon, the Marquis de Sade, Jesus Christ, or Lenin, it's all the same. 52. Revueltas himself thus responds to the acts and events of 1968 with the demand for a theory of the act that would be able to account for the process by which the frustrated acts of past revolutions and uprisings, acts of rebellion such as the rail workers' strike of 1958-59 in Mexico, are awoken from their slumber and, from being unconscious recollections of the non-event, break out of the shell of available knowledge in order to produce the categories for an unheard of truth. As prolonged theoretical acts, though, events cannot be seized without sacrificing their nature, unless the interpretive framework itself is attuned to reflect this very event-like nature itself. To his friends and fellow militants of May 1968 in France, for example, Revueltas sent a public letter with the following message: your massive action, which immediately turns into historical praxis, from the first moment on possesses the peculiar nature of being at the same time a great theoretical leap, a radical subversion of the theory mediated, deformed, fetishized by the epigones of Stalin. 53 This radical subversion in turn must be theorized without losing its subversiveness in the no man's land of a theory without practice. Writing from his cell in Lecumberri, Revueltas asked nothing less from his fellow Mexicans. I believe, he wrote against all odds in 1976, in a collection of essays about the massacre in Tlatelolco, that the experience of 1968 is a highly positive one, and one that will bring enormous benefits, provided that we know how to theorize the phenomenon. 54. 4. Can the new man speak? A subject for an object. To build communism it is necessary, simultaneous with the new material foundations, to build the new man. Eco Beto Che Guevara, Socialism and Man in Cuba. The watershed year of 1968 is also the year that saw the premiere of Tomás Gutiérrez Elia's movie Memorias del Subdesarrollo, usually translated as Memories of Underdevelopment, but sometimes as Memoirs of Underdevelopment, during the opening night of the 4 Pesaro Film Festival in Rome, alongside a documentary by Joris Ivans on Vietnam. Now considered a classic both nationally and internationally as well as a precursor and founding example of so-called third cinema, the movie repeatedly makes the top of the list of best movies of all time as selected by film critics worldwide. In Cuba, for example, the Asociación Cubana de la Prensa Cinematográfica recently voted the movie the #1 feature film for the period between 1959 and 2008 in the category of top 10 most significant Cuban films, one given the director's central role in the Instituto Cubano del Arte y Industrias Cinematográficas, ICAIC, which he co-founded in 1959 in one of the first acts of cultural politics in the revolutionary process in Cuba just 3 months after the victory of Fidel Castro's troops. This official recognition should not come as a surprise. Far more surprising is the uninterrupted international acclaim bestowed on the film since its first showings. Indeed, while initially the U.S. government refused Gutiérrez Elia a visa to accept the 1973 National Society of Film Critics Award and banned Memorias del Subdesarrollo as part of its embargo against Castro's regime, The movie has been a remarkable success outside of Cuba with both experts and general audiences alike, including in the United States. Considering the nature of its story, the self-reflective broodings of a bourgeois intellectual who, after the departure of his wife and family, decides to remain on the island in spite of his repugnance for its continued state of underdevelopment, this success begs the obvious question as to how and why both sides of the ideological spectrum could reach such fertile common ground in the appreciation of this particular movie by Gutierrez Elia, perhaps matched only by the success of Frisa y Chocolate, Strawberry and Chocolate, 25 years later. In this chapter I will try to address this question anew by turning to two subtexts, or paratexts, of the movie, not, as is usually done, by comparing the filmic version to the novel from which it is loosely derived, Edmundo Desnos's Memorias del Subdesarrollo, translated into English under the title Inconsolable Memories, but rather by having a closer look at Leon Rosichner's Moralbergsa y Revolucion, Bourgeois Morality and Revolution, a book from 1963 purchased by the protagonist Sergio in a local bookstore in Havana early in the movie, and read by him in long sequences of voice-over together with Gutierrez Elia's own treatise on film theory, published in 1982 under the title Dialectica del Espectador, The Viewer's Dialectic. Gutierrez Elia opens this last work with an enigmatic epigraph drawn from Marx's famous introduction to the 1857-58 Foundations of the Critique of Political Economy, also known as the Grundrisse. The object of art, like every other product, creates a public which is sensitive to art and enjoys beauty. Production thus not only creates an object for the subject, but also a subject for the object. 2. In Marx's original formulation, this paragraph from the Grundrisse continues as follows. Thus production produces consumption, 1. By creating the material for it, 2. By determining the manner of consumption, and 3. By creating the products, initially posited by it as objects, in the form of a need felt by the consumer. It thus produces the object of consumption, the manner of consumption and the motive of consumption. Consumption likewise produces the producer's inclination by beckoning to him as an aim determining need. Point 3. The main questions addressed in the first part of this chapter concern precisely this production of a subject for an object. What type of subjectivity does this art object, the movie Memorias del Subdesarrollo, produce? How does this movie beckon to so many spectators from all sides of the ideological spectrum by responding to a need that only seems to pre-exist the film's reception, while it is perhaps part and parcel of what the art object itself consciously or unconsciously produces? Leaving aside the usual explanatory schemes resorting to sheer ideological manipulation which, while certainly true in many cases, also strike me as insufficient, how does Gutierrez Elia's most critically acclaimed movie, much to his growing chagrin, provoke this dialectic between production and consumption, between spectacle and spectator, or between object and subject? The importance of these questions is in any case highlighted right from the start. Thus, in one of his first voiceovers that also serve as interior monologues, the movie's main character Sergio reflects on whether conditions in Havana have changed objectively or subjectively, if they have changed at all as a result of the revolution. Here everything remains the same, he first remarks, before considering the opposite hypothesis, yet today everything looks so different. Have I changed, or has the city changed? For the uncertainty surrounding this question will continue to haunt the rest of the movie, giving rise to a multi-perspectival interrogation of the consequences of revolutionary change at the level of subjectivity. To what extent should the individual, too, undergo a transformation so as to develop into what Beto Che Guevara, in his famous speech from 1965, El Socialismo y el Hombre en Cuba, Socialism and Man in Cuba, first published in the Uruguayan magazine Marca and then in the Cuban journal Pensamiento Critico, calls El Hombre Nuevo, the new man. In the context of an underdeveloped country such as Cuba, Guevara had announced that the process of this construction would be long and complex, underdevelopment, on the one hand, and the usual flight of capital, on the other, make a rapid transition without sacrifices impossible. There remains a long way to go in constructing the economic base, and the temptation is very great to follow the beaten track of material interest as the lever with which to accelerate development. 5. The spirit of sacrifice applies in particular to elements from the past that remain and act as obstacles to the development of the new society from within the bosom of the old. The vestiges of the past are brought into the present in one's consciousness, and a continual labor is necessary to eradicate them. 6. This violent language of eradication and sacrifice signals the extent to which the revolutionary process finds itself in permanent conflict with what we might call, in a dialectical inversion of Gutierrez Elias' title, the overdevelopment of memories, that is, the stubborn persistence of vestiges of the past within the revolutionary present. It is in the context of this conflict between memory and revolution that I want to address the question of subjectivity in the process of radical social change and whether, in the movie Memorias del Subdesarrollo, the new man can speak. I then want to turn to the question of whether the process of subjective change is similar to a religious experience of conversion. Moving beyond Gutierrez Elias' film, this will finally bring me to the much larger issue of the possible relations between politics and religion, as well as, more specifically, between Marxism and Christianity, brought up time and again in Rosichner's repeated returns to the issues raised in Marx's polemical text, on the Jewish question. The development of underdevelopment. Marxism and psychoanalysis, in two different ways, speak in the name of a kind of memory, a culture of memory, and also speak in two different ways in the name of the requirements of a development. We believe on the contrary that one must speak in the name of a positive force of forgetting, in the name of what is for each individual his own underdevelopment. Gilles Deleuze, 5 Propositions on Psychoanalysis. I will start by addressing the way in which the movie itself defines the condition of underdevelopment, as such a definition will immediately allow us to reflect on the work's own structure. For Sergio, played by Sergio Corriere, underdevelopment has above all an ideological significance, signaling an inability to connect action and intention, parts and whole, the immediate and the long-term duration. One of the things that really gets me about people is their inability to sustain a feeling, an idea, without falling apart, he comments, thinking about the recent object of his infatuation, Elena, played by Daisy Granados, whom he has picked up on the street and invited into his private apartment. Elena turned out to be totally inconsistent. It's pure deterioration, as Ortega would say. She doesn't connect one thing with another. That's one of the signs of underdevelopment, the inability to connect things, an inability whose results include a failure to accumulate experience and, by way of compensation for this failure, a tendency to depend on others to reflect on the meaning of such experience. People aren't consistent. And they always need somebody to do their thinking for them. 7. The irony of this purely ideological definition of underdevelopment becomes apparent as soon as the spectator reflects upon the structural disconnect that characterizes the very form of Memorias del Subdesarrollo. A montage of documentary footage, newsreels, photographic images, and fiction, the film, like the novel discussed in Chapter 3, stubbornly refuses to provide the image of a totality that would be ordered on the basis of a single unifying center of consciousness. Even more symptomatically, and as a result of the techniques of montage, between sound and image too, the relation tends to be one of violent disjunction. The constant use of voiceover, for instance, purportedly relevant as meta-commentary, whether about items such as the revolutionary billboards depicting José Martí or the victory of Playa Girón, about the street scene when Sergio walks in the opposite direction of the masses on one May Day celebration, or about the television broadcasts that all accompany such commentaries, in fact never manages to produce, or never wants to produce, a correspondence between sound and sight, between the visible and the sayable. Likewise, when Sergio plays back the tapes on the reel-to-reel recorder containing the verbally abusive fights with his ex-wife now departed for Miami, all the while rummaging through her clothes and monstrously deforming his face by pulling her luxury nylon stockings over his head, the effect is nothing if not a disconnect, a lag in time coupled with a sense of spatial out-of-jointness, beckoning to be overcome beyond the screen and outside the movie theater by the spectator's intervention. This is why Sergei M. Eisenstein's technique of intellectual montage becomes so critical, as Gutierrez Elia explains in Dialectica del Espectador. Montage combinations, not only in the case of a series of images which may be arranged in an unusual relation as an incentive to discover new meaning, but also when the relations are established between sound and image, what Eisenstein described as audiovisual counterpoint, constitute a specifically cinematic modality of the estrangement effect. 8 Memorias del Subdesarrollo similarly uses structural devices that its bourgeois hero would qualify as symptomatic of underdevelopment, in order to produce a subject capable of developing from them a consistent dialectical image, or meaningful totality. Sergio's definition of underdevelopment, then, not only applies to his own position in the face of the revolutionary process, it also serves to define the very structure of the film that recounts his gradual collapse. In Memories of Memories, a retrospective evaluation originally published in 1980 in the journal Casa de las Americas and also included in Dialectica del Espectador, Gutierrez Elia makes a similar comment about the structure of the film. The image of reality provided by memories of underdevelopment is a multifaceted one, like an object contemplated from different viewpoints. 9 However, the question then inevitably becomes whether any subject capable of producing such a totality does not at the same time become liable to the suspicion of representing exactly the kind of central bourgeois consciousness that the revolutionary process is meant to destroy in favor of a new understanding of the collective. Using this multilateral perception of the object as the film's structural principle is not precisely the ambivalence we have already referred to in terms of ambiguity or intermination, the director insists, rejecting what he considers to be the misguided and ill-informed praise bestowed upon his movie by left liberals such as the president of the National Society of Film Critics in the United States. In contrast, it is the expression of contradictions whose purpose in the film is none other than to contribute to the concerns and impulses for action that we wish to awaken in the spectator. Thus it constitutes an incentive to stand at a distance vis-a-vis the images being shown, and in this way it encourages a critical attitude, that is, a choosing of sides. 10. Ultimately, in the absence of a revolutionary subject within the space of the filmic, overshadowed as this space is by the views of so-called bourgeois conscience, the difficult task of this toma de partido or choosing of sides falls in the lap of the spectator. And yet, what the charge of ideological manipulation reveals is the fact that much of the movie's appeal lies precisely in this very absence, that is the lack of a revolutionary center. Consider for example the documentary footage, admittedly filtered through the lens of Sergio's sarcasm, from the roundtable discussion on the topic of literature and underdevelopment, moderated by Salvador Bueno with the participation of René Depestre, Johnny Totti, David Vinas, and Edmundo Desnos himself. The latter immediately becomes the object of the protagonist's scorn. "What are you doing up there with that cigar? You must feel pretty important because there's not much competition here." 11 This process of mockery is not unlike the way in which earlier, in a visit by Sergio and Elena to the ICAIC, Gutierrez Elia and his director of photography Ramon F. Suarez are put in a slightly ironic light due to Sergio's distanced standpoint. What is more, at one point during the roundtable an American in the audience, Jack Gelber, also playing or merely being himself, intervenes to question the incompatibility of the revolution as a total rupture with the conventional format of the roundtable discussion, in which there fails to be a dynamic interaction between the panelists and the public. Sergio agrees, and makes the following reflections, in one of the movie's most important voiceovers, in which he also repeats the diagnostic of underdevelopment quoted above. "I don't understand a thing. The American was right. Words devour words and they leave you in the clouds or on the moon. 1,000 miles away. How does one get rid of underdevelopment? It marks everything. Everything. What are you doing down there, Sergio? What does it all mean? You have nothing to do with them. You're alone. In underdevelopment nothing has continuity, everything is forgotten. People aren't consistent. But you remember many things, you remember too much. Where's your family, your work, your wife? You're nothing, you're dead. Now it begins," Sergio, your final destruction. Point 12. During this scene, the image of Sergio walking down below in the street slowly fades into the screen, with the camera zooming in on his face to the point of blurring the image altogether, as though to suggest that the actor has now become one with the position of the spectator in front of the movie screen. We, too, are invited to fuse with this character at the point of his imminent destruction. Furthermore, instead of moving, thanks to an act of collective reappropriation, from nothing to all, as in the famous lyrics of the International, "We are nothing, let us be all," here we witness the opposite movement from everything to nothing, from everything being marked by underdevelopment to "you're nothing," due to a bourgeois individual's overdevelopment of memory. You remember too much. You're neither a revolutionary nor a counter-revolutionary, Elena also tells Sergio. Then, what am I? He insists, to which she replies, nothing. You're nothing. 13. Memorias del Subdesarrollo thus tells the story of the persistence of bourgeois values in the midst of the revolutionary process, and it beckons the spectators to take a stand in order to destroy the remnants of that persistence in themselves. Theoretically, in Marxism, the proletariat was never composed of bourgeois individuals. This was a luxury reserved for the wealthier, such as Sergio, we might recall, using the terms of Russell Jacobi. However, again, the very problem is that the form of individuality that prevails in the bourgeoisie is not confined to the bourgeoisie, rather it seeps into the proletariat and cripples the process of the proletariat, which seeks to constitute itself as the historical subject. 14. Ultimately, then, the real object of criticism is the subject as such, that is, in the first place the spectator, and not so much the movie's hero or anti-hero. From all that has been discussed so far, one can infer that it is precisely the spectator who is the target of criticism, which Memories unleashes the spectator who lives within the revolution, who is part of our revolutionary reality. Gutierrez Elia insists in Dialectica del Espectador, it is to these viewers that the film ought to reveal the symptoms of possible contradictions and incongruities which exist between good revolutionary intention, in the abstract, and a spontaneous and unconscious adhesion to certain, concrete, values that characterize bourgeois ideology. 15. And yet, in the absence of a positive vantage point outside of bourgeois ideology, it is always possible for the spectator to linger exclusively on the latter's destruction, rather than take the lion's leap of identifying with the revolutionary cause. Desnos, Gutierrez Elia, even Fidel Castro, in spite of the director's avowed faith in the power of documentary footage as an objective counterpoint to merely bourgeois subjectivity, none of these figures really escapes ridicule as a result of the movie's exclusive rendering of Sergio's perspective. They certainly do not provide a stable foothold within the space of the movie with which the spectator might identify. This is because Gutierrez Elia, this time drawing his lesson from Brecht's didacticism, considers identification as such to be suspicious, always susceptible of reactionary uses, even, or especially, when the cause to be identified with presents itself as revolutionary. As the director astutely observes in Identification and Distancing, Aristotle and Brecht, an important chapter from Dialectica del Espectador. Some think, with the greatest of goodwill, that if we were to substitute a revolutionary hero for Tarzan, we should get more people to adhere to the revolutionary cause, but they do not take into account that the very mechanism of identification or empathy with the hero, if it is made into an absolute, puts the spectator in a position in which the only thing he can distinguish are bad guys and good guys. Of course, viewers naturally identify with the good guys without considering what the character truly represents. So it is intrinsically reactionary because it does not work at the level of the viewer's consciousness. Far from it, it tends to dull it. 16. Identification, in other words, always risks becoming a melodramatic tool for the moralization of politics, for the reduction of all antagonism to the simple opposition of buenos y malos. All positive identification in Memorias del Subdesarrollo, for this reason, is gradually undercut, deactivated, or, in the end, left blank. Instead of offering the cathartic pleasure and pain of identification, however, the perverse enjoyment provided by the movie, perhaps even the need that it wittingly or unwittingly produces in the spectator, lies in the possibility of dwelling purely and exclusively on the destruction of the old, without the construction of the new. The authenticity of the revolution would thus be measured only by the violence and intensity with which it destroys the elements of its own betrayal. In this sense, the movie effectively captures the possibility that perhaps all hope is not lost for Sergio. Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that, from this moment onward in the history of the revolutionary ideal in the 20th century, there is hope only in loss, in the active loss and sacrificial abnegation of oneself. Without indulging in cheap anti-communist or anti-totalitarian sentiments, Sergio's trial at the end of Memorias del Subdesarrollo on charges of having sexually exploited Elena, even though he is acquitted by the People's Court, can in this sense be considered a miniature equivalent of the role of semblance in the violent staging of purges as integral to the revolutionary process during the Moscow trials. Perhaps Sergio is even acquitted precisely because he has given proof of his willingness to participate in the process of his own abnegation and destruction. I resigned myself, he says in another voiceover, I was going to let myself be dragged along to the end. 17 Badiou, to explain the uncanny combination of suspicion and purification that reigned over the Moscow trials under Stalin, similarly refers the reader of the century back to Hegel's interpretation of the role of terror in the French Revolution. I think the crucial point, as Hegel grasped long ago with regard to the revolutionary terror, is this: the real, conceived in its contingent absoluteness, is never real enough not to be suspected of semblance. The passion of the real is also, of necessity, suspicion. Nothing can attest that the real is the real, nothing but the system of fictions wherein it plays the role of the real. 18. More importantly, it would seem as though constant suspicion, including of oneself, were the only guarantee of authenticity. As in Sergio and Elena's visits to the Archaic and to the Hemingway Museum, or the round-table discussion in which famous intellectuals act as themselves, one can never be absolutely sure that one is not merely playing instead of genuinely being revolutionary and self-critical. In the absence of an objective measure, then, the only proof of integrity is the subject's willingness to submit to the spectacular theatricality of his or her own destruction. What matters for us is the following: we are in the realm of suspicion when a formal criterion is lacking to distinguish the real from semblance. In the absence of such a criterion, the logic that imposes itself is that the more a subjective conviction presents itself as real, the more it must be suspected. Badiou writes, in these conditions, what is the only certainty? Nothingness. Only the nothing is not suspect, because the nothing does not lay claim to any real. The logic of purification, as Hegel astutely remarks, amounts to bringing about the nothing. 19 Here begins, spectator, your final destruction, your reduction to nothing. The destruction of the old man? Creating a new humanity always comes down to demanding that the old one be destroyed. A violent, unreconciled debate rages about the nature of this old humanity. Alain Badiou, The Century. A similar conclusion, but this time with even broader implications for a critical history of the present moment, can be drawn from Rosichner's book Moral Bergsa y Revolución, published in 1963 with the dedication a Mis Compañeros de Contorno, the latter being the important Argentine journal in which the author worked alongside David and Ismael Vinas, Oscar Mesada, Juan José Spralay, and others. This book, Rosichner's second after his doctoral thesis Persona y Comunidad, Person and Community, offers a close textual analysis and theoretical commentary on the transcripts from the hearings of the counter-revolutionaries taken prisoners after their failed attempt to overthrow Fidel Castro's regime in 1962 in Playa Girón during the Battle of the Bay of Pigs. As I have mentioned, Sergio reads long parts of this book in voiceovers combined with documentary footage from the hearings and surrounding events. Based on the transcribed testimonies of the counter-revolutionaries themselves, this analysis tries to come to grips with what the same author in a later work would call the limits of bourgeois individualism. 20 In fact, the book begins with the following line: the goal of the present work is to confront the moral conceptions of the bourgeoisie and the ethics of revolution. 21 Such would be the stark either/or choice, bourgeois morality or revolutionary ethics. In Gutierrez Elia's movie, however, we catch barely a glimpse of the ethics of the revolution. Instead, through the overpowering perspective of Sergio, what we witness is an impressive montage of the sarcasms, witticisms, and neurotic reflections, both accusatory and self-deprecating, of a supreme exemplar of bourgeois morality. In fact, I would argue that Memorias del Subdesarrollo, including its subtle mockery not only of writers and intellectuals such as Vinas and the cigar-smoking Desnos but even and perhaps more importantly of Fidel Castro himself, whose dignity at the end of the movie is said to come at a very high price, marks an important stepping stone toward the complete obliteration of the other side in Rosichner's dichotomy, that is, the ethics of revolution as opposed to bourgeois morality. This becomes even more evident from a contemporary perspective. Indeed, with the gradual waning and subsequent collapse of the revolutionary idea, there has come a period which is special in a different sense from what is commonly understood under this category in post-Soviet Cuba, in which the ethical experience no longer leads from alienation, injustice, and victimization toward a new sense of revolutionary justice, but instead remains entirely within a realm henceforth the ethical or moral realm as such, where everyone is a potential victim, and thus also a potential suspect, or an other to someone else's unforgivable sameness. For Rosichner, bourgeois ethics, or morality, these two terms, ethics and morality, are not kept apart in the book as neatly as Hegel's Sittlichkeit and Moralität, but, like Badiou, Rosichner nonetheless tends to invert the Hegelian hierarchy so as to give ethics a more positive connotation and morality a more negative one, can be perceived in the exculpatory tactics by which the counter-revolutionaries systematically seek to evade all collective responsibility, either by blaming the group when they as individuals are at fault, or else by setting themselves apart from the group when they feel worthy of praise as individuals. The result is a pseudo-dialectical opposition between the impure group and the pure individual. In bourgeois ethics, there is nobody, as we will see, responsible concretely for the whole. Nobody takes hold of the totality of meaning of action, all appear as dislocated elements of a global meaning that nobody assumes completely. Everyone refers to his own individuality when wanting to distance himself from the misery of others which, he believes, undeservedly contaminates him, or else submerges himself in the undifferentiated group when having to hide his own responsibility, and thus contaminating the others without qualms. Among them, there is no ethical sense, only a personal morality. There is not a single one who can take charge of his action and extend its meaning so as to re-encounter in it the signification of the acts taken on collectively, by including the full materiality in which they are grounded. Point 22. As we have seen, precisely this inability to sustain any collective interhuman project, this historical disconnect between actions and their meaning, is seen by Sergio in the movie as a symptom, or better yet as the very definition of what he calls underdevelopment. The problem, which others consider the movie's principal strength in the guise of its so-called ambivalence, lies in the fact that already in this movie from 1968 there seems to be no clear path, no straightforward program, not even so much as a minimal perspective available in order to overcome the condition of underdevelopment except by negation. In other words, the space for such an overcoming is left vacant, ready to be occupied by an emancipated spectator, but, at least within the film's universe, there is no subject capable of filling the void. For Rosichner, in his running commentary on the transcripts from the hearings of the counter-revolutionaries, on the other hand, the solution can consist only of an ethics of collective revolutionary commitment. But already, in the early 1960s, the Argentine Freudo-Marxist was acutely aware of the dilemmas that would soon come to haunt the consciousness of politically engaged left-wing intellectuals with ever-growing intensity, all the way up to the hyper-responsible unanswerability of Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak's pivotal question, "Can the subaltern speak?" first asked in 1988, 25 years after Moral Bergsa y Revolución. Rosichner thus writes: "This also means that our commitment in actualizing and validating the total connection that we maintain with the world, prepares us, as thinking human beings, to receive the object in its total interhuman signification. If we were not to do so, our act of knowing would not provide us with true knowledge. Why? Because it would mean assuming that there can be someone, the I who analyzes, or the I as privileged subject, who manages at some point to evade the responsibility that in all orders of action I maintain with other human beings, precisely, that is, at the point where I dedicate myself to think for them. Point 23. Once the suspicion sets in that one might be thinking or speaking for the other, if not in the place of the other, a new and heightened sense of ethical responsibility can always come into the picture that displaces all traditional notions of militant political commitment. In fact, I would argue that there comes a point even in Memorias del Subdesarrollo where it seems that the destruction of the old man is all there is to the construction of the new man of socialism in Cuba, famously theorized by Che Guevara. This is not quite yet the depoliticized ethics of the other, which will take a few more years to develop, but as spectators we are already becoming enmeshed in an ethical sensibility in which the legacy of revolutionary militantism begins to live its own crisis in anticipation, by sticking to the negative act of a spectacular downfall. Religion and its discontents. Thus the criticism of heaven turns into the criticism of earth, the criticism of religion into the criticism of law, and the criticism of theology into the criticism of politics. Karl Marx, Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right. Sometimes even a typographical error can put us on the tracks of a significant conceptual debate. Thus, in a recent sequence-by-sequence analysis of Memorias del Subdesarrollo, in which we can already find a fine summary of Dialectica del Espectador, the author of the book Moral Bergsa y Revolución at one point is wrongly quoted as Leo Rosichner. 24. Rosichner's actual first name, though, is not even Leon, which is but the common Hispanist version of Leib. From Leib to Leo, we are thus led to ask the thorny question of whether the creation of a new man necessarily also implies the obliteration of the old man as Jewish. Or, to put this question the other way around, to what extent is the construction of a militant subjectivity, or of a new socialist or communist humanity, a process that would be constitutively Christian, if not also anti-Semitic, modeled upon examples such as St. Paul's or St. Augustine's? Do these examples always necessarily carry with them the burden of having to destroy the old subject within oneself? The nub of the problem was to reject my own will and to desire yours, as Augustine writes to God in his Confessions. But it was in my inmost heart, where I had grown angry with myself, where I had been stung with remorse, where I had slain my old self and offered it in sacrifice. 25. Is this problem common to Marxism and Christianity of the transition between the old and the new man, or between the old and the new society, necessarily a violent process of rebirth through self-sacrifice, as the religious model of the conversion seems to suggest? More generally, can religion play an emancipatory role in politics, for instance, through the example of liberation theology? Or, as Marx would seem to suggest in On the Jewish Question, does genuinely human, as opposed to merely political, emancipation require a purely earthly perspective, and thus the extirpation of all religious remnants, whether Jewish, Christian, or otherwise, as old, particularist, impediments to the new, generic, humanity? Finally, would not Freud seem to confirm this secular perspective insofar as, in Civilization and its Discontents, for example, he classifies religion, with its oceanic feeling of fusion with the universe, as a collective neurosis, one that, according to Freud in the future of illusion, humanity will be able to overcome through the progress of science? In Memorias del Subdesarrollo, Gutierrez Elia alludes to some of these questions as well. He thus confronts Sergio with three lovers, whether real or imaginary, from different religious backgrounds: Elena, whose Catholic upbringing will come back to haunt him in the form of her family's accusation that he ruined her by taking her virginity; his domestic help Noemi, a born-again Christian whose story about her baptism in the river arouses Sergio's wildest fantasies, only for them to be dispelled by photographs of the actual event; and Hannah, the German Jewish woman who fled to Cuba with her family to escape from Hitler, before moving on to New York. Such a treatment of religion, to be sure, may seem purely anecdotal, meant not to give historical and psychological depth to the characters in question, but to turn them into mere stereotypes. But in fact the issue of religion in this filmmaker's work is far more ambivalent than the creation of character types would suggest. On the one hand, Gutierrez Elia implies that the persistence of religious beliefs in general and of Catholicism and Protestantism in particular is an ideological remnant of an older social formation that the revolutionary upheaval has yet to eradicate in Cuba. In this respect, he follows some of the more common assumptions behind the critique of religion in Marx. After recalling how he himself was raised a Catholic, for example, the Cuban filmmaker describes in a retrospective reflection the shock he felt upon familiarizing himself with the literature of Marxism. How can I explain the change produced in my way of seeing things at this point? The idea of communism had seemed to me pretty similar to that of paradise. Except that the former expressed itself as a logical and rational consequence of the development of humanity, and should be reached in this life. It was no longer just a matter of good guys and bad guys, but of determinate laws of development that also manifested themselves in history. Nor was it a matter of preaching the virtues of Christ so as to improve man and suppress social injustices, but of admitting that man is moved by his interests and that the economic factor is determining in the final instance. Point 26. This discovery of the basic insights of historical materialism, adds Gutierrez Elia, allowed him to move from Christian preaching to revolutionary practice. 27. Between these two, the gap would be as great as that between heaven and earth, eternity and history, theology and politics, idealism and materialism, or ideology and science. In fact, from the standpoint of the historical materialist, the problem of religion may appear to have been solved, if not dissolved, into the material conditions that alone determine its appearance. As Gutierrez Elia also stated in an important set of theses Sobrevivencias y Supervivencias, on lived experiences and survivals, first published in 1979 in the journal Cine Cubano. Religion in and of itself is not the big problem, since it is not a cause but a consequence of the historical insufficiencies of the material process of production. It will therefore die a natural death on the day that this process fully inscribes itself in the dominion of humanity over itself, over social relations, and over nature. The only thing that can be effectively opposed to the religious spirit is the development of the scientific spirit, and, evidently, it already ceases to carry any weight wherever a more just society is established. Point 28. This statement resembles nothing so much as a stance commonly attributed to Marx, according to which religion, whether as the opium of the people or as ideological superstructure, will wither away as a result of material changes to be effected at the level of the economic base, or infrastructure. Indeed, in a letter from 1842 to the young Hegelian Arnold Ruge, Marx himself had written that religion in itself is without content, it owes its being not to heaven but to earth, and with the abolition of distorted reality, of which it is the theory, it will collapse of itself. 29. Gutierrez Elia's take on religion at first appears to be perfectly attuned to this narrow materialist understanding of the Marxist critique of ideology. And yet, on the other hand, Memorias del Subdesarrollo also uncovers an underlying affinity between Christianity and the creation of the new man in socialist Cuba. What's it like? Sergio asks Noemi, referring to her baptism, to which she answers by relating how the minister and I go into the water. Afterwards he told me what baptism means. It symbolizes the death of sin, the resurrection of a new life. 30. Gutierrez Elia thus insinuates a profound structural homology between the experience of religious conversion or baptism and the revolutionary construction of socialism. After all, there are good reasons to refer Guevara's notion back to certain affirmations that apply to Christ's intervention in human history. Consider, for example, the way in which St. Paul identifies the very passage from the Old into the New with the imitation of Christ. So if anyone is in Christ, there is a new creation, everything old has passed away, see, everything has become new. 31. Zizek, 2. For better or worse underscores the proximity in this regard between Christ and Che Guevara, although we should be aware of the dangers of the Christification of Che, turning him into an icon of radical chic consumer culture, a martyr ready to die out of his love for humanity. One should perhaps take the risk of accepting this move, radicalizing it into a chyification of Christ himself. 32 Gutierrez Elia, however, always shows more reservation than enthusiasm when it comes to the supposed emancipatory role that is thus attributed, by way of analogy, to Christianity. There is not only the recurrent question of the victims of this destruction of the old, including the potential anti-Semitism hidden behind the praise for Christian revolutionary novelty. But, in Cuba in particular, any reliance on the analogy with Christianity also risks reducing the construction of socialism to a perpetuation of the political status quo for which this religion historically has provided an ideological alibi. It is for this reason that both before and after Memorias del Subdesarrollo, in movies such as Doce Silas, 12 Chairs, Los Supervivientes, The Survivors, and La Última Cena, The Last Supper, this filmmaker patiently revisits the centuries-long legacy of Christianity as a near insuperable obstacle, rather than a helpful analogon, for the creation of the new man in Cuba. In almost all the movies that I made, the theme of bourgeois or petty bourgeois mentality and its persistence in the first stage of the revolution has been a constant, he remarks. It is a way of making evident those values from the old dominant ideology which we can still find, in a more or less disguised form, in all strata of our population, and which may curb the development of a new social consciousness. 33 A mere critique of religion, along the lines of what Marx and Engels in the German ideology call the critical criticism of the young Hegelians, is therefore insufficient. Nor will the vestiges of the old dominant ideology automatically disappear as a result of the development of the material forces and relations of production. Gutierrez Elia explains. And, in reality, what always interested me is the problem of the instrumentalization of the religious spirit, in whatever form, as subjection to a specific class and, in any event, to curb the development of society. If on different occasions we alluded to this problem starting out from the Catholic religion, it is because it is what is near at hand and because in its relations to the bourgeoisie we can show with greater clarity those mechanisms that inevitably lead to hypocrisy and lies. 34. But, if now we look beyond Gutierrez Elia's filmography, how should we address such broad questions concerning the role of Christianity and Judaism in relation to socialism and communism, if at the same time we wish to take into account the critique of religion that can be found in the works of Marx and Freud? Being Jewish. Is there a divine origin to being socialist, or is it something one comes to be? Leon Rosichner, Ser Judeo. The hatred for Judaism is at bottom a hatred for Christianity, and it is not surprising that in the German National Socialist Revolution this close connection of the two monotheistic religions finds such clear expression in the hostile treatment of both. Sigmund Freud, Moses, and Monotheism. Rosichner tackles several of these questions in a long essay titled Ser Judeo, which can be translated as either being Jewish or Jewish being incidentally the same title, Etrjuif, as the one used first by Emmanuel Levinas in 1947 and then, in a commentary on Levinas, by the French ex-Maoist Benny Levy, after the latter, like so many members of his generation, had turned away from the militancy of his past. 35 completed in October 1967, the month of Che Guevara's death in Bolivia. Rosichner's essay at the same time serves as an important conceptual link between Moral Bergsa y Revolución, with its backdrop of the Bay of Pigs invasion of April 17, 1961 and the missile crisis of October 1962, and the events of 1968 that surround Memorias del Subdesarrollo. The immediate context of Ser Judeo, however, is the Israeli-Arab conflict of June 1967, which brings Rosichner again to raise the question of the place of religion, his own included, in the context of the construction of the new man of socialism. 36. Ser Judeo begins with what are supposed to be painfully orthodox platitudes, phrased in a series of rhetorical questions. Did Marx not propose to bring down all religion from heaven to earth, from the sacred to the profane, from the infinite to the all-too-human finitude of the class struggle? Does this not imply that a leftist should subtract all his or her stubborn attachments to religion, including the Jewish religion in the case of a Jewish leftist such as Rosichner himself? Where, then, does this leave the index of religion by which this singular subject, like millions of others, is inscribed in a common history, a common body, and a common territory, no matter how dispersed and threatened the latter may be? What, in short, is the possible place of religion within a revolutionary socialist or communist horizon? In Ser Judeo-Rosichner thus places the issues surrounding the Jewish religion and the Arab-Israeli conflict within the context of the problematic that Che Guevara 2 years earlier had outlined in terms of the construction of the new man of socialism, and the destruction of the old man that this would necessarily entail. It is this problematic that connects the question of religion to the logics of change, sacrifice, and abnegation that we find in Memorias del Subdesarrollo. The revolution demands the sacrifice of the negative, the incorporation into a new level of objectivity, the destruction of old belongings, the abandonment of class complicity, Rosichner writes. The leftist militant is the one who, given that he is inserted in a process of change, is ready to change himself. 37 In the Middle East conflict, supposedly, the left-leaning militant should therefore not hesitate to extend the same logic by standing against the imperialism of the Jewish state and in favor of Arab socialism. By contrast, those Jewish leftists who refuse to adopt this logic risk being seen as obstacles to the historical unfolding of the revolutionary process of national liberation and international solidarity. Rosichner summarizes this last objection as follows. Here lies, it will then be pointed out without equivocation, the exact point where at last the lack of revolutionary modification of the Jewish leftist, his permanence in the past, the petrified kernel of non-innovation, his traditional incapacity to sacrifice what is his own and include himself fully in the movement of history. Here appears the emphasis on a divisive particularity, an uncanny difference that would thus show the persistence of a central rightist zone that has not yet been extirpated, irreducible to analysis and to the process of liberation, a counter-revolutionary kernel in the bosom of the revolutionary himself. 38. Being Jewish, according to this objection, would be an obstacle to being leftist, the sign of a persistent counter-revolutionary attachment and the overdevelopment of divisively particularist memories. But is this really so? Rosichner immediately asks. Let us consider whether being Jewish, and recognizing oneself as such, is incompatible with being consistent with the left. 39. In the first place, Rosichner suggests rather surprisingly that it is this interpretation of religion that is idealist. To demand the pure negation of the religious element leaves this element itself in the realm of a bad kind of infinity, one that is merely imaginary and transcendent, while the earth into which this same element is supposed to be dissolved acquires in turn the purely imaginary attributes of the heavenly. It means to abandon the trace of what makes human subjects into who they are, and thus to lose out on the possible index that links one subject, group, or nation to another. What is it that disappears forever together with this index? It is the density of the historical process that produced us, it is the reduction to pure form without content, to the one-dimensionality of a process that contains other dimensions and that, by having cast them out of ourselves, we actually do no more than cast out, without knowing it, from the world. 40. Far from merely repeating an enlightened critique of religious ideology in the name of secular scientific reason, a Marxist understanding of religion must therefore begin by assuming the material and historical conditions for the emergence of the religious subject itself, conditions that are never purely rational but that include the sentient rationality of affectivity, corporeality, and even territoriality. Not only is it strangely angelical to treat religion as a mere superstructure or as pure opium for the people, to be sacrificed on the altar of socialist internationalism, this size Zion between the real and the imaginary, between the political and the ideological, is precisely a remnant of bourgeois individualism. Rosichner writes. Being of the world, being international, these are pretty metaphors of the left, but without support in the body. Atheistic, they have the corporeality of angels, the tenuous spatiality of the religious heaven, a celestial ground to which the batting of wings of ideas lifts whoever believes in them, only so as all of a sudden, at the first bang, to make them descend to it and cover it up forever with its truth. And it is this demand not to be what we are, which appears at the crucial all-or-nothing moments, in which the other either counts as similar or is scorned as sacrificable. It is this demand that must be signaled, despite everything, as a survival of the right in the very bosom of the left. 41. The original objection from leftists against the persistence of religious elements is thus turned back upon itself. It is the demand for the destruction of all attachments to religion that is rightist, whereas the leftist answer, properly speaking, would rather consist in coming to terms with the genealogical backdrop of such attachments, whether religious or otherwise. Being Jewish, for Rosichner, is what he calls an index of the inhuman treatment and persecution of humanity, one that, if fully assumed, should connect with other indices such as being a worker, being black, or being a woman. These are indices of suffering, pain, and exploitation, but also indices of emancipation and rebellion that should be able to link up in an international movement of liberation. In this sense, they function as possible points of insertion of the subject into history. Being Jewish is my index of the inhumanity of the human, but not only of that inhumanity which weighs down on us. There is a consistency of evil in the world, there is a linkage between pain and pain, there exists an international of suffering that the hand of man inflicts on man. Thus, being Jewish can only be, coherently, the index of a meaning that keeps itself alive in history, to destroy inhumanity in all its forms of relation. 42. Obviously, not all of these indices have the same status. Thus, the subtraction of the worker, being as radical as it is, never reaches the extreme of that of the Jew, because the latter is not only robbed of the things of the world, he is not only dominated. As Jews we are denied the very ground of being in the world. 43. In one case, we would be dealing with the subtraction of a mode of being, in the other, with the destruction of being as such. What are the consequences of this difference, for example, between being a worker and being Jewish? Is this the same difference, to put it crudely, as that between being a worker and being Christian? The difference in question can be measured in terms of the demands for change, negation, and destruction that it entails, as well as in terms of the historical burden carried by such demands in the 20th century. One can change the mode of being human, ceasing to be bad in order to be good, ceasing to be a thief in order to be honest, inverting the values, ceasing to be a worker in order to be the boss. In this mode of being there is an access to another mode of being, to another mode of recognition. But there is a condition that is not a mode but a being black, being Jewish. To be negated for the fact of being this experience, no matter how reduced in certain cases and no matter how profound in others, is the minimal experience which in each Jew, because of the fact of his origin, opened up for him as an enigma, as a fundamental injustice that is difficult to assimilate, being negated by an other for the fact of being what one is. 44. Rosichner is quick to add that there is neither hierarchy nor priority between these two levels of modes of being and being itself. And yet I do not say that this negation that one suffers is all the negation in the world there is, nor that it is the greatest, not even the most profound among the other negations that man gave rise to among men. I only say that it is ours, that it is our most radical point of insertion into human history. 45. The issue is not to place one index or point of insertion before or higher than the other, but rather, through each one of them, to reach a common cause that we might call generic. The aim, in other words, ultimately remains that of finding ways of inscribing subjectivity on a path of universal emancipation. The question then immediately arises as to that prior decision which concerns the very discrimination between modes of being and being as such. On what grounds does one place being Jewish in the same column as being black or being woman, rather than that of being worker or being bourgeois? As social constructivists might argue, is there not a whole affective, cultural, geographical, economic, and ideological prehistory, precisely the history of how one becomes who one is, that makes of any being, in fact, a mode of being? Why maintain the gap at all between the ontological and the ontic, all the while insisting that for a Jew, but perhaps not for a Christian, this gap cannot be closed, This transformation of the ontological into the ontic, of the metaphysical into the physical, this transformation of the negation of being into mere negation of quality, this reduction of one's own meaning, is what the Jew cannot accomplish. 46 But did not the rebuttal of the common objections against the impediment of religion point in the direction of a general becoming physical of all metaphysics, a becoming finite of the infinite, and a becoming ontic of the ontological? Why, then, preserve an exception on the side of metaphysics? If this exception is grounded in the history of persecution and genocide, should the emancipatory answer not consist in understanding the place of religion by and through history, rather than by setting up a transcendent ontology? And if, on the other hand, the retrieval of one's being is meant to bolster the links of solidarity with other beings who would similarly have retrieved and assumed their own origin, who decides which of these indices belongs on the side of the ontic and which on the side of the ontological? In fact, the danger would appear to be twofold. There is first of all the danger of cultural relativism, in which each subject has his or her index of the inhumanity of the human, among which we can build chains of equivalence and solidarity, though none would be worth more than any other. They would all be equally other from all others, without ontological hierarchy. Conversely, however, there is also the opposite danger of setting up a transcendent standard, some ontological level of being from which all other levels must appear as merely ontic modes of being. Marxism traditionally avoided the first of these dangers, but potentially falls into the traps of the second by setting up the category of a fundamental contradiction, namely, the class struggle, as being prior to all other contradictions. As Slavoj Žižek writes about the Marxist notion of antagonism, this traditional notion implies two interconnected features. 1. There exists a certain fundamental antagonism possessing an ontological priority to mediate all other antagonisms, determining their place and their specific weight: class antagonism, economic exploitation. 2. Historical development brings about, if not a necessity, at least an objective possibility of solving this fundamental antagonism and, in this way, mediating all other antagonisms. To recall the well-known Marxist formulation, the same logic which drove mankind into alienation and class division also creates the condition for its abolition. Die wunderlichste Speer nur, der sie schlug, the wound can be healed only by the spear which made it, as Wagner, Marx's contemporary, said through the mouth of Parsifal. 47. Insofar as Freud and Lacan also place a fundamental deadlock or discontent at the foundation of the social bond, do they too not contribute to a similar notion, against relativistic anti-essentialism, that all identity formations hover around the kernel of a radical non-identity? Was this not Freud's message to the world when, fleeing Nazi Germany, he nonetheless decided not to cling to his cultural identity as a Jew but instead took away, as it were, the very founding figure of Jewish religion in Moses and monotheism, his final work, considered by many to be his testament to humanity, by claiming that Moses was an Egyptian? This theft would then also be Freud's greatest gift, his most daring deed. To deny a people the man whom it praises as the greatest of its sons is not a deed to be undertaken light-heartedly, especially by one belonging to that people. 48 As Edward said indicated shortly before his death, it may have been Freud's way of indicating that even the most stubborn communal identity hides inherent limits that keep it from becoming one. Freud's symbol of those limits was that the founder of Jewish identity was himself a non-European Egyptian. In other words, identity cannot be thought or worked through itself alone, it cannot constitute or even imagine itself without that radical originary break or flaw which will not be repressed, because Moses was Egyptian, and therefore always outside the identity inside which so many have stood and suffered and later, perhaps, even triumphed. The strength of his thought is, I believe, that it can be articulated in and speak to other besieged identities as well, not through dispensing palliatives such as tolerance and compassion, but, rather, by attending to it as a troubling, disabling, destabilizing secular wound, the essence of the cosmopolitan, from which there can be no recovery, no state of resolved or stoic calm, and no utopian reconciliation even within itself. 49. Finally, in Zizek's rather different tone, the same could perhaps be said about the contribution of Freud's Erleben. That is to say, Lacanian psychoanalysis goes a decisive step further than the usual post-Marxist anti-essentialism, affirming the irreducible plurality of particular struggles, in other words, demonstrating how their articulation into a series of equivalences depends always on the radical contingency of the social historical process. It enables us to grasp this plurality itself as a multitude of responses to the same impossible real kernel. Point 50. Rosichner's claim, in the end, is more modest. He does not seek to turn non-identity into the metaphysical ground for an ethics of cosmopolitanism, nor does he need to refer socialism back to the non-historical kernel of some impossible real. Instead, he asks us to delve into the origin of who we are as the contradictory index of what we are not yet, and, based on the assumption of this origin, he proposes linkages with similar traces within the ensemble of human relations. The point is to retrieve the full affective, corporeal, and historical density of one's mode of being for the sake of generic sameness. But there is no leap from the old to the new, the transit from one to the other is revolution, and the result will be revolution, Rosichner concludes in Ser Judio. For this category of the separating negation, this crazy dialectic which leaps from one domain to the other, this obstinate negation that abandons the one simply to pass on to the other, is a bourgeois scheme of thinking. 51. What has happened since then, however, is that the ontological priority of the other, of difference or of non-identity, a priority given imponderable historical weight through reference to the Holocaust, has become the basis for an ethics of respect for this absolutely prior ground, the result of which tends to entail the complete obliteration of the very process in the construction of socialism and the new man that we still find in Memorias del Subdesarrollo and Moral Bergsa y Revolución. Rosichner's answer to this obliteration in subsequent writings of his consists in reaching back even farther into the history of subjectivity in order to understand how a logic of terror and destruction can latch onto our innermost materials, our core sentient being, or the guts of our conscious reason, so as to subject us to the rule of capital and war. One way of doing so is to revisit all the implications of one of Marx's most difficult and problematic texts, his response to Bruno Bauer's The Jewish Question. 52. On the Christian question. We think the political like Romans, i.e., imperially. Martin Heidegger, Parmenides. Rome conquered Christianity by becoming Christendom. Thus 20 Christian centuries were necessary to give the ancient and naked Roman idea a tunic with which to cover up its shameful parts and a conscience for its base moments. And now that idea is here, perfect and equipped with all the forces of the soul. Who will destroy it? Is it indestructible? Is it precisely its ruin that humanity has conquered with thousand-fold efforts? Elias Canetti, The Human Province. On the Jewish Question, Marx's text from 1843, published the following year in the sole issue of the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher ever to see the light, is one of those texts that we may have understood all too well. Not only has this text been buried under a mountain of accusations against its author, ranging from charges of Jewish self-hatred to outright anti-Semitism. Even authors such as the late Daniel Ben Said, who are otherwise wholly sympathetic to Marx's arguments, often see no need to go beyond the plea for a complete secularization of all theological arguments, against the current religious turn among radical thinkers of left and right alike. Admittedly, Marx himself may seem to be arguing along these lines. Indeed, does he too not propose to bring heaven down to earth, to put the spiritual back on its material base, and to reduce the infinite to the strictly finite? Religion no longer appears as the basis, but as the manifestation of secular narrowness, he writes. Or again, we do not turn secular questions into theological questions. We turn theological questions into secular ones. History has long enough been merged in superstition, we now merge superstition in history. 53. However, merely to argue for the secularization of theology misses the whole point of On the Jewish Question, according to Rosichner. Worse, it confuses Marx's argument with that of its principal interlocutor, Bruno Bauer, in the original text published in German as Die Judenfrage title. Incidentally, that we should perhaps translate as the Jewish demand or the demand of the Jews. It is Bauer, not Marx, who reasons that Jews in Germany cannot be emancipated so long as they do not emancipate themselves from being Jewish. Bauer therefore demands, in Marx's paraphrase, on the one hand, that the Jew should renounce Judaism, and that mankind in general should renounce religion, in order to achieve civic emancipation. On the other hand, he quite consistently regards the political abolition of religion as the abolition of religion as such. 54 Marx is still paraphrasing Bauer when he later writes, the political emancipation of the Jew, the Christian, and in general of religious man is the emancipation of the state from Judaism, from Christianity, from religion in general. 55 Clearly, even for the future author of Capital who will delight in signaling all the theological niceties involved in commodity fetishism, the argument for the total emancipation from religion cannot suffice. In fact, the abolition of religion risks leaving intact the religious, more properly Christian core of the dominant form of modern politics, that is, it fails to touch upon the Christian core of the modern state as propounded even by Bauer and other young Hegelians such as Arnold Ruge, Marx's friend and co-editor of the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, with whom he would promptly break both personally and ideologically. In his reinterpretation of On the Jewish Question, Rosichner draws attention to our continuing inability to come to terms with the complexities of the text, blinded as most contemporary readers undoubtedly are by Marx's constant use of ironic, not to say sarcastic language that seems all the more disturbing in the wake of the Holocaust. For Rosichner, the point is not just to secularize religion and spirituality in the name of materialism but, rather, to travel down the road to the religious alienation that lies at the root of political and economic alienation. Why else would Marx see the need to pick up the question of religion again, if already in the so-called Kreuznach manuscript from the beginning of 1843, in a summary settling of accounts with his own Hegelianism, he had written that the criticism of religion is in the main complete. 56 Why else would he return to religiosity when in this same pivotal year he was already moving away from humanist themes like the freedom of the press in favor of the critique of political economy and other topics of historical materialism, such as the polemics unleashed by the question of the theft of wood? 57. As a non-believing Jewish Freudo-Marxist who has spent much of his life as a thinker studying the origins of modern capitalism in pre-capitalist Christian subject formations, Rosichner is especially sensitive to the fact that the call for religious self-sacrifice that Bauer proposed to the Jews as the solution to their demand for political emancipation in Germany must have awakened painful personal memories on the part of Marx. Upon the recommendation of his father, Marx had after all been baptized at the age of 6. As a Jew who had become a socially acceptable Christian, Marx had thus already traveled half the road toward complete political emancipation in the eyes of Bauer. In Marx himself, though, this experience must have left deep psychic scars. Precisely in a long letter to his father written when he was 19 years old, shortly after arriving at the University of Berlin, young Karl would justify his career choice by explaining why he had abandoned the study of law in favor of philosophy, first idealist and then materialist. From the idealism which, by the way, I had compared and nourished with the idealism of Kant and Fichte, I arrived at the point of seeking the idea in reality itself. If previously the gods had dwelt above the earth, now they became its center, as Marx put it, and like a vigorous traveler I set about the task itself, a philosophical dialectical account of divinity, as it manifests itself as the idea in itself, as religion, as nature, and as history. 58 And yet, even through such a near materialist working through of religion as nature and as history, this loving son never seems to have fully healed from the trauma of his conversion to Christianity decided upon by his father Heinrich. When Marx returned to the relation between politics and religion in On the Jewish Question, according to Rosichner he was speaking partly from the painful memory traces left in his body and soul by his forced conversion to Christianity. What this experience allowed Marx to see, perhaps in a sadly privileged way, was the extent to which there is a Christian foundation that lives unhidden at the very heart of the supposedly secular modern state. This is because the logic of secularization, as in the separation of church and state so often invoked whether with pride or nowadays increasing regret in North America, presupposes a prior separation of the private and the public, symbolized in the split nature of the human being as man, on one hand, and citizen, on the other, in the different declarations of the rights of man and the citizen that accompany the French and American revolutions. The real question, then, does not pertain to the difference between two religions, Jewish and Christian, according to what Bauer, in the second text to which Marx responds, calls their respective capacities for being free. Instead, for Marx, this religious difference is itself nothing more than a displaced version of the division between the private realm, in which there exists freedom of religious belief, and the public sphere, which is supposed to be the realm of politics proper and in which, as a consequence, religion should no longer have any place. But then, added Marx, this last division in turn does nothing more than prolong the Christian division of the heavenly and the earthly, the infinite and the finite. Where the political state has attained to its full development, man leads, not only in thought, in consciousness, but in reality, in life, a double existence celestial and terrestrial, writes Marx, with great sarcasm. He lives in the political community, where he regards himself as communal being, and in civil society where he acts simply as a private individual, treats other men as means, degrades himself to the role of a mere means, and becomes the plaything of alien powers. The political state, in relation to civil society, is just as spiritual as is heaven in relation to earth. 59. What this means is that modern politics, embodied in the state, continues to be built on the permanence of a form of subjectivity that is profoundly Christian. Or, as Rosichner concludes, the Christian subjective size Zion becomes objective and unfolds itself in that size Zion within the state. And this is all the more true when the latter proclaims itself to be secular, the Christian spirit, subjective, infinite, and immanent, which had become objective, finite and transcendent in the theological Christian state, has constituted itself into the secular and political basis of the perfect rational secular state. 60. What Rosichner's reading makes clear is the extent to which Marx blames Bauer for failing to see the extent to which the Jewish question remains unanswerable without commenting upon the Christian question. Similarly, I might add, what even contemporary proponents of the complete profanation of politics fail to understand is the extent to which the demand of the Jews cannot be met without putting Christianity into question, the division of man into a public man and a private man, the displacement of religion from the state into civil society. This is not a stage in political emancipation but its completion. This emancipation therefore neither abolishes the real religiousness of man, nor strives to do so. 61. The Christian state, which still leaves Christianity in existence as an explicit creed, as for example in the case of Germany at the time of Marx, has not yet fully perfected the transubstantiation of religion into politics. Paradoxically, this level of perfection is achieved only in the so-called secular democratic state, which Marx associates with the United States of America. Marx writes, "Political democracy is Christian in the sense that man, not merely one man but every man, is there considered a sovereign being, a supreme being, but it is uneducated, unsocial man, man just as he is in his fortuitous existence, man as he has been corrupted, lost to himself, alienated, subjected to the rule of inhuman conditions and elements, by the whole organization of our society, in short man who is not yet a real species being." Later, he adds, "In the perfect democracy, the religious and theological consciousness itself is in its own eyes the more religious and the more theological because it is apparently without political significance, without worldly aims, an affair of the heart withdrawn from the world, the expression of the limitations of reason, the product of arbitrariness and fantasy, and because it is a life that is really of the other world." Christianity attains here the practical expression of its universal religious significance in that the most diverse world outlooks are grouped together alongside one another in the form of Christianity, and still more because it does not ask that anyone should profess Christianity, but simply that he should have some kind of religion. 62. What Marx proposed to do in On the Jewish Question, then, was at least theoretically to retrace some of the steps that had led up to the paradoxical accomplishment of the Christian spirit in the modern secular state. The political timeliness of this proposal for the present moment should be obvious enough, provided that we are not seduced by the secularization thesis nor misled by the accusations of ubiquitous anti-Semitism. There are important theoretical as well as political lessons to be learned from Marx's youthful text. In addition to developing a Marxist theory of the subject, a contemporary reading of On the Jewish Question thus requires that we also reconstruct a history of modern capitalist as well as pre-capitalist forms of subjectivity, along the lines of what Rosichner himself does in his book La Cosa y la Cruz, which offers a close textual reading of St. Augustine's Confessions as the quintessential manual of subjection of the individual to both the Christian religion and the power of command of the Roman Empire. In retrospect, this is an agenda for theoretical work that Rosichner already finds in Marx's text from the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, perhaps deriving the task of historical genealogy from Marx's own autobiographical trajectory. We might think that in On the Jewish Question Marx expresses his own drama of transition in order to help the Jews understand, for it is they to whom he addresses himself directly toward the end of the first part, how they ought to think so as to reach an understanding of their being Jewish that would be not religious but secular. He does not want them to do what Bauer asks from them, nor what his father did. And he tells them that without rehabilitating that primordial place they will never be able to understand the secret of Christian disdain that the Jewish child experiences almost from the moment it is born, that instead of becoming Christians, or demanding that the state recognize them as citizens but only in order to continue living disdained as Jewish men and women, they ought to walk down the historical path that took them toward the Jewish religious essence so as to find hidden, at its very base and as though lying in wait for when they wake up from the dream, the secular generic human essence that he tells them about. 63. Rosichner is quick to add that Marx himself, even later in his mature work, did not bring to fruition the agenda of such a combined history and theory of political subjectivity. It is true, Marx does not analyze in detail the historical conditions, the social relationships that from historical Judaism in its determinate context led to the metamorphosis produced in the ancient popular pagan imaginary by the new Christian myth so dear to Constantine, with whom religion at its origin appears as a new technology of domination in the production of subjects appropriate for the subsistence of the Roman Empire. But contemporary Marxists cannot ignore this, as can be deduced from Marx's analysis, when they pretend to transform the consciousness of alienated political subjects by modifying only the economic relations of production, without putting into play the mythic determinations of Christianity. 64. There are those today, like Zizek, who manage to present Christianity as a legacy still worth fighting for, or a lost cause still worth defending. For them, such a task requires a materialist reversal, whereby what otherwise appears to bask in the light of dogmatic truth all of a sudden shines forth as a fragile absolute, summed up in Christ's exclamation on the cross, "O Father, why hast thou forsaken me?" What this cry symbolizes is in fact precisely that which resists symbolization absolutely, that is, the fact that the order of the universe is inherently incomplete, dysfunctional, non-all. In short, with this "Father, hast thou forsaken me?" it is God who actually dies, revealing his utter impotence, and thereupon rises from the dead in the guise of the Holy Spirit. 65. Far from simply betraying a momentary lack of faith, Jesus's cry would highlight the properly revolutionary nature of Christianity in the eyes of Zizek, in this regard also a strict follower of Chesterton, who wrote in his Orthodoxy, "Christianity is the only religion on earth that has felt that omnipotence made God incomplete. Christianity alone has felt that God, to be holy God, must have been a rebel as well as a king." 66. No matter how much we may spruce them up with examples from Hegel to Hollywood, though, all such dialectical reformulations and reversals of Christianity, including Zizek's bold reformulations of the passage from Judaism to Christianity in the name of a newborn materialism, remain, strictly speaking, at the level of a structural or transcendental discussion of the conditions of possibility of subjectivity as such. Even the addition of a dual focus on both the ontogenesis and phylogenesis of the subject is not quite the same as taking into account such profound historical complicities as the one that, according to Marx, links the democratic form of the state to Christianity. Nor does it suffice merely to abandon the vocabulary of the religious turn, with all its reactionary and fundamentalist overtones, if at the same time the very religious and more properly Christian foundations of the theory of the subject are not only left untouched, but not even explicitly admitted anymore. If such a theory may properly claim to be a kind of recommencement of the materialist dialectic, as in the case of Badiou or Zizek, then what remains to be done will be once more closer to the task of the historical materialist, which will also require placing politics in a force field between theory and history. We therefore must reach back from political to religious alienation in order to understand the persistence of the religious within the political, as Rosichner writes in his careful commentary on the Jewish question. This task is all the more urgent today, in the wake of the so-called war on terror, waged in the name of Western civilization against so-called fundamentalism. We must show that the Christian essence, which critical criticism claims to have overcome, remains and is objectified in the material social relations of the democratic secular state whose terminal form, as Marx demonstrates, is the United States of America, and show, moreover, how it persists to this very day. 67. 5. Politics, Psychoanalysis, and Religion in the Age of Terror. Are there any saints left? A curtain had fallen, my Holy of Holies was rent asunder, and new gods had to be installed. Marx, Letter to his Father, November 10, 1837. The more saints, the more laughter, that's my principle, to wit, the way out of capitalist discourse which will not constitute progress, if it happens only for some. Jacques Lacan, Television. In recent years a whole spate of thinkers on the left end of the political spectrum seem to feel the need not just to engage with religion and with the persistence of a certain political theology in radical thought, but more particularly to model new forms of militantism upon the figure of the saint, from St. Paul for Badiou and Zizek to St. Francis of Assisi for Hart and Negri. 1. That this is not merely a Christian debate, nor one dominated exclusively by male voices, can be seen in the fact that Helensixus also turns to the image of the saint in her portrait of Jacques Derrida as a young Jewish saint, following Derrida's rather heavy reliance on St. Augustine's Confessions in his own Circumcisions. 2. Clearly more is at stake than a superficial coincidence, rather, the saint confronts us with a tangle of references at the intersection between politics, religion, and psychoanalysis. In fact, insofar as saints seem to come marching in at an almost unstoppable speed, few tasks could be more urgent today than to begin unraveling this dense tangle of references. Precisely such a task is taken up in Leon Rosichner's formidable book, La Cosa y la Cruz, Cristianismo y Capitalismo, and Torno a las Confesiones de San Agustin, originally published in 1997. The title of this book, La Cosa y la Cruz, The Thing and the Cross, is most likely a pun on Hegel's famous passage from his Philosophy of Right in which the German philosopher proposes to read the cross or crucifixion itself as the revelation of reason in history. To recognize reason as the rose in the cross of the present and thereby to enjoy the present, this is the rational insight which reconciles us to the actual, the reconciliation which philosophy affords to those in whom there has once arisen an inner voice bidding them to comprehend, not only to dwell in what is substantive while still retaining subjective freedom, but also to possess individual freedom while standing not in anything particular and accidental but in what exists absolutely. 4. By substituting the Freudian thing, das Ding in German, la cosa in Spanish, for Hegel's rose, la rosa in Spanish, Rosichner proposes to investigate via the example of Augustine's Confessions to what extent a psychoanalytical approach to religion also means tearing apart the relation of reconciliation with reality promised by Christianity. The Confessions are the most ardent story of that which Augustine evokes and at the same time eludes so meticulously while telling his story, like someone who wants nothing to do with the thing, writes Rosichner. He continues, faced with this indelible and unrepresentable mark, which persecutes him as what is most desirable, and at the same time most fear-inspiring, Augustine covers it with the words of God the Father so as to pacify the anxiety that emanates from what has no name, the unnamed thing. 5. Not even Christianity with its construction of the Divine Father in the place of his absent Father and the Virgin Mary in the place of his mother Monica will be able to pacify Augustine's anxiety over the thing. Rosichner's close reading of the Confessions, on the contrary, reveals the impossibility of ever fully recognizing the rose in the cross, and thus unravels the promise of reconciliation suggested by Hegel's reading of Christianity. Moreover, far from coinciding with the examples of Badia or Negri in their re-evaluation of Saul of Tarsus or Francis of Assisi, Rosichner's reading of St. Augustine also runs completely counter to the impetus behind the widespread upsurge of interest in the lives of saints. Of course, not so long ago saints were the targets of great wit and sarcasm on the part of the left. In the diatribes that Marx and Engels directed against Saint Max, Stirner, and Saint Bruno, Bauer, in the German ideology, the mere appellation immediately served a denigrating purpose. Among contemporary thinkers, even Badia before turning to Saint Paul as a figure of the militant without a party still has recourse to this sarcastic usage when, in his Maoist booklet Theory of Contradiction, published in the mid-1970s, he attacks Saint Jean-François, Lyotard, Saint Gilles, Deleuze, and Saint Felix, Guattari, as so many left-wing revisionists. 6. By contrast, in David Halperin's Saint Foucault, as in Jean-Paul Sartre's Saint Genet before that, the saintly reference already seems to blend, if not completely dissolve, the element of blame into a more general mixture of admiring yet still somewhat ironic praise. 7. So how did we move from denigration to praise? What has happened in more recent years so that today we are being bombarded with the lives of saints as models for militant figures of a new type? A good starting point from which to approach this question would involve a comparison between the respective readings of Augustine's Confessions found in Lyotard and Rosichner, the first, offering a posthumous and unfinished, almost hagiographic testament, and the second, a painfully dense, often repetitive, and occasionally vicious attack, an attack that would have to be qualified as base, if it is true that, as Henry Marrow writes, only a base mind could deny Augustine's greatness. 8. For Lyotard, St. Augustine's Confessions seem to provide the occasion for an experience of near sublime joy, the ability to feel and to take pleasure unencumbered, raised to an unknown power. This is saintly joy. Rarely did grace take a less dialectical turn, less negativist and less repressive. In Augustine, flesh bestowed with grace fulfills its desire, in innocence. 9. Despite sharing an interest in the relation between grace and the flesh, Rosichner would have to reject this interpretation almost word for word. Beyond the appearance of sheer innocence and sensuous joy, nothing could in fact be more repressive or more negative than the dialectic between death and salvation, or between grace and terror, which Rosichner uncovers in the Confessions. Rather than serving as a substitute love letter, in which the divine thou comes to stand in effortlessly for the beloved, as is the case for Lyotard, Augustine's text in Rosichner's hands thus becomes the target of an incursion into hostile territory where a declining Roman Empire, making common cause with the Christian Church in a world historical juncture best depicted in Augustine's own subsequent elaboration in City of God, gives rise to sinister subject formations that prepare the onslaught of capitalism several hundreds of years later. Saint Augustine, then, is not a model, he is the enemy, or at best an anti-model. In his theological libidinal economy the saint proposed to us, from the oldest times, the most productive originary investment to accumulate sacred capital. By making savings on the flesh, you will be able to invest in the spirit, Rosichner writes quoting Tertullian, before summing up the bold hypothesis behind his reading of the Confessions. The Christian spirit and capital have complementary metaphysical premises. 10. Following this hypothesis, we slowly delve into the visceral depths of the subject so as to locate the place where terror and the fear of death, from the earliest experiences of the child onward, become ingrained into the material soul. In fact, without this inscription of terror in subjectivity, the user's manual for which can be read on page after page in Augustine's Confessions, Rosichner claims that capitalism would not have been possible. Marx and Freud in the Pampas. If there is a beyond of Marx, it passes through Marx, just as, if there is a beyond of Freud, it passes through Freud. We do not deny our old loves in the new ones. Leon Rosichner, La Crisis de los Intelectuales y el Marxismo. As a unique and loyal Freudo-Marxist who remained almost entirely unknown outside of his home country, and who until his recent death was frequently ostracized even in Argentina, Rosichner worked for over 50 years in the domain where questions of politics and subjectivity come head to head, particularly in the historical contexts of left-wing populism and guerrilla struggles, right-wing authoritarianism, military dictatorship, and the so-called transition to democracy under global neoliberalism. A thinker of untiring energy, he had also formed many generations of younger scholars, intellectuals, and activists, including militants involved in the uprisings and mobilizations in Argentina after the crisis of December 2001. And yet, a strange half-silence surrounded Rosichner's writings during much of his lifetime. Thus, when I would ask older friends of mine about their familiarity with the work and thought of this prolific philosopher, many of them would recall for me how they learned their Freud from the old Leon, whether at the university or in clandestine seminars during the Argentinian military dictatorship which forced Rosichner into exile in Venezuela, but, until the recent effusion of posthumous homages, there was almost no public discussion of his many books. Rosichner himself did not seem affected by this academic silencing of his work. Nor did he seek out recognition abroad by appealing to the latest fashions of theory from across the Atlantic. Even if he went to study at the Sorbonne with Lucien Goldman and Maurice Merleau-Ponty, whose adventures of the dialectic and humanism and terror he translated into Spanish, by contrast he was always scornful of the structuralism of Louis Althusser and Jacques Lacan. To their theoretical anti-humanism and linguistic idealism, he preferred his own form of sensual, embodied, and historical materialism, summed up in the crucial book Freud y los límites del individualismo Bergs, Freud and the Limits of Bourgeois Individualism, based on a detailed reading of Freud's new introductory lectures on psychoanalysis and his social work Civilization and its Discontents and Group Psychology and Analysis of the Ego. In fact, all of Rosichner's works, including over a dozen books, contribute to the unrelenting effort to uncover the hidden recesses in which power is capable of thriving on the terrorizing fear for, and simultaneous seduction by, the figure of authority. However, this is not merely an analytical attempt to locate the origins of power, for instance, in the structure of the superego, rather, such an analysis also marks the desired onset of an alternative democratic politics that would be able in a completely different way to elaborate these profoundly effective and bodily materials with which subjectivity is constituted. This is the fundamental aim of all democratic politics, Rosichner says in an important interview on the crisis of the intellectuals and Marxism, to which he adds, "I believe that this aim is present in all subjectivity, and in intellectual work, too, to defeat the limit of that which authorizes you to think and to act. If we want to think, we must confront the anxiety of death that terror decants in us so as to impede us from doing so, we must continue to think within and against this anxiety." Point 11. The aim, then, is to think terror and death dialectically, not just as universal structures beyond history, nor only as moralizing figures of evil located outside and at a safe remove from oneself, but rather as historical appearances and as subject formations that reach the core of one's very being. A strange and paradoxical challenge is what Rosichner calls the task of philosophy, to open up a distance in that which is without distance, in the fullest proximity, starting from the sentient body, alienating ourselves into that which persecutes us, but so as to transform it into its opposite. 12. Rosichner's La Cosa y la Cruz seeks to open up precisely such an intimate distance at the very core of the modern subject, using the powers of alienation as a lever to undo the logic of persecution on which rests all alienation of the body politic. We might be able to situate the book on Augustine more accurately if we adopt a basic principle that should help in understanding all of Rosichner's work. I mean the principle of reading history à rebours, against the grain, or backwards, as Benjamin would say, namely, from the contemporary moments of dependent and global capitalism to its earliest foundations in pre-capitalist times. In fact, after he published his doctoral thesis on Max Scheler's theory of affectivity, Rosichner's books gradually moved further back in time, so that the chronology of his publications follows an order that strangely inverts the chronology of the historical content that is their active subject matter, from Moral Bergsa y Revolución, about the Cuban victory in Playa Girón, discussed in the previous chapter, through the key polemical essay on the left without subject, published in the important Argentine journal La Rosa Blindada, and again in the Cuban journal Pensamiento Critico, in which he blames orthodox revolutionary thought, especially in the figure of the Peronist Guevarist John William Cook, for failing to conceive of the subjective roots of power, all the way to his two-volume investigation into the theory and politics of Peronism, Perón, Entre la sangre y el tiempo, lo inconscient y la política, Perón, Between Blood and Time, Politics and the Unconscious, point 13 in this respect. The book on Saint Augustine constitutes the point of culmination on an extended path toward a historical longue durée, somewhat along the lines of Michel Foucault's sweeping return from modernity to ancient Greece, which likewise passes by way of Augustine's Confessions, in his unfinished History of Sexuality, point 14. Read today, moreover, many of these writings may seem prescient. This fact can almost serve as a second hermeneutic principle to understand this philosopher's work as a whole. Rosichner's obsessive inquiries into the roots of terror, which originally referred to the military dictatorship, nowadays indeed become timely and uncanny investigations into the terrorizing logic behind the war on terror itself. The mantle of ambivalence thus constantly shrouds previous uses of the notion of terror, which now seem to refer to the contemporary moment. No great leap of the imagination is required, for instance, to move from the books written from exile in the late 1970s and early 1980s, when Argentina was under military rule, to one of the latest books, titled El Terror y la Gracia, Terror and Grace, which includes Rosichner's comments on the aftermath of September 11, 2001 and on the war in Iraq, point 15, and a similar temporal loop already overdetermines some of the earlier books. Thus, while the investigation into Peronism was actually initiated well before the Argentinian military coup of 1976, its underlying logic regarding the continued presence of war at the heart of politics as such, presented in a daring juxtaposition of Freud, Marx, and von Clausewitz, already anticipates not only the regime of terror under the military junta but also the illusions that undergirded the later so-called transition to democracy in Argentina. It is almost as if, by a perverse counterfinality, the more we step back in time to dig up the prior origins of the power of subjection, the more history catches up with us from behind by turning the distant past into an ominous premonition of the present. Finally, a third principle worth keeping in mind is a penchant for polemical writing. Rosichner thus seems to have devoted most of his work to criticizing others, be they friendly opponents, useful adversaries, or full-blown enemies. This is already the case in Moral Bergsa y Revolución, as we saw in the previous chapter, if not even earlier in Rosichner's doctoral thesis on Scheler, whose reluctant materialism is shown to be unable to undermine the moralizing idealism of his theory of affects. But the trend to write, as it were, from within enemy territory becomes only more pronounced in response to what Rosichner perceives as an ill-constructed compound of leftism and Peronism, and it clearly reaches its apogee in his painstaking analysis of Augustine's Confessions. I did my whole apprenticeship in philosophy with people who in some cases are radically heterogeneous to me and in others extremely close, Saint Augustine, Scheler, Freud, Marx, and even Perón. Every apprenticeship is always polemical, Rosichner explains in an interview with the Argentine Colectivo Situaciones. But this does not mean that the mistakes or shortcomings targeted in the polemic would pertain only to others. On the contrary, every criticism is also always a self-criticism. I, with Perón, was a Peronist, with Saint Augustine, I was a Christian, I became a converted Jew with Max Scheler. With Marx, I became revolutionary, and with Freud, psychoanalyst. From all of them I have kept a remainder. 16. The rebellious origin. It is always a question of continuing the dialectic, against metaphysics, which means, to give reason to the rebels, to say that they are right. Alain Badiou, Théorie de la Contradiction. A few words are in order about the substance of Rosichner's philosophy in general, that is, his peculiar brand of Freudo-Marxism, summed up in the two books Freud y los limites del individualismo Bergs, Freud and the Limits of Bourgeois Individualism, and Freud y el problema del poder, Freud and the Problem of Power. Point 17. Theoretically, the core of this philosophical proposal, which has remained remarkably, some would say stubbornly, consistent over the years, is twofold, combining as it does a thorough investigation into the roots of power and subjection in terror, on the one hand, with the willful retrieval of the collective potential for rebellion and subjectivization, on the other. The first theoretical strand allows us in hindsight to posit that terror and grace are actually twin developments, which the critique of subjection therefore cannot treat as separate or mutually exclusive phenomena. For Rosichner, terror derives from the anxiety and fear of death installed in the innermost core of the subject due to the guilt felt over killing or wanting to kill the primordial father. Grace, however, is merely a false solution, or a defense formation in which the origin of power and its extension into the subject's life are covered up, or, more precisely, promised an imaginary solution. Today, in fact, grace is also terror. Both terror and grace, in any event, rely on a similar logic of exception, a law beyond the law that takes hold of us because of the guilt for a crime committed prior to history, and a freedom beyond freedom based upon the suspension of the state of original sin and primordial guilt. It is not just that terror and grace correspond to two forms of fundamentalism, one supposedly Islamic and the other Christian, competing on the stage of world history today. In fact, Rosichner's investigations into the place of terror in any theory of subjection, as well as his interest in the Christian model of grace, preceded by many years the events of 9/11 in the US and the ensuing war on terror. But it is also not just a matter, as it seems to be for Badiou and Zizek, of re-establishing the original link between good, terror and revolution, from the Jacobins to Hegel. Rather, the unenviable privilege of Rosichner's viewpoint stems from the insight that the regime of terror that is the military dictatorship in Argentina extends its reign well beyond the so-called process of national reorganization. Through a strange temporal loop to which I alluded earlier, the view from the South thus opens up a completely different perspective on the war on terror that was to be unleashed with particular violence in March 2003 during the shock and awe operation in Iraq. In fact, the Chilean 9/11, that is, Pinochet's 1973 military coup, and the spectacular bombing of the presidential palace of La Moneda in the nation's capital in this sense would be instructive of the logic of events following 9/11 in the United States. Point 18. We must think through the sinister dialectical link between grace and terror, without locating the former as the gift of peace or democracy or civilization that would come after and in response to the latter as civil war or dictatorship or barbarism. To understand the pacification we must first start from the terror that grounds it. Rosichner writes, "War and the dictatorship are terror, but democracy is a grace that the power of terror concedes to us as a truce. Both, democracy and dictatorship, are two modalities of politics, and they constitute the alternating domain in which social contradictions are fought out." 19. Such would be the sad lesson to be drawn from the experience of the military dictatorships, which we now know amounted to the violent imposition of the reign of neoliberalism. The transition to democracy, however, did not mark a break with the underlying logic of terror. To the contrary, the democratic process continues to be grounded in this very logic, only now it is hidden or disavowed. The dictatorship from which we come, then, is not an accident nor an abnormal fact in our political development. Military terror, on the contrary, is part of the same system together with the implicit limits of democracy itself. It constitutes its founding and persistent violence. 20. Much less obvious is the answer to the question of what is to be done once the founding violence of our political order is exposed. The difficulty in question stems from the play of dissimulation through which democracy appears as the epitome of liberty and peace, only temporarily interrupted by the abnormality of civil war and dictatorship. Insofar as this game of hide and seek is not accidental but constitutive of the democratic order, the first step necessarily requires an effort of undoing the logic of dissimulation. As Rosichner writes, when democracy returns, the most important thing is to hide from civil society the violent ground from which it came, and whose terror and threat continue to maintain themselves, dissimulated but active, in the political field. But it was terror itself, in its persistence, that planted among the citizens, in each one of them, the possibility of dissimulation. Terror represses the personal place that feeds the impulses for resistance, the collective drives. Because of this it is necessary to undo this subjective trap, to keep present, in order to conjure it, the mortal threat that will emerge again when resistance appears. 21. Several years before Naomi Klein would make this the main thesis of her book The Shock Doctrine, Rosichner goes so far as to suggest that capitalism imposes a diffused shock and awe operation on each and every subject, in the civilized West no less than in the rest of the world, as witnessed, by way of a dark precursor, under the military regimes in the Southern Cone. Terror, denied in political society but always threatening, corrodes human subjectivity from within. This unconscious fear that runs through society, the terror of death in religion, which it enlivens in the face of rebellion, the terror of unemployment, of bankruptcy, or of poverty in the economy, the terror of the armed forces of repression, the terror of the covering up of those forms of knowledge that might be able to unravel this domination, is the ground on the basis of which the system negates, within each one, the very thing that it animates. 22. Here, however, we already begin to grasp the other strand in Rosichner's overarching theoretical proposal. In effect, his aim is never merely to uncover the originary violence of the political field per se, but rather to retrieve the potential for rebellion and resistance with which this violence, from time immemorial, has always had to come to terms. This originary rebellion, for instance, of the child against the father, is precisely the moment in the sense of constituting both a structure and an event that Rosichner seeks to bring to the foreground in his pivotal rereading of the myth of the killing of the primordial father in Freud's so-called collective writings, particularly Totem and Taboo and Civilization and its Discontents. Unlike what happens in certain texts by Agamben, or even Zizek, the killing of the primordial father, upon this reading, is not meant to produce a radical metaphysics of the state of exception or of the death drive. It is certainly true that Freud's story, in its own way, starts with a double exception: first, because the primeval or primordial father is accepted from the universal logic of castration, and second, because the act of killing this figure functions as a scientific myth, to use Freud's oxymoron, that is, as a purely conjectural fact outside of history that nonetheless must be presupposed as the radical condition of possibility that opens up all human history. It is, in this sense, the non-historical ground of all historicity. But for Rosichner, the point is not to locate an act of originary violence that would precede history as a kind of or-crime, similar to the way in which Ernst Bloch reads the metaphysics of the detective novel in terms of the postulate of a radical crime or evil anti-ram. This temptation may very well be inherent in Freud's story, and Rosichner does not shy away from exploiting its pathos, as when he writes, conscience, and not only moral conscience, begins in a crime. 23. Nevertheless, the crucial point lies in the act of rebellion of the brothers. Theirs is an act that is both collective and geared toward a real opponent, the father, only later does this opponent become imaginary and moral, just as the relation to him becomes individualized, with the subsequent erasure of the prior collective act, through the guilt, moral conscience, and superegoi law by which power inscribes itself into each person's subjectivity. Beyond the unmasking of originary violence, therefore, the aim is above all to restore force to the collective subject. In other words, if there is a constant effort to reach back and delve into the roots of subjection, the purpose of this return is to enable a collective form of emancipatory subjectivization. Thus, whereas Rosichner's discussion of the production of the disappeared, or of the use of camps and detention centers under the military dictatorship as a matrix of political power, may very well present numerous points of contact with Agamben's ongoing politico-philosophical project. We could also argue that his reading of the brothers' initial rebellion against the primordial father is the exact opposite of the central fascination. I think the word is not exaggerated with dividing. Nisus potestas in homo sacer. Agamben understands this as the unconditional authority of the pater over his sons, which also signals the very model of political power in general, insofar as the prepubescent son, or puer, is originarily and immediately subject to a power of life and death on the part of the father. There is no clearer way to say that the first foundation of political life is a life that may be killed, which is politicized through its very capacity to be killed, writes Agamben. It is as if male citizens had to pay for their participation in political life with an unconditional subjection to a power of death, as if life were able to enter the city only in the double exception of being capable of being killed and yet not sacrificed. 24 In Rosichner's reading of Freud, on the contrary, the emphasis falls not on unconditional subjection but on collective rebellion, not on the power of death and life but on the power to resist death even, if necessary, through violence. Civilization does not triumph over the child because, subjected from birth, the latter would prolong and extend the submission into adulthood. The child is a rebel and an aggressor and a victor, only the remorse over his triumph leads to the guilt that subsequently bends and subjects the child. It is because the child is deeply moral and pays with his guilt for the imaginary murder that the adult's morality, which is the true assassin, takes power over this noble sense and ratifies with its judgment an imaginary situation as if it were real. 25. Finally, it might be useful to stress that, conceptually, the shift from the power of terror to the force of rebellion also means that the exception at the origin of humankind is not an insuperable originary or metaphysical structure, but a mixture of structural and event-like elements that can be animated and reactivated if they are acknowledged as such. Thus, in the originary drama there lies hidden the structural meaning of the ground of every human being, there where event, the murder, and structure, the transition from natural individuality to cultural individuation through the fraternal alliance, constitute the originary point from which all human rationality was produced. In the relation of individual to individual, between father and son, the mediating third was a collective being, the fraternal alliance. This initial moment is crucial because it is from this first opposition that, in the ambiguity of love and hatred toward the father, the point of insertion of the cultural dialectic takes shape, that is, of reason that supports itself in the flesh of the other but at the same time in the common body sketched out by the brothers, as a necessary process for one's own coming into being. 26. To be sure, through the guilt and remorse felt by the brothers as well as the renunciation of instincts with which they seek to gain the love of the father who returns in the imaginary after the killing of the primordial father, consciousness or conscience, conciencia in Spanish meaning both, erases this origin which is collective rebellion. The result of this erasure is that the superego injunction and terrorizing command of the moral law appear as though they marked an absolute beginning, whereas in reality they are the result of a prolonged struggle. But the dead father lives within us as though we ourselves were made other, and now it regulates, in its interiorized form, our relations to the outside world. Except that, from being a real fact, it now appears here, in the occultation that follows the pain of death and remorse, as though also erased for the conscience that thus develops itself. It erases its origin in that other as if it lacked any genesis. Because to reanimate its origin would imply, for this first human being only, to remit itself to this first act of giving death. Thus there opened in the beginning of history itself an anteriority to history, as if the superego that thus inaugurates it were its absolute beginning, and not a secondary moment of a real event which conscience ignores and which nevertheless is its foundation. Conscience appears as an absolute foundation, without presuppositions. 27. Conscience appears as an absolute foundation, or a radical first ground, only because it has forgotten or concealed the traces of the transition that brought it into existence. The real task, then, consists chiefly in the ongoing effort to reactivate a possible return to this forgotten origin. but far from remaining caught in an analytic of finitude, with its typical retreat and return of the origin as an insuperable structure of repetition, this is an effort at desfatalization or defatalization, that is, an effort to restore the force of historical possibility by reanimating the event-like structure of the process of subjectivization, whose archaic persistence does not preclude the option of reaching out for its effective supersession. Such is precisely the hope that speaks through the project of La Cosa y la Cruz, even though Augustine's meticulous avoidance of Oedipal identification, conflict, and guilt, as we will see, also renders unlikely the retrieval of a rebellious force from the symbolic matrix of Christianity. Pre-capitalist subjective formations. God has value only insofar as he represents Christ, and man has value only insofar as he represents Christ. It is the same with money. Karl Marx, Comments on James Mill, Elements d'Économie Politique. Rosichner's book on Augustine, published when the author had already reached the mature age of 73, is an astonishing feat that combines a painstaking and sustained close reading with a series of wild theoretical speculations. Its claims repeat many of the ideas made in earlier works, add new ones, and correct still others, all the while anchoring them in the self-proclaimed example of a medieval saint who might well turn out to have been the first modern subject. Why would an incredulous Jew want to write, Rosichner himself asks from the beginning, about the confessions of a Christian saint? Among the various answers, the most audacious one certainly outdaring Max Weber's hypothesis about the ideological affinity between capitalism and Protestantism holds that capitalism simply would not have been possible without Christianity. Triumphant capitalism, the quantitative and infinite accumulation of wealth in the abstract monetary form, would not have been possible without the human model of religious infinity promoted by Christianity, without the imaginary and symbolical reorganization operated in subjectivity by the new religion of the Roman Empire. 28 Augustine is the paramount model of these profound transformations in the psychic economy. His Confessions, Rosichner proposes, can be read as a user's manual for subjection and servitude. The complete devalorization of the flesh, of pleasure, and of the social in general, together with the newly constituted subject's submission to the rule of law and imperial order, constitute the lasting religious premises of the political sphere. Rosichner's project, however, does not amount a reconstruction of the possible transpositions and systematic analogies between the political and the theological. Unlike Carl Schmitt, he does not propose a political theology, even though such a concept, according to Schmitt himself, is sufficiently polymorphous so as to warrant its application even to La Cosa y la Cruz. 29 Rosichner also does not focus on City of God as a student of political theology might not, even in order to invert its hierarchy in favor of the earthly city, as Hart and Negri propose to do in Empire. Rather, he chooses to concentrate on the personal itinerary in the Confessions that, according to him, lays the foundation for City of God as Augustine's grand politico-theological synthesis, written years later. Finally, a third reason for not conflating the analysis of the Confessions with the questions of political theology is the fact that the main discourse of which Rosichner makes use is not juridical but psychoanalytical, Freud being a more useful reference for understanding the subjective stakes of politics than Schmitt. How, then, does this discourse affect the methodology for investigating the formation of the subject? To describe the method of his inquiry into the origins of the long historical process of capitalist subject formation, Rosichner frequently uses the verb desentrañar, meaning to disentangle, to unravel, or to clarify, but also, literally, to bring up what was embroiled in the entrails, entrañas in Spanish, just as entrañable is often used both in the sense of dear, close or intimate, and in the sense of soulful or heartfelt, but also, more literally, from the gut or visceral. I would argue that this usage is symptomatic of the author's approach as a whole. Rosichner's work indeed presents us with a psychoanalytical investigation into the core of a truly visceral materialism, or a theory of what he also calls the rationality of the body and the intelligence of the flesh. 30 He uncovers the material, bodily, and affective parts of the subject that had to be eviscerated in the name of either a transcendent religion or a purely immanent reason, but only after the power of authority, of the law, and of empire had already been able to impose itself. In these very same recesses that subsequently were to have been denied. Augustine is of interest to me in this endeavor only for the apparatus of domination and war with which he constructed man's subjectivity under the insignia of love and truth. This is what continues to be relevant today. Augustine knew to find the intimate place where power vivifies and stokes emotion, arousing the most sinister phantasms to activate the body, and in that terrible hour in which the old world crumbles, yoke it to the war chariots of political and economic power. 31. Along the path of this investigation, we obtain not only a detailed picture of how the subject, prior to becoming the flesh and fodder of capitalist accumulation, first had to become the subject of law at the time of the Christian Roman Empire's imminent collapse, that is, the sack of Rome, that would mark the immediate reference point for St. Augustine in City of God, but also a daring series of comparisons between Christianity and Judaism, as well as a powerful suggestion of supplementing Freud's own doctrine of Oedipal guilt and the superego law, including its origin in the killing of the primordial father, which takes its clues mainly from the Jewish God, with an interpretation of the theory of the subject derived from Christianity. Saint Augustine for our times. He instructs us by his example in the art of living through an age of catastrophe. Henry Marrow, Saint Augustine and his influence through the ages. Rosichner opens La Cosa y la Cruz by reiterating the insufficiency of the traditional Marxist critique of religion. Insofar as Marx in Capital, for example, still expected the veil of religious beliefs to drop as a result of the rational development of the material conditions of everyday life, such a critique did not reach the nucleus that is the subjective place where the most tenacious submission resides. 32 But this is exactly the place where Rosichner wants to inscribe his own approach to the power of religion in general and of Christianity in particular. His aim is to reach a more radical understanding of the logic of social change so as to avoid the errors and shortcomings inherent in previous emancipatory projects. A radicalized social transformation must modify that which religion has organized in the depth of every subject if we do not wish to repeat the heroic but sterile sacrifices of our recent past. 33. For Rosichner, religion operates by way of an expropriation that takes place at the level of the imaginary and symbolic matrix of subjectivity prior to, but also complicit with, the material expropriation of the labor of already constituted subjects, studied by Marx. In La Cosa y la Cruz, he thus focuses on Christianity understood as the dominant model for the constitution of subjectivity in the West. This model works with psychic, mythical, philosophical, symbolic, and bodily affective materials that are much more permanent and resilient than the traditional critique of religious ideology as a superstructure assumes. Even if we accept the primacy of economic production as the point of departure for understanding history, we must think that since the origin of Christianity until the present day 20 long centuries there has not been a fundamental change either in the religious model or in its symbolic schema. 34 With other psychoanalytic interpreters such as Pierre Legendre or Slavoj Zizek who likewise write about religion in the wake of Freud and Lacan, Rosichner thus shares an interest in explaining the relative stability and symbolic efficacy of the religious matrix of Christianity and its specific differences compared to Judaism. In this sense, a principled atheism does not preclude, but rather demands, a sustained inquiry into the mechanisms that account for the long-term dominance of religious ideology. In the first place, we don't ask if God exists. In following the experience that Augustine relates, we seek only to grasp the recourses by which God is subjectively constructed in order to produce those effects in historical reality. 35 But, unlike Zizek, for example, Rosichner adopts an approach that is more historical than strictly theoretical, and more genealogical than purely psychoanalytical. Rosichner's reasons for choosing St. Augustine's Confessions rather than, say, St. Paul's letters, which, written in Greek, tend to be the preferred object for philosophers, as can be seen today from Badiou to Agamben, have to do with the historical context in which the famous bishop from Hippo developed his user's manual for subjection for future generations, as well as with the continued relevance of this historical context for our own times of terror and regression. Christianity, as a religion and as a culture, continues, in the West, to occupy and mold the most archaic stratum, a layer always present in everyone and which emerges, as if novel and indispensable, at certain moments in which a population terrorized by social, economic, and political crises similar to the ones we are living today, withdraw into themselves. In Augustine we wish at least to glimpse the obscure logic of this emergence. 36. Augustine's role in the history of Christianity not only coincides with the moment when rebellion is transubstantiated into a logic of submission. It also marks the moment when politics as such is subsumed and morphed into religion. Rosichner's reading of the Confessions thus seeks to come to terms with the religious roots of modern politics. Our aim is to understand the moment in which the politics that was rebellious and resistant to Roman imperial power was supplanted by the religion of the state through a strategy of domination, to understand how it is that through this operation it transforms an eminently political fact, the rebellion of a Jewish Jesus against the religious and imperial power, into a purely religious one, Christ, God's Son resurrected, who dies not for having confronted the empire, but for purging our sins through his death. 37. The very logic by which the initial rebellion in Augustine's life as retold in his Confessions will come to serve as an ever more effective leverage for submission also explains why the Christian model of subjectivity no longer allows for the same degree of emancipatory hope in la cosa y la cruz as Rosichner still showed in Freud y los limites del individualismo Bergs. This is because Christianity does not operate according to the same Oedipal schema for which Freud could still count on the example of Greek tragedy and Jewish law. Oedipus in Hippo. Is it enough to replace the for Marx of Althusser with the for Saint Augustine of an unknown, post-Marxist, frustrated 68 Claude Lorrain to be exact, to confront the present catastrophe? Leon Rosichner, La Cosa y la Cruz. Rosichner was fond of calling his investigation initiated in La Cosa y la Cruz a study in the three Oedipuses, Greek, Jewish, and Christian. In part, he meant this as a corrective to some of Freud's most central tenets, which Rosichner believes are overly tied to a Greek and Jewish understanding of the Oedipal complex, just as he faults Lacan for not acknowledging the extent to which his own understanding of the matrix of subjectivity is actually profoundly Christian and thus strangely un-Freudian. From pagan sinner to Christian saint, Augustine offers the model of his own personal itinerary in the construction of the new man needed by the declining Roman Empire and the emergent Catholic Church. Saint Augustine dreams up and constructs the terrifying mythology later prolonged in the Christian West throughout 16 centuries, Rosichner writes. The Confessions elaborate a new literary figure for religious conviction, a form of evangelization for the possessed, another guide for the perplexed. 38. The image of Christianity that emerges from Augustine's literary elaborations in the new genre of the Confession does not correspond exactly to the passage from the religion of the Father to the religion of the Son, or from the religion of the law to the religion of love, which is how traditionally the shift from Judaism to Christianity has been described. Even Freud's explanations about identification, rivalry, and murder of the father figure, from totem and taboo to Moses and monotheism, are unable to account for the novelty of the Christian myth that Augustine helped create for centuries to come. This is because, for Rosichner, the Christian matrix of subjectivity inaugurated in the Confessions, far from stemming from a mortal combat of the young child with his real father, proceeds by installing a divine father in the intimate and archaic place of the child's interiority, still infused with the symbiotic love of his mother, even though she too must make place for the immaculate image of the Virgin. From the father-son rivalry encapsulated in the Oedipus complex, we thus move into the entirely different imaginary and symbolic schema of the Holy Trinity. About this schema, built from the ground up on the basis of primeval maternal rather than paternal materials, we learn next to nothing from the psychoanalytical tradition handed down to us by Freud. The affective and sensuous content of the mother as opposed to Freud's Oedipus serves the creation of a new father. The love for the carnal body of the mother is funneled, as such, into the abstract body of words pronounced by conscience, and into the reason of Father God. This abstract Father God, which Augustine learns from Greek philosophy and which is the insensitive product of pure thought, in order to be something, nevertheless must be given a body with the maternal contents that had been denied. 39. For Rosichner, The Christian subject thus fundamentally develops on the basis of a regressive capture of the child's symbiotic love for his mother, in this case Augustine's imaginary fusion with Monica, only to go on denying and disparaging every subsequent mark of this originary affective bond on all earthly relationships, in the sole name of the divine symbolic Father. This entire trajectory can be summed up in a creative rewriting of the famous dictum in which Freud tried to concentrate the lesson of the psychoanalytic cure, wo es war, soll ich werden, where id was, there ego shall be, or where it was, I shall come to be. 40. According to Rosichner's reading of the Confessions, this dictum would have to be rephrased as follows: where she was, God the Father shall come. It is not that hatred is succeeded by love in order to give life to the dead father, as Freud believes following the Jewish Oedipus that he generalizes unduly. In Christianity the son, by his amorous bond, remained clandestinely tied to the mother, and it is from within the trace of the complicit mother that he finds the materials with which to construct the new father who, in the dissimulation, keeps them united forever. 41. We are thus no longer operating in the realm of the traditional Oedipal schema, whether Greek or Jewish. Instead, Augustine's Confessions weakens and displaces the possibility of identification with the paternal law in order to build a maternal refuge from the threat of collapse and decay embodied in Alaric's hordes of barbarians invading the Roman Empire. Instead of speaking of three Oedipuses, Rosichner sometimes prefers to oppose the myth of Oedipus to two other founding myths, those of Moses and Christ. Augustine's Confessions allow him to delineate the contours of a new mechanism of subjective domination, or a new technology of control and subjugation, for which Freud's explanations about the Oedipal conflict no longer have much heuristic value. We believe, on the contrary, that Augustine is the one who shows us clearly the transition from one God to an altogether different one. The Greek Oedipus, and even the Jewish Oedipus, who was tragic, retains its currency only as long as patriarchal power, present in the state but found lacking, still ratifies the subjective escape route that necessarily finds support in the political power that was consolidated in its external and objective power as the law of the Father. We only know that the Roman Empire, in which this law was incarnated in the visible figure of the emperor, had been converted into a terrorizing and despotic regime, and began to be emptied out. It then had to validate a father who would find support in the only place to which Augustine had been able to return, walking down the path of his life and seeking refuge within himself, the welcoming and secure atmosphere of his mother's primeval imprint. The goal was to give life to a new father from within the space of his own body, in which this inscription had been erased and displaced. The patriarchal God was emptied out into Christianity. Indeed, identification with the dead father, the figure from one's own childhood against whom one fights so as to be transformed into his equal, is excluded. This place of the father is occupied and filled with the soul contents of the mother, who encompasses everything. To the father, as concept, all that is left is the space of pure thought, of words that invoke him and give him a different body to substitute the sentient and guilty body, a body made of words. 42. Whereas the Greek Oedipus in relation to the father involves identification, rivalry, and murder, Augustine's elaboration of Jesus Christ as a model for his own saintly life proceeds by way of indifference, displacement, and the absorption of the law as the innermost resource of subjectivity itself. These are two fundamentally different schemata for dealing with the death of the father. As Rosichner writes, the father can be dead in two ways, at least: he can be killed imaginarily by the son, or he can die simply from sheer impotence, vanishing without leaving almost any traces as he is vanquished in the son by the maternal power, and this fundamental difference, in turn, depends on the child's prior relation to the father while he was still alive. It depends on how the father died for the son, on whether the latter in order to kill the father had to identify himself with him or whether, without any aggression whatsoever, he simply had to imitate him from a distance and win the staring contest, Rosichner concludes. In other words, it depends on whether there was confrontation, crime, and guilt, or merely indifference and compassion. 43. Instead of the Greek tragedy that in the tradition of Sophocles predominates the psychoanalytic model of subjectivity after Freud, Christianity thus would produce at best a poor parody and at worst a mere simulacrum of tragic conflict. Augustine will convert the Greek tragedy into the Christian simulacrum, stripping it of the inevitability of death that besieges it, and transforming it into a representation devoid of drama, a parody that avoids all dramatic conflict. 44 Or perhaps we should say that Augustine's Christian subject lives through conflict only in the anti-tragic and pseudo-dialectical mode of melodrama that suits and soothes the inhabitants of the faltering Roman Empire? This would begin to explain the continued relevance of Augustine's model of subjectivity for our own time, defined by what Hart and Negri describe as the new regime of post-statal sovereignty, for which they also still propose the name of empire. Without showing the social and political situation in which Augustine's dilemma unfolds, Rosichner insists, we cannot understand the role played by the religious solution in anti-tragic periods, in which a confrontation between two opposed systems can be articulated at the level of the social consciousness of the inhabitants of the empire. 45 But then such an articulation also describes the basic matrix of melodramatic configuration so common in our contemporary world. Augustine thus returns to the first caesura, to the primordial division between the external and the internal which he experienced as an infant. Rosichner further writes, now again, like before, everything good is inside and everything bad is outside. The archaic schema of the psychic apparatus once again comes to be installed as the adult model under the maternal dominance. 46. Finally, just as the Christian matrix no longer obeys the tragic laws of the Greek Oedipus, the mythic model for the imitation of Christ that Augustine belabors in his Confessions also no longer corresponds to the function of the Mosaic law. Whereas the latter operates as God's harsh external command against which there nonetheless still exists the possibility of revolt and collective historical action, the former by contrast no longer seems to provide for any rebellious leverage, since all such resources have now become absorbed in the subject's dutiful obedience to a law which is, if not of his own making, then at least of his own desiring. Rosichner thus describes the difference between the two mythic models of Moses and Jesus in a passage that deserves to be quoted at length. In Moses it is not a fusion with God that comes to life in the engraving of words on stone, and not in the heart. Moses only makes himself momentarily into the human place in which the divine, the socio-historical truth opens up a collective space for itself in which God appears and must be shown in order to be effective, coming from beyond the human itself, from high up on the mountain to be precise. There is distance between men and God, the liberated slaves feel the terror of seeing his face. There is no fusion with the Father, in the way there is with the mother in the archaic origin of the child's coming into life. The word is so external for the Jews that they even go so far as to eat the books in order to incarnate it. They want for it to sink into their most profound depths, but it does not emerge from within their own entrails. By contrast, Jesus, according to the Gospels transformed by Paul's doctrine and by Augustine's interpretation, does not identify but fuses with the Father of his mother by recognizing himself as his Son. He channels the maternal fusion into the God of words, whereby the maternal element is transmuted into the Father. 47. Many thinkers before Rosichner of course have dwelled on this shift from the external to the internal law, which first would have occurred in the passage from Judaism to Christianity and supposedly repeated itself in the passage from Catholicism to Protestantism. Zizek, for one, likes to think of this shift in terms of the potentially atheist core that would properly belong only to Christianity, insofar as the gap that in Judaism separates man from God becomes transposed, in the figure of Christ on the cross, onto a gap internal to God himself. The Slovenian even goes so far as to claim that on this account Christianity is the only true monotheism, which at the same time functions as a radical atheism and a thorough materialism. This is why Christianity, precisely because of the Trinity, is the only true monotheism. The lesson of the Trinity is that God fully coincides with the gap between God and man, that God is this gap. This is Christ, not the God of beyond separated from man by a gap, but the gap as such, the gap which simultaneously separates God from God and man from man. 48. In Christianity, there thus would be a double alienation at work, or a double kenosis, not only of man from God but also of God from himself. Or, to use the more Baudelaire-sounding formulation from the monstrosity of Christ, insofar as the truly materialist axiom is the assertion of primordial multiplicity, the one which precedes this multiplicity can only be zero itself. No wonder, then, that only in Christianity as the only truly logical monotheism does God himself turn momentarily into an atheist. 49. However, what Rosichner's reading of Augustine reveals is the extent to which the addition of the adverb momentarily in Zizek's last formulation might turn out to be a crucial concession. What if this momentary atheism in fact quickly gives way once again to the ferocious superego demand of a God who, even in becoming finite and impotent, has never really or fully relinquished his power? What if the becoming finite of God is merely the beginning of an ever more terrorizing power of Christian infinity? After all, the fact that God appears as finite should by no means come as a surprise, nor is it necessarily a radical atheist core hidden within the mystical shell of institutionalized religiosity. Zizek reads the self-alienation of God from himself as a moment of radical doubt and impenetrability. He compares this in psychoanalytical terms, both to one of Freud's formulations that he quotes, among numerous other places, in Unbelief. What is incomprehensible within the pre-Christian horizon is the full-shattering dimension of this impenetrability of God to himself, discernible in Christ's Father. Why did you forsake me? This Christian version of the Freudian Father, can't you see that I am burning? And to Lacan's formulation evoked, for example, in The Puppet and the Dwarf, are we not, in the case of Christian identification, dealing with something similar? In our very failure, we identify with the divine failure, with Christ's confrontation with Chevoe, with the enigma of the other's desire. Why are you doing this to me, Father? What do you want from me? 50. However, what if this cry is not so much the signal of God's total self-abandonment but rather, as Rosichner suggests, the point at which the fragile, thrown, and mortally threatened human being becomes all the more securely sutured onto religious ideology, precisely, by way of the gap of finitude? Finally, what if it is not so much God the Father who stumbles upon the limit of his omnipotence in Christianity, but Christ who, through his exclamation of doubt on the cross, assures that impotence serves ideologically to close the gap inherent in God? Zizek himself is fully aware of the double-edged nature of the identification with failure, which from a reverse perspective can be seen as the recipe for an ever greater success of ideological identification. We are one with God only when God is no longer one with himself, but abandons himself, internalizes the radical distance which separates us from him. Zizek also writes in The Puppet and the Dwarf. He continues, our radical experience of separation from God is the very feature which unites us with him, not in the usual mystical sense that only through such an experience do we open ourselves to the radical otherness of God, but in a sense similar to the one in which Kant claims that humiliation and pain are the only transcendental feelings. It is preposterous to think that I can identify myself with the divine bliss only when I experience the infinite pain of separation from God do I share an experience with God himself, Christ on the cross. Point 51. We may well be far removed from the imaginary representations of religion based on oceanic feelings of divine bliss and awe-inspiring power. Yet, on the other hand, as Augustine's Confessions show in excruciating detail long before Kant, humiliation and pain may also come to function as the effective channels for the ever more awe-inspiring inscription of God's presence qua immanent transcendence within the fragile human body. What unites me with God is the gap that separates God from himself, but such a logic of separation, far from revealing the atheist core of monotheism, can also be seen as an ever more pernicious incorporation of the human subject into the fold of the Christian God. What most troubles Rosichner in this post-Oedipal reconfiguration of Christian subjectivity is the difficulty of retrieving the moment of collective rebellion. In Augustine's Confessions, this difficulty becomes evident in the famous scene of the theft of pears. Here, in fact, we do have an incipient collective action and infraction of the law in which we might read an attempted rebellion against young Augustine's father. But promptly we are transposed onto a different stage where, once again, it is the archaic scene of maternal fusion that is played out as a last imaginary resort against the threats of the outside world. It is the intricacy of desire as profound nucleus that is actualized and dramatized in the theft that Augustine hides and satisfies in the act of discovery diminished but realized enjoyment. It is the commemoration of a fundamental and clandestine violation, degraded and ignored through the guilt that he still feels. In the theft the yearned-for element is actualized, but quietly. The law that is transgressed and the object that is stolen serve to evoke another scene, this time unconscious, the only one that gives us the clue to the emotion he feels in relating it. About that which the body animated in this minuscule act, consciousness knows nothing, only rumors come to it from an ancient drama, and even then only in a fragmented and displaced form. 52. Augustine's fellow sinners in the theft of pairs thus quickly vanish from the story, as do the clandestine links with the object cause of desire that is the unamiable maternal thing. Instead of a combat, we obtain a displacement, and instead of an act of rebellion, a guilty acquiescence to the symbolic Father God. Imitation without identification, indifference without confrontation, fusion without conflict, shame without guilt, melodrama without tragedy, such would be the relatively stable mechanisms of psychic power with which the modern subject tries to cope with the crumbling of patriarchal and imperial power, following the model inaugurated in the new literary experiment of Augustine's Confessions. Christianity dissolves the political failure of Jesus the rebel and converts it into the social success of Christ crucified for the empire. 53. We therefore should not be surprised to find that this model is proposed once again today and each time when an imperial order faces the threat of its imminent collapse. Christian technology, organizer of the human mind and soul, antecedes the capitalist technology of the means of production, the former paves the way for the latter. Rosichner posited already in 1997 at the start of La Cosa y la Cruz, in many ways predicting what we have come to witness even more forcefully some 2 decades later. It is not by accident that when finance capitalism's abstract and monetary infinity triumphs and globalizes itself, nothing less than the infinite void of Christian religion appears to fill the whole of the defeated social revolution as the only other horizon left, accomplices implicated in the spoliation of body and soul. 54. In search of method. Obviously, I cannot discuss in detail all the speculative contributions of Rosichner's La Cosa y la Cruz. Instead, I would like to raise 3 overarching questions about his work that concern the links or, if necessary, the delinking between politics, religion, and philosophy as inflected by psychoanalysis. In one of the rare responses to Rosichner's work published during his life, his longtime friend and fellow leftist political thinker Emilio de Ipola once accused him of presenting un pensamiento doblado, that is, a revelatory kind of thinking aimed at unveiling or unmasking our ideological fantasies and illusions in the school of the so-called hermeneutics of suspicion of Marx, Nietzsche, and Freud. The presupposition, let us call it ontological, that puts in motion the critical machine affirms simply that nothing is what it shows, seems, or says itself to be. 55. It is true that Rosichner often claims to expose, uncover, or lay bare the innermost kernel of political power and submission which is said to be concealed, disavowed or covered up. In this regard, he is perhaps not so different from someone like Zizek, who typically exposes the obscene scenarios of enjoyment that undergird our noble public life, even though Zizek's undying Lacanianism would be condemned by Rosichner, who never fails to proclaim his loyalty to Freud in ways very different from Lacan's own proposed return to Freud. Here is one such instance of a methodological self-description in Rosichner's work that might seem to justify de Ipola's objection. Thus we told ourselves, if we were to read Augustine and reveal the fundamental equation of his model of humanity, the love and truth of the divine word that only the chosen ones hear, that which calls for the denial of the body and of the life of others as the necessary sacrifice that permits love and truth to situate themselves with impunity beyond crime, would we not also, in doing so, lay bare a cultural system that utilizes death and converts it, secretly, into an inevitable demand of its political logic? If we take this human model, considered to be the most sublime, and if we show that there, in the exaltation of the most sacred, the commitment to what is most sinister also finds a niche. Will we not also, in doing so, have uncovered the obscene mechanism of Christian religious production? This is the challenge, to understand a model of being human that has produced 16 centuries of subtle, refined, brutal and merciless subjection. 56. A first question, then, is whether this revelatory mode of the critique of ideology, which is typical of a certain Marxist-inflected psychoanalysis in general, is also compatible with politics, or whether it may not actually forestall emancipatory transformations under the pressure of those very same subjective formations that have so forcefully been exposed in the first place. While this last possibility may to some extent affect the case of his counterpart in Slovenia, Rosichner avoids the temptation of merely becoming enthralled by the revelation of the obscene underside of the law, merely showing or rendering its dark and gutsy entrails, as the death-driven ground of the human condition as such. Not only does he refuse to remain locked in a structural or quasi-transcendental framework, what is more, he also continues to expand the historical overdeterminations of the subject in the long run. By doing so, he has at least opened up the possibility of its real transformation. A second question regards the links between religion and politics. In fact, the current rush to retrieve the figure of saintliness as a future model for political militantism forces us, after the caveats mentioned above, to reopen the question of political theology and its increasingly pivotal role for contemporary theories of the left. In this context, Rosichner's book on Augustine has the enormous virtue of exposing the extent to which the notion of political subjectivity continues to be contaminated by Christian theology. This is why we became interested in finding the fundament of the political in that which is most specifically religious. And we wondered whether it might truly be possible for any believer, with the content of the Christian imaginary despite the best of intentions, and even if he or she subscribes to liberation theology, to create a political experience that might be essentially different from the politics that he or she combats. We are asking if every Christian religious fundament is not also necessarily a fundament of domination precisely in what is religious in it. 57. The examples of Badiou, Negri, and Zizek reveal the real difficulty of answering the demand for a political experience, including on a subjective level, that would be essentially different from the one it combats. All of these thinkers, in fact, remain deeply entangled in the political theology of Christianity, unable to illustrate the militant subject except through the figure of the saint. In some cases writing several years ahead of them, Rosichner thus seems almost directly to answer his younger colleagues: the model offered to humanity is the martyrdom of saints, just as the saints' model is Christ's martyrdom. 58. Faced with this dilemma, which is not merely a burden of theory but also perhaps the result of the interiorization of a failed practice, it is certainly tempting to leave behind the politics of subjectivity altogether, based on the intuition, which I believe to be theoretically inarticulable, that there is in us and beyond us something that overwhelmingly exceeds subjectivity, including the subjectivity of the unconscious. 59. After centuries of refined and subtle subjection, however, I also fear that any act of taking leave from the subject remains inscribed in the metaphysical grammar of subjectivity, now turned toward its sinister and abject, properly subaltern, underside, not unlike the way in which Lacan himself, I might add, envisioned a role for the analyst as a saint. The saint, then, would no longer be the source of innocent pleasure and joy, as in Lyotard; he or she would rather embody the sheer leftover, the remaining piece of dirt or debris of the analytical process, so as to embody what the structure entails, namely allowing the subject of the unconscious, to take him as the cause of the subject's own desire, as Lacan says in one of his presentations for television. In fact, it is through the abjection of this cause that the subject in question has a chance to be aware of his position, at least within the structure. For the saint, this is not amusing, but I imagine that for a few ears glued to this TV it converges with many of the oddities of the acts of saints. 60. Ultimately, the saint would embody the piece of the real that has to drop out of the picture in order for the subject in the analytical act, properly speaking, to come to terms with its self-divestiture. Finally, A third question concerns the relation between this psychoanalytico-political theology and philosophy. In other words, what about love and truth when it is the truth itself that is the object of love? Is there not a religious element, both sublime and obscene, at the root of the philosophical as such? How, then, can we reconcile the materialist critique of religion with the pursuit of philosophy when it would not be difficult to show that, beneath every mastered truth, there lies the beaten flesh of a repressed naked body, terrorized in the name of the spirit? It is in answer to this last question that Rosichner, who has never stopped calling himself a philosopher despite the widespread sympathies among psychoanalysts for the tradition of what Lacan called anti-philosophy, has produced some of his most breathtaking pages. I am thinking, in particular, of the theses contained in Philosophy and Terror published from exile during the military regime in Argentina. When military power ceases to hide the kernel of terror and the anxiety of death that underlies every principle of authority, the task of theory or philosophy can only lie in seeking out and undoing the spaces within thought where this kernel finds a way to nest itself. At times when the contradictions and crisis deepen, as occurs now among us, we must ask ourselves about the essence of reflection, and thus about the essence of philosophy that terror, by opposing it in its answer, seeks to cut short. Rosichner writes. Once again, it is war that nests itself within truth, and whoever pronounces truth is, in his or her own way, a combatant. 61 Rosichner, in a Neradornian style, will use the powers of reflection to undo the ties that in principle bind all reflection to power and terror. To think the conditions of truth in philosophy means to reach out within thinking human beings for the foundation where the core of terror takes refuge within them, as their own limit. 62 To think against this limit means abandoning neither the subject nor the concept, but rather to turn the power of the subject against the domination of constituted subjectivity, as well as to open up the concept to that which cannot but remain unconceptualized. Such would be, after all, the possible role of philosophy or theory in the face of terror, even, or especially, when this terror seeks refuge within the hearts of combatants who fight against it in the name of freedom and grace. 6. The melancholy left. A sinister legacy. In 68, Paco Ignacio Tabo II notes, today the movement of 68 is one more Mexican specter, one of the many unredeemed and sleepless specters that haunt our land. 1. Of course the image repeats that of the specter or ghost whose haunting force runs through the first pages of the Communist Manifesto, an image that was taken up in turn in the 1960s by some of the most outspoken actors in the student popular movements in the world, from the brothers Daniel and Gabriel Cohn-Bendit in France, whose leftism as a remedy against the senile disease of communism, a clever inversion of Lenin's leftism as a childhood disease of communism, begins with the lines A specter haunts the world today, the specter of the students, 2 all the way to the fragment